Chapter 146, C-151 War. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead. I'll be writing 2 chapters late tonight. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
Need any help?
Steve asks as he and Peggy stroll into the room.
Yeah, feel like kicking some blue alien *S.
Peter responds excitedly.
Are they really alien? I mean, they could be metahumans, right? Like James.
He asks in confusion as he points to Logan.
I told you to stop calling me that.
Logan yells gruffly from across the room.
I don't have those memories anymore. You two know each other.
Peter asks as he was out of the loop.
Yeah, he was a member of the Howling Commandos, James Howlett. He, Bucky, and I fought against Hydra and the Nazis together.
Steve pauses for a moment as he remembers the sad loss of his best friend, Bucky. Peggy senses his dampening mood and places a reassuring hand on his shoulder, which seemed to snap Steve out of his funk.
James was the only man in my unit that could keep up with me. I thought that it was just amazing genetics and training at the time, but now I know he's a metahuman.
Steve says as he smiles over at Logan, who grunts and looks the other way.
I see.
Peter says as he looks over at Logan and chuckles to himself.
Well, don't worry about Logan. He may seem all gruff and uncaring, but he's a big softy on the inside. He'll warm up to you soon enough. Just keep pestering him and he'll give up.
Hearing this, Logan couldn't help but sigh in annoyance.
I'll keep that in mind.
Steve says with some renewed vigor.
Please don't.
Logan mutters to himself, but those with enhanced hearing picked it up clearly. Especially Steve, who flashed a big smile at his old friend's attitude.
You may not remember, but you haven't changed.
He says as he looks at Peter.
So they are aliens, right? Yep, our satellites picked up their arrival.
Peter explains as he continues, stopping Steve from asking another question.
And before you ask, no, we don't have the object they're looking for.
After quickly bringing the 2 lovebirds up to speed, Peggy nods her head and speaks up.
Yeah, we should attack as quickly as possible.
Peggy agreed with Peter's reasoning.
I'm usually not for throwing the first punch, but I agree as well.
Steve follows after his lover.
Besides, as you said, containing all fighting outside the planet will save countless lives.
With the extra nudge from Peggy and Steve, the whole room came to an agreement. They would attack as quickly as possible.
All right, what's the plan?
Tony asks. Peter took a moment to think as almost everyone in the room turned their gaze to him.
Tony, get me the exact coordinates of their ships. On it!
He says as he swipes at the table in front of him, causing a holographic keyboard and screen to appear in front of him. As Tony was typing away, Peter turned to Magneto.
Based on the fact that their ships are most likely made of metal, your powers will be invaluable in this mission.
Peter says as Magneto, who nods in agreement.
Though, I'm thinking of sidelining you for this mission. Why?
Eric asks in confusion.
Well, I don't want the Avengers' new spaceships to be ruined.
Peter says offhandedly. Instantly, Tony stops typing and turned his head with a crazy smile forming on his face. Though he wasn't the only one, a few others looked interested in Peter's words as well. Especially Beast and Banner.
You are brilliant!
Tony exclaimed as all sorts of thoughts started forming in his head.
We would need to take at least one of them apart for studying, not to mention the fuel. What if they run on some sort of alien diesel? We'll have to find out what they use.
Steve clears his throat, stopping Tony from continuing his rant.
As much as the thought of exploring space is exciting, can we please focus on neutralizing the threat before anything else? You're right, Tony, back to work.
Peter nods in agreement.
Just remember that the faster you get the coordinates, the faster we can acquire our new toys. Yes, sir.
Tony gives a mock salute and gets right back at it. Though he seems to be typing a bit faster than before.
I can contain my power from destroying their ships. There's no reason for me to stay behind.
Magneto explains as he wants to participate in the war.
That would be very appreciated.
Peter nodded towards him and turns to Banner.
Sadly, you won't be able to join this mission. I wasn't planning to.
Banner scoffs with a self-deprecating smile.
Not only would Hulk destroy those ships, I run the chance of being sucked into the cold vacuum of space. No thanks.
Before anyone could reply, Tony jumps out of his seat.
Got it.
He exclaims as the coordinates appear on the screen for everyone to see. 20 different coordinates, all of them for each ship in orbit around the planet.
Okay, suit up everyone.
Peter yells to the surrounding Avengers.
We're leaving in 20 minutes. I don't have any combat gear.
Steve says to Peter as everyone was rushing out of the door to get ready.
Neither do I.
Peggy speaks up next.
Follow me.
Leading the loving young couple to Tony's lab, Peter invites them in to find the man himself doing some last-minute checks on his Iron Man armor.
Huh.
Tony picks up his head to see some uninvited visitors.
What are they doing here? They need their equipment.
Peter says cryptically.
Oh yeah.
Immediately, a look of realization appeared on Tony's face as he gets up and walks to an empty wall across the room. Steve and Peggy watched in confusion as Tong tapped the wall. Suddenly, it opened up to reveal matching his and hers dark blue Captain America-themed suits.
Wow.
Steve muttered as he still wasn't used to the futuristic technology of today's age. Though he was also awed by the cool suits as well.
Now I know what you're thinking.
Tony says excitedly as he taps the wall again.
What about Captain America's trusty shield?
Once again, the wall opened a bit more, revealing the captain's red, white, and blue pristine disc-shaped shield.
How?
Steve asks in confusion.
I thought the metal your father used was beyond rare. Oh, it is.
Tony nodded in agreement as he points to the Peter.
Spidey stole your old shield from your room, and we reforged it.
Steve turned and gave Peter an accusing look.
What?
Peter says a bit defensively.
It was just taking up space broken at the back of your closet. Besides, now you have a perfectly functioning shield. And for the lovely lady.
Tony smiles toward Peggy and gestures to the two pistols below the shield. Two matching matte black Desert Eagles.
We tried to make you a shield too, but vibranium is hard to find even for me.
Tony says as she walks over and takes the guns.
Thanks, I'm more used to guns anyway.
Peggy says as she looks down at her new weapons. Without her recent power-up, handing akimbo Desert Eagles would be impossible. After all, they are one of the highest caliber pistols you can buy. The kick would be too much for a normal human to manage. But not anymore. Steve looks around a little embarrassedly.
Is there a place that we could change?
In a tiny transport ship, Nebula and a small Kree recon squad stealthily launched off of Ronan's flagship and descended to the blue and green planet below. Ronan the Accuser watches the ship depart with a cruel smile on his face. He knew that sending her down to the planet was nothing but a wild goose chase. Nebula would find nothing and simply waste her time. Even she knew that. Without the Tesseract's energy signature to follow, it would take an army to scour the planet to accomplish.
Sir, is it wise to treat the daughter of Thanos like this?
One of Ronan's grunts asks worriedly. After all, Thanos wasn't a being that anyone could offend.
Heck, even Thanos doesn't respect her.
Ronan says with a small laugh.
Why should I?
As Nebula's recon ship left the flagship, 3 golden portals opened on 3 separate Kree ships. As portal number 1 opened, Professor X rolled on in alongside Nightcrawler, Storm, Beast, and Hawkeye. Each X-Men were dressed in black tactical gear with a yellow X on their chest. On a separate ship, portal number 2 opened and out strolled a confident Magneto, followed by Victor, Logan, Mystique, and Natasha. They all wore black tactical gear, though Logan's had the trademark yellow X on his.
Why am I stuck with you?
Logan muttered, annoyed at his team placement.
Shut up.
Victor barks back angrily. Finally, on the flagship at the head of all 20 Kree warships, the last portal opened, and out walked Peter followed by Tony, Fury, Steve, and Peggy. Steve and Peggy donned their newly gifted suits, while Fury wore the same trench coat he always does. Tony was, of course, armed in his newest Iron Man suit. The Mark VII, insert picture.
Team 2 and 3, do you raid me?
Peter tapped his ear and spoke in a hushed tone.
Loud and clear.
Charles answers back.
Yes.
Eric follows soon after.
Good, let the war begin.
Chapter 147, C-152 Trap. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tomorrow night, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead, no chapters tonight. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. As Ronan the accuser stared out of the observation deck, a nearby alarm went off, which caused the Kree grunts at their stations to start busily working.
What is it?
Ronan asks in annoyance.
There seem to be intruders on 2 of our ships, sir.
Someone explains as another alarm starts going off.
They're on our ship as well. How did they get in?
Ronan asks with a deep frown.
The scans should have picked up any ships in the area, especially boarding ships.
Ronan's tone was accusatory as he wondered if his followers were growing lazy and incompetent. After all, his ships are the latest and greatest of Kree technology. Their scanners could detect the slightest movement for thousands of miles. Even stealth ships stood no chance against Kree technology, so in his mind they had to have been slacking off. As the pressure surmounted on them, the Kree soldiers got to work trying to figure out how this happened. After all, the displeased face of their leader was not something that any Kree soldier wanted to see. Many Kree have been executed after seeing that face.
Sir, the ship's life signs show them appearing on Sector 5.
Someone informs as an image of a hallway blueprint appears on the screen for all to see.
1 second the hallway was empty, and the next.
5 red dots appeared, being picked up by the motion scanner in the hall.
How?
Ronan mutters as he looks over at the armed guards at the door.
Sound the alarms and retrieve the intruders. Kill them if you have to, but leave at least 1 alive for questioning. Do the same for the other ships as well. Yes, sir.
Peter says over their encrypted comms before turning to his team.
All right, should we split up or?
Just as Peter was talking, a loud alarm filled the hall.
Well, I think they know we're here.
Peter mutters as the door in front of them opens and some lasers bolts come flying out. Jumping in front of Fury, Steve held up his shield, which deflected a few of the lasers off to the side. Everyone else dodged except for Tony, who fires a thick energy beam from his chest. The larger energy beam seemed to swallow the rest of the red blaster bolts, countering the attack and pushing forward toward the blue Kree soldier on the other side of the door. Not expecting the sudden counterattack, the Kree stood shocked as the energy beam tore through their ranks, drilling a gruesome hole through one after another. As the chest beam died down, the limp bodies of the first responding Kree soldiers toppled over dead.
Damn, is that new?
Peter asked in awe. Tony would usually attack with his thrusters, but his chest didn't have a thruster, so that was most likely the pure energy of his arc reactor.
Yeah, the Badassium made that possible with a few tweaks, of course.
Tony explains.
Cool.
Peter muttered as they ignored the dead bodies and pushed onward through the ship. As they continued, the slaughter of blue aliens continued. With their firepower, clearing the hallways of the ship was easy work. The only one in the group that needed a bit of looking after was Fury, though he could handle himself for the most part. Especially after he looted the Kree for their weaponry. Peter felt no guilt for the deaths of these Kree. He knew from the movies that Ronan was a bloodthirsty warmonger who would slaughter planets of innocent people if they stood in his way. Those that chose to follow this sort of leader deserved zero pity. Though the same couldn't be said for Steve, who knew nothing of these aliens. As more and more blue humanoids were killed mercilessly, the good-hearted captain would look away from their bodies and push forward. The only thing keeping him from cracking was the fact that these were aliens, not humans. Killing fellow humans had a sort of dirty feeling about it, but aliens weren't as bad for some reason. As for Tony, Fury, and Peggy, they seemed to not care one bit. Two of them are old, hardened soldiers, while the other grew used to killing in his own personal war in Afghanistan. Ronan watched on the screens as his men, which were represented by blue dots, rushed to their inevitable deaths over and over. Each time they would engage the red-marked intruders, they would disappear from the scanner as their life signal would end. Ronan began to grow angry as he watched in silence. How could he not? Almost 200 of his soldiers died already, for nothing.
Useless.
He muttered loud enough for his surrounding grunts to flinch.
If you want something done right, you have to do it yourself.
Taking a breath to dissipate his anger, Ronan turned to his subordinates and ordered.
Change of plans. Order those useless idiots to retreat to my position.
Ronan commands as he grabs his war hammer and walks to the door.
Use the hallway doors to lead the intruders to the arena.
One responds as they jump quickly to comply with his orders. Leaving the room with his hammer over his shoulder, Ronan makes his way to the arena with 10 fully armed Kree soldiers at his back. That number would continue to grow as he maneuvered through the halls unimpeded. Peter hummed as they hadn't run into any Kree for a few minutes.
It's quiet.
Tony says as he looks toward Peter.
Too quiet. You had to say that, didn't you?
Peter sighs at his friend's *TTY sense of humor.
What? It's a good movie line.
Tony argues as the door to their right suddenly swishes open. Instantly, the group was ready for another battle. Sadly, they were met with nothing but an empty metal hallway.
This definitely isn't a trap.
Peter says with a healthy chunk of sarcasm.
I would say otherwise.
Steve says, not understanding.
Do they not have sarcasm back in your day?
Peter asks over his shoulder.
Oh,
Steve grunts in realization.
well, into the obvious trap we go.
Tony exclaims as he walks down the hall.
Meh, whatever.
Peter says as he follows after him.
Shouldn't we?
Steve wanted to speak up against this, but Peggy and Fury already walked past him and into the trap as well. With no other option, the captain follows behind Peggy, alert to his surroundings and ready for anything. As they followed the obvious enemy plan, countless doors opened for them over and over, leading the group through the ship and down a large elevator. When the elevator opened, a giant stadium-shaped room came into view. It was a circular stadium with countless seats surrounding what appeared to be a combat area, based on the bloodstains and weapons lining the walls. The elevator opened on the wall of the arena, where they could see a tall blue man with a war hammer in hand, waiting at the center for their arrival. The seats in the crowd were filled with Kree soldiers, each aiming their various alien weaponry at the open elevator.
You finally arrived.
Ronan says irritably.
Well, it takes time to follow a badly thought-out trap.
Peter comments as he walks out of the elevator fearlessly, followed by Tony, Steve, and Peggy. Fury stood behind and leaned into cover at the corner of the elevator with his new alien blaster rifle in hand. He couldn't dodge lasers like the rest of them, so he would provide cover from the safety of the elevator. Ronan seems to notice this and tilts his head to the side to peek at Fury.
Oh, don't mind him.
Peter says as he knew what Ronan was thinking.
Fury's just a bit shy.
As Peter says this, he shoots a few webs around the open elevator doors, lodging them in place. He didn't need to deal with a kidnapped Nick Fury after all.
What was that?
Ronan asked curiously as the doors to the elevator tried to close, as Peter thought, but sadly for them, the web held it back.
Sorry, whenever I see a handsome blue man like yourself, I just start shooting web.
Peter says jokingly.
Premature ejaculation.
Tony says with a sympathetic nod.
Men are disgusting.
Peggy scoffs at their little joke.
Enough.
Ronan roars in anger.
You will dutifully answer my questions or else.
Instantly, the crowd of soldiers readied their weapons. In close quarters, the intruders may have had the advantage, but not anymore.
Oh, is it starting?
Peter says excitedly.
I think it is.
Tony answers.
Is what starting?
Ronan asks in confusion.
The badass fight scene.
Peter says like it was the most obvious thing in the world.
You know, the bad guy leads the heroes into a trap. The trap is sprung, but the heroes fight back. Hence the badass fight scene. I'm really disappointed with this villain's service.
Tony says as he puts on his best Karen impression.
Where's your manager?
Meanwhile, the whole crowd of aliens stared dumbly at the odd intruders. They didn't understand a single thing they were saying.
Enough of this nonsense.
Ronan lost his cool and points at the intruders.
Fire!
Chapter 148, C153 New Hammer. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead, writing 2 chapters before I go to sleep. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. As soon as Ronan gave the order, the small stadium of Kree soldiers opened fire. Thousands of laser bolts fired in Peter's group's direction all at once. Sadly for them, each of their targets swiftly dodged out of the way. Tony activated his hand and feet thrusters and shot off into the air. Thankfully, the ceiling was extremely tall in this portion of the ship. As he ascended into the air, small hidden compartments on the Iron Man armor started opening up. Countless weapons appeared on Tony's body as his helmet's HUD starts to lock on to a large portion of the Kree soldiers.
Lock on engaged.
Jarvis' voice echoes from his suit. As the last Kree soldier was confirmed with a green square around them, Tony said a quick prayer in his head to whichever alien god they may follow.
Fire!
Tony commands. Instantly, countless bullets, rockets, and even a good amount of lasers were let loose at around 1/6 of the crowd. Bullets pierced heads with expert accuracy. Bombs were strategically fired at areas that would reap the most lives. Lasers sliced through whole rows of blue men and women, cutting them in half in a single moment. Every target that the HUD locked onto was killed without a problem.
Damn!
Peter muttered as he dodged the lasers and rushed toward Ronan, who was waiting with his hammer in hand.
Tony really upgraded his firepower, huh?
Ronan, who watched all of this play out, was both shocked and enraged. The whole point of this little trap was to cut down the unnecessary losses that were taking place earlier. Noticing the red and blue spider-themed man that was rushing challengingly towards him, Ronan turned his hatred and anger toward Peter.
Once I'm finished with you intruders, I will cleanse your world with the might of Kree justice and burn IT to its core.
Ronan bellowed as he gripped his hammer with 2 hands, preparing for a fight.
Why are you yelling, you mad?
Peter comments as he kicks off the ground and launches at Ronan feet first. Seeing this attack coming, as a hardened war veteran should, Ronan pointed his hammer at Peter and twisted it slightly. Instantly, Peter could feel some sort of minor kinetic force collide with his leg, trying to snap his ankle before he could land his kick. What's that? Peter thought as he eyed the long-handled hammer in Ronan's hand. Ronan is the wielder of a powerful hammer known as the Cosmirod, which is a large staff-like warhammer. In addition to using it as a melee weapon, he can also fire some sort of force from it to attack his enemies. Sadly for him, Peter's body is far too enhanced to be affected by some minor kinetic energy attack. All Ronan's attack did was push Peter's foot to the side a bit, though it was enough to throw his kick off course.
Cool hammer.
Peter comments as he flies past Ronan, missing his attack. Though that didn't mean he couldn't recover. Abandoning his original attack plan altogether, Peter pulled his fist back and punched Ronan square in his blue face as he passed by. Ronan instantly dropped his hammer and launched off of his feet as he flew into the wall across the room, smacking into it with a loud metallic thud. The metal wall behind him dented inward as some blue blood dropped from his mouth, possibly due to internal injuries. Of course, Ronan was a Kree blessed with enhanced strength, durability, agility, etc., so one strike from Peter, which would kill any lesser man, was shrugged off after a few breaths. Standing with the help of the wall behind him, Ronan seethed as he looked across the arena, but couldn't find the man that sent him flying. What he did see, however, only fed into his already explosive rage. Not only was Iron Man constantly raining death upon his fellow Kree, but Steve and Peggy stuck together and ran around the arena, slipping past laser fire and using Cap's shield for cover when necessary. Everywhere they would go, Steve would take care of the close quarters fighting, while Peggy would stick close and use her new oversized pistols to decimate the more distant enemies. Each time a loud bang would go off, a Kree soldier would drop to the ground with a .50 caliber hole in their body. Meanwhile, Fury stayed in his safe elevator, clinging to the wall. He would peek out on occasion and pick off as many Kree soldiers as he could before he drew too much attention and hid again. This would repeat over and over, as Iron Man and the super soldier couple were good distractions for him.
Looking for someone.
Ronan heard over his head and looks up. Standing on the wall sideways with his arms crossed over his chest, Peter looks down at Ronan with an air of amusement.
I can tell it angers you that your men keep dying.
Peter says as the vengeful and rage-fueled look on Ronan's face was prominent.
How about you surrender and we won't kill any more Kree? Of course, they would have to surrender as well.
Ronan silently seethed as the man above him offered him a way out.
Surrender is for the weak, and the Kree are not weak.
He exclaimed and rushed to his hammer, which was only a few meters away.
You asked for it, I guess.
Peter mutters as he bends and launches himself off into the air. Just as Ronan was about to bend down and swipe his hammer off the floor, Peter flew over him and shot a web. As the web stuck to Ronan's trusted weapon, Peter yanked it back. Ronan could do nothing but watch as his hammer was stolen before his very eyes.
As I said before, this is a cool hammer.
Peter says as he lands in front of Ronan and twirls the staff-like hammer around his fingers.
I used to have a better one, but I had to return it.
Peter says as Ronan's heart began to beat erratically as throbbing veins start to appear on his blue face. Ronan was pissed off when Thanos called him
Boy!
And treated him as a child. He was also pissed off when his grunts died pointlessly, but this was a whole other level. Kill him. Ronan has destroyed entire worlds, yet this masked buffoon wanted to kill him.
You think that you could kill me?
Ronan asks as if it were impossible.
I am Ronan the Accuser. I have brought reckoning to more planets and peoples than anyone can count. You're nothing but some enhanced ape from a backwater world.
As Ronan was ranting, Peter ignored his every word and pointed the staff forward.
Is it just a movement?
Twisting it slightly as Ronan did, a kinetic force fired from the staff-like hammer. Snap crack. The force seemed to connect with the ranting Ronan's neck, twisting it at an odd angle with a sickening sound. Before he could finish his long-winded rant, Ronan toppled over onto the cold hard metal arena floor. Dead.
Well, I gave him a chance.
Peter muttered as he walks over to check for any vital signs. Although Peter was able to pretty much bat away the kinetic attack earlier, the same couldn't be said for Ronan. Comparatively, Ronan's enhanced body was far weaker than someone like Spider-Man. The whole arena stilled, and the fighting paused as every Kree soldier looked over to see Peter check the pulse of their down leader.
He's dead.
Peter confirmed loud enough for all to hear.
The rest of you can either follow in his footsteps or surrender and be spared. Choose wisely.
The whole arena descended into silence as the Avengers gave the Kree soldiers a moment to decide whether they wanted to live or die. If they chose wisely, as Peter said, the surviving Kree would be imprisoned, at least until Peter could figure out what to do with them. Of course, the only other option was death. Soon, the first soldier dropped his rifle and held his hands up. This triggered a widespread chain reaction, as one by one more Kree began to surrender.
Traitors!
One Kree yelled as he turned his gun on his own comrades and fired. Seeing this, other radical Kree started joining in as a sort of civil war broke out between those that wanted to surrender and those that would rather die.
Jarvis, lock on.
Tony Commander, as his HUD, highlighted all of the people that refused to surrender.
Fire!
With one last volley, Tony swiftly dropped the more radical half of their impromptu civil. The surviving Kree looked at the dead bodies of their former comrades in both shame and relief. Shame that they gave up in order to preserve their lives, and relief that they weren't the ones dead on the floor.
Team 1, this is Team 2.
Charles' voice suddenly sounds through Peter's earpiece.
We've taken control of our first ship and captured about a quarter of the aliens on board. We've done the same.
Eric speaks next, without any form of radio etiquette.
Though I'm afraid we've taken no prisoners on our end. That's fine.
Peter holds his hand to his ear and says with a shrug.
Here.
Waving his hand, Peter opens portals for the two teams to move on to the next ships on the list. 3 ships down, 17 more to go. Chapter 149, C-154 Cleanup. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tomorrow night, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead, no chapters tonight. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. While the 2 other teams started their assault on the next ships, Peter and his team started the cleanup process. Someone needed to deal with the remaining Kree soldiers, after all. There's no doubt in Peter's mind that they would probably try and escape if left to their own devices. Especially since the alternative would be leaving them in their own escape vehicles.
This isn't as fun as I thought it would be.
Tony says as he and the others escort the surrendered Kree through Peter's portals and into the Avengers Tower detainment floor. Just as he was saying this, the comms in their ears sounded off.
Team 2 has captured our second ship, with prisoners once again.
Charles informs them.
Same here.
Eric says only seconds after.
We spared a few this time as well. Good job, portals incoming.
Peter says as he waves his hand and more portals appear, including one in front of Tony and the rest of his team.
Go ahead, I know you want to. What?
Steve asks in confusion.
Well, maybe not you, but I know that Tony wants to fight more aliens, so go capture another ship.
Peter says in a resigned tone as he gestures to the portal.
I can handle the prisoners myself. Yes.
Tony says excitedly as his helmet's face mask snaps shut.
Thanks, Tingles. Hey, I told you about my spider senses in confidence.
Peter protests jokingly as Tony shoots off into the portal, ready for a fight.
Should we follow him?
Steve asks as Peggy huffs in annoyance.
Let's go before he gets himself killed.
Unholstering her pistols, Peggy steps through the portal followed by Steve. Fury was currently preoccupied, so he wouldn't be joining them.
Have fun, I guess.
Peter shrugs as he continued escorting prisoners from multiple ships. Thankfully, the other ships haven't been notified of what's happening so far, or else they would probably escape as quickly as possible. This is all thanks to Peter, who convinced the Kree on the flagship to send out some fake messages. After all, the flagship is where all the orders come from in the first place. After sending these messages, which kept all of the Kree in the other 20 ships calm, they cut the communications between the ships, making it only possible for them to get information from the flagship, which Peter already had under complete control. Meaning, no one outside the flagship knew that their glorious leader Ronan the Accuser is dead. Though they do know that 3 of the ships had some unforeseen intruders, as Peter didn't have control at the time that information was circulated. Of course, Peter was sure to inform the other ships that the intruders were dealt with, before warning each ship to be on the lookout for any more possible stowaways. After all, he had to make sure everything was believable.
It's not like they have a chance.
Peter thought uncaringly. Of course, after misinforming all of those ships, Peter left Fury with the Kree in charge of communications. These Kree would be imprisoned with the rest when they weren't useful anymore. Of course, he had his new favorite weapon in hand, the Kree laser rifle.
Who better to leave in charge of their misinformation tactics than a super spy?
Peter thought, reassured by this choice. With the best of the best running disinformation for them, the war continued, but by this point, it was more of a one-sided steamrolling.
It's too bad that I'm stuck here doing grunt the work.
Peter thought as he continued managing portals and escorting prisoners to the detainment floor. As the Kree would flood through the portals, Peter made sure that they saw 2 things specifically. These two things immediately squash any thoughts of rebellion from their minds. First, as Peter escorted the Kree like a warden of a prison, he held Ronan's hammer in hand for all to see. Instantly, the idea of being saved by Ronan the Accuser became doubtful, as all other ships didn't know about his death. Second, displayed on the floor beside the portal leading to the detainment floor was the cold and lifeless body of their leader, immediately proving that planted doubt in their minds. Thanks to this small tactic of his, Peter only had to deal with some small defiance here and there. No large-scale riots took place, which he was thankful for. Of course, Peter could have handled that, though he probably would have had to kill some of them in the process. After all, Charles and his team left a lot of the Kree alive, but luckily, Eric's group seemed to offset this as they emptied their first ship of all life, and then started leaving a few alive so as not to look bad. Hours later, and the last ship was under their control. Peter spent all of these hours stuck as a babysitter for blue aliens.
I need to find another Avenger that can be the portal B*TCH for occasions like this.
Peter thought as he finished locking up the last of the Kree. Sighing in relief as he returned to the flagship, Peter found the battle-hardened Avengers standing in the observation deck, watching the world below in silence. Everyone seemed to be in one piece, though that was hard to tell for both Logan and Victor, who were both covered in blue blood.
Whoa, you two look like someone spilled paint all over you.
Peter comments as he can smell the odd-scented alien blood wafting off of them.
You could have been less messy, you know. Ugh.
They both grunt and don't bother answering, as Peter wasn't the first one to say something like that.
That's what we all said.
Tony states with a nod as he keeps his distance from the two.
Are the prisoners detained?
Fury asks.
Yeah, though we may need to expand our prison by another floor or two. We're currently at capacity.
Peter says with a tired sigh. It's been a while since Peter has gotten some rest, as he was rudely interrupted by Tony, so dealing with the boring grunt work has only made him miss his nice, warm bed even more.
What should we do with these ships?
Charles asks from his wheelchair.
We'll have to learn how to fly them before anything else.
Peter says thoughtfully.
We could try to connect Jarvis to their systems.
Tony offers with an excited look on his face.
He should be able to learn the controls instantly. What if it's all in an alien language?
Peter asks as he contemplates that idea.
I think he can figure it out.
Tony says with a shrug.
Fine, you work on that.
Peter says as he turns back to the other Avengers.
The rest of you can return to the tower and relax. What about you?
Tony asks before getting to work.
Off to bed. No, I have a planet full of people to calm down.
Peter says as he sighs in annoyance.
We don't need any nukes launched at our new ships after all.
Receiving a sympathetic nod from Tony as he gets to work, Peter waves his hand and leaves with the rest of the Avengers. Only Tony remained on the flagship.
Are we sure it's a good idea to leave him in space, alone?
Charles asks as the portal closes behind them.
Yeah, won't he drift off or something?
Clint speaks up as well.
No, he'll be fine.
Peter says with a shake of his head.
The ships are all in orbit, so they won't just fly off. Unless he does something stupid.
Back in space.
Okay, Jarvis.
Tony says as he looks between all of the alien controls panels.
Let's take this all apart and make a port to connect you.
As he didn't have any of his tools, Tony used his Ironman suit to rip the control panels apart and study the insides. Sparks fly as he tears apart the control room without a care for any of the possible consequences. Peter says as many Avengers give him skeptical looks. Fury nods.
All right, off I go.
Peter says as he turns to Fury.
Can you start questioning our new alien guests? We could use all of the information we can get. Yeah, I'll start now.
Fury nods as he walks out of the room, followed by Natasha and Clint. Leaving the rest of the Avengers to do as they pleased, Peter left the room and took out his phone. Checking Twitter as he maneuvered through the tower's halls, Peter found everyone freaking out about Ronan's message.
I should have posted something earlier.
Chapter 150, C-155 Countdown. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead, writing 2 chapters before I go to sleep. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. 9 hours, 40 minutes, 52 seconds. Standing at a podium in a room filled with cameras and microphones, which were all pointed in his direction by various members of the press, Peter started explaining the latest mission that the Avengers undertook.
Hello, everyone.
Peter says as he waves, his image being broadcast across the world. Before locking up the Kree that helped spread misinformation for them, Peter had them shut down the replaying message that looped all over Earth. If he didn't, then this whole press conference would be blocked, making the whole thing pointless.
I'm going to get straight to the point and then leave to deal with other things, so listen up.
Peter says as he was too tired to deal with the questions of hungry reporters.
The alien army that was threatening our planet through our TVs and radios has been dealt with. They were in orbit around our planet, waiting to invade. We, the Avengers, acted quickly and launched an attack before they could enter Earth's atmosphere, as that would keep all of you away from the fighting.
The world was shocked, as most people didn't actually believe in an alien invasion. They thought it was some sort of hoax orchestrated by some hacker or something. Even hearing the words from Spider-Man's mouth didn't sway many of them, as it was just too outlandish of a tale. Peter went into a little more detail and explained about the Kree and Ronan the Accuser, though he didn't say much more before walking off stage.
That's it for now. When we have more information, either I or Tony will call another one of these.
Peter says as he waves and walks off. I can hear my bed calling for me.
Wait!
One of the more loud-mouthed reporters yells as they step in front of the crowd.
You really expect us to just believe all of this without a single shred of proof?
This seemed to incite the other reporters and journalists in the crowd, as they all started shouting their own questions.
I said no questions, didn't I?
Peter thought in annoyance as he sighed and walked back to the podium and glared at the crowd under his mask.
Quiet!
Peter didn't raise his voice, but the annoyed tone along with the dangerous feeling he was radiating at the moment seemed to scare the crowd into silence.
Tony is currently doing his best to figure out how to fly the Kree ships that we commandeered.
Peter says with complete confidence. In space. Sparks go flying as Tony sat in the middle of hundreds of alien wires from the destroyed control panels of the flagship.
Not that one either.
Tony mutters to himself as the lights on the ship suddenly shut down, leaving him in darkness.
That's not good.
Peter says with a shrug, shutting down the doubters for the moment.
Now I have to get back to the tower. See ya.
This time, the crowd was silent as Peter walked off stage, leaving them with the idea that aliens actually may have planned on attacking them. The same could be said for many around the world as well. 8 hours, 49 minutes, 39 seconds. In a dark interrogation room in the tower, Fury sat across from a chained Kree soldier. Neither said a word as Fury just stared at him in silence. Using his plethora of experience, Fury first set his sights on the more cooperative Kree, dragging them in and out, looking for the one that would either brag about themselves or break and start spilling everything. Either way, he would get the information they needed. He could have just started torturing the Kree, as they weren't humans or from Earth, so technically they had no human rights.
Too bad torture is unreliable.
Fury thought as he waited for the Kree before him to speak first, continuing the staring contest. Torture in interrogation yields poor information, as the victim would say, and admit to anything just to make the pain stop. Not to mention the fact that it sweeps up many innocents. The soldier you're drowning, cutting, or starving could just be a man that was drafted and forced into service. The possibility of torturing an innocent prisoner just wasn't worth it. Though there is a time and a place for torture tactics, though that's in extreme and dire circumstances, but this wasn't one of those situations.
Are you just going to stare at me all day?
The Kree finally asked.
Yes, now why did you come to my planet?
Fury answered and throws out his first question. The Kree man stays quiet, refusing to answer.
Was it actually the Tesseract? Or was that just a ploy Ronan cooked up so he could justify invading a peaceful world?
Fury asks pointedly.
Justification.
The Kree laughs as the chains tying him down rattle.
We do not care whether your world is peaceful or not. The Kree take what they want. The question is whether the other party hands it over respectfully or well.
Fury comments as he places a picture of Ronan's dead body on the table. Instantly, the Kree prisoner starts to glare as he looked toward the picture of his former leader. Ronan's head was snapped sideways and a bone could be seen poking through his neck.
For some big bad alien warlord, your leader died almost instantly.
Fury says, purposefully angering the alien across from him.
It was so anticlimactic too. He was ranting about how he couldn't die, then my comrade used Ronan's own weapon against him and snapped his neck like a twig.
This Kree was from a separate ship, so he was just learning about what happened to Ronan.
You know nothing about Ronan the Accuser.
The Kree seethed as he pulled on his restraints, trying to attack Fury, who was completely unfazed.
He is the perfect Kree. Ronan embodies all of our most sacred ancient customs. Well, I think you mean he was the perfect Kree.
Fury continues poking at a hornet's nest.
Truthfully, from your explanation of him, I was expecting more. After all, he died so easily.
The Kree bellowed hatefully as he strains against his chains.
You know, I've been called some pretty racist sh*T by a lot of humans, but never an alien.
Fury commented as he found this scenario entertaining. Watching from the cameras, Natasha and Clint couldn't help but gape at what the Kree said.
Can an alien even be racist?
Natasha asks with a thoughtful look.
Probably, but I think he was throwing that insult at all humans, not just well.
Clint replies as they go back to watching the monitor. Seeing that the man before him found his outburst funny, the Kree continues to thrash against his restraints for a moment before finally giving up. Heavy breathing.
You think?
The Kree says as he catches his breath.
You think? We were only the first to arrive.
The Kree says with a triumphant smile.
When Thanos' army descends on this pitiful planet, you apes won't stand a chance. Who's Thanos?
Fury asks, but the smug Kree refuse to speak any further. 5 hours, 20 minutes, 55 seconds. A golden portal opens in the dark flagship's control room, illuminating the destruction that Tony inflicted on the poor ship.
What the?
Peter mutters as he steps through. A few seconds after he stepped through, the lights suddenly flicker back on, lighting up the whole place.
Yes.
Tony yells as his head pops up from below the floor.
Let there be light. I see that you've trashed the place.
Peter reveals himself as his portal closes behind him.
Oh, Peter, where have you been?
Tony uses Peter's real name, as no one else was around.
I had a press conference to calm the masses and took a quick power nap.
Peter reveals as he looks around the destroyed room.
Otherwise, I may have snapped upon seeing this mess. Well, I have to connect Jarvis somehow.
Tony says with a shrug.
Right.
Peter says as the speakers in the ship go off. Jotlam h mugwa I gawh jatl hall qi hall pog hok gh itl gob wad ik so h vaj ed gh itl I jatl I qi I og edge gob da sav. Mugm h seg hok gob. A weird angry sounding alien language plays through the ship's control room.
Where is that coming from?
Peter asks as Tony looks at the mess around the room.
I have no idea.
Chapter 151, C-156 Avengers learn about Thanos. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tomorrow tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead, no chapters tonight. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
Where is that coming from?
Peter asks after hearing the odd alien language.
Is it the Chitauri? I have no idea.
Tony asks as the ship goes silent.
Though I think we should find out.
Peter says sarcastically. The Chitauri are a sentient species of cybernetically enhanced beings, Most of them are simple-minded, dogged creatures, similar to insects, operating under a hive-mind intelligence. They are the personal army of Thanos, which he mainly uses to throw at his enemies or cull half the population of entire planets. Whatever the job may be, as long as it pertained to war and death, the Chitauri will follow the Mad Titan's every order faithfully.
Let's get to work, I guess.
Peter says as he starts to familiarize himself with the exposed control panels.
Give me a quick rundown on what you figured out so far.
While Peter and Tony put their heads together to, hopefully, get the ships moving, Fury spent hours interrogating as many Kree soldiers as he could. Through these long hours of unending questioning, he started to get a good picture of what was happening.
Who's Thanos?
Fury would ask every Kree this same question. Most would clam up and refuse to speak, each of them too scared to say a word, which was odd as the Kree seemed fairly confident in every other area. It was only the name of the Mad Titan that seemed to bring out this collective fear in all of them. Though that didn't mean Fury didn't get an answer to his question. Out of the thousands of captive Kree, one of them had to break.
The Mad Titan isn't someone you should be asking about.
A more talkative Kree woman said in a hushed tone.
Why?
Fury asks curiously.
Mad Titan.
Thanos is one of the strongest beings in the universe. You may have beaten us and Ronan the Accuser, but when it comes to Thanos, even the great Kree and Nova empires must be respectful. Otherwise, the consequences would be astronomical.
She explains with a trace of fear in her tone. Of course, since Fury found a cooperative Kree soldier, he made sure to milk her for all of the information she had.
Sounds like a scary man.
Fury comments as he asks further.
Is it true another army is coming?
Yes, a small portion of the Mad Titan's personal army.
She goes on to give a small explanation about the Chitauri.
You should leave this planet while you can. Encountering the Chitauri is a mark of death. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose this battle. Thanos already set his gaze on your planet. If his army fails, he'll send another or worse.
Worse.
Fury asks, loving how open this Kree is being compared to the rest.
He could visit this planet himself.
She says as a shiver runs down her spine.
Either way, I'm sure we'll be killed for our failure.
Huh?
Fury grunted as he leaned back in his chair.
How long until this army gets here?
They were supposed to arrive 18 hours after our arrival.
She answers without trouble. Instantly, Fury realized that they were on a short clock, as they had a bit less than 5 hours before another alien army arrived at Earth's borders.
How many ships do they have?
He continues fishing for information.
The same number as us, I think.
She says after a moment of thought.
I don't know much, though. You'll have to ask Nebula for more details.
Who?
Fury asks with a raised eyebrow.
Thanos' daughter.
Speaking of Nebula, the unloved daughter of Thanos and her Kree subordinates are currently occupying the house of a married couple that are out of town for their anniversary. They spent the day infiltrating various government buildings, searching for any clues that could lead them to the Tesseract. Sadly, their efforts bore little to no fruit. Sure, they learned about plenty of government facilities, though they wouldn't know what was inside until they start poking around more. As the Kree stealth squad was raiding the kitchen for food like a bunch of animals, Nebula sat on the couch and familiarized herself with the TV.
These humans really need to update their technology.
Nebula comments as she flips through the channels.
What's this?
A man in spider-themed clothing stood on a podium surrounded by a crowd of eager people.
The alien army that was threatening our planet through our TVs and radios has been dealt with. They were in orbit around our planet, waiting to invade. We, the Avengers, acted quickly and launched an attack before they could enter Earth's atmosphere, as that would keep all of you away from the fighting.
Impossible.
Nebula thought in disbelief. Suddenly, a Kree soldier who was in hearing range dropped a cooked chicken leg onto the floor and stared at the TV in shock.
Lies!
He exclaims, drawing the attention of the other Kree.
Our army would never lose to these apes so easily.
After playing that clip, a news anchor started speaking.
Spider-Man, Earth's most loved hero and co-founder of the Avengers, says the alien threat has been dealt with.
As the newswoman says this, the newly arrived Kree watch in shock. Some were skeptical of his claims, but he had this to say. The screen changed to a similar clip, except this time, the oddly dressed man was talking about commandeering Kree ships and interrogating the surviving captives.
How dare they spread lies about our army?
A Kree says through his grinding teeth. Nebula thought as she wondered what to do now.
We should return to the ship.
One of the Kree voices their opinion.
Ronan needs to hear of this.
What if he isn't lying?
Nebula asks thoughtfully. No one had an answer for her, though they all thought that was highly unlikely.
That doesn't matter.
One of them says angrily, as he glares in Nebula's direction.
We're returning to the ship. Ronan, the accuser, wouldn't lose to some weak backwater planet.
Nebula seethed as she was treated harshly by some random grunt. This is all due to Ronan's attitude toward her. He disrespected her at every moment he could, and now his subordinates have learned to do the same.
Look at me like that again, and I'll cut you into tiny little pieces.
Nebula earns as she takes out a knife from her belt. After all, her father wouldn't care for the loss of a random Kree nobody.
Humph, try it.
He counters and draws his laser pistol. Without another word, Nebula flicked her hand and launched the knife across the room. Before anyone could react, the knife flew into the disrespectful Kree's left eye, piercing straight into his brain. As he lifelessly collapsed onto the floor, the other Kree grabbed their weapons tightly and aimed at her.
Clean this mess up and meet me at the shuttle. We might as well check for ourselves if Ronan lost or not.
Nebula says as she walks out of the house, ignoring the guns pointed at her the whole time. Is it wrong to hope that he's dead? Time slowly passed as Fury extracted as much information from the captives and called the Avengers to assemble once again. Just when they thought the threat was taken care of, another alien army was only hours away. Though two people didn't get this message, as they were currently in space. Tinkering with the ship's control panel, Peter and Tony worked steadily to figure out the many wires and started working on a port that Jarvis could connect to the ship through. After a couple of hours of work, in which Peter had to make a few trips to Tony's workshop for supplies, the two were only a few steps away from completing the port.
Connect the blue wire next.
Tony backseats Peter's work.
No, it's the gray wire, you idiot.
Peter comments as he grabs the gray wire.
No, the gray wire connects to the scanners, not the databanks.
Tony corrects with a huff.
How much do you want to bet?
Peter asks with a challenging look.
$100,000 and a single tweet from the other's Twitter account.
Tony offers, accepting the challenge.
Deal.
Peter says as he grabs the blue wire and plugs it in. Instantly, the monitors in the room started lighting up, as the scanners started to pick up 1 million non-existent intruders on board.
Looks like I win.
Peter says as he replaces the blue wire with the gray one.
I only take cash, by the way. Whatever, just hurry up.
Tony started pouting like a child. Finishing the last few tweaks, Tony was finally able to plug Jarvis into the newly made port through his phone.
Good luck, buddy.
Tony says as Jarvis code floods through the port and into the ship.
Connection secure.
Jarvis' voice plays through the ship's speakers.
Accessing ship's databanks.
Tony laughed triumphantly.
It worked.
Translating foreign alien coding and language. Chapter 152, C-157 Firepower. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead, writing 2 chapters before I go to sleep. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Translating foreign alien coding and language.
Good job, buddy.
Tony says as he pats the wall of the ship proudly.
Anything we should know?
Peter asks Jarvis.
Yes, I now have full control over all 20 Kree warships. I can control each of them from the flagship.
Jarvis answers.
Well, at least the mess Tony made didn't affect the ship much.
Peter says as he turns a quick glare at the man in question.
What? We would have replaced the controls anyway. They were all labeled in whatever language the Kree write in.
Tony says with a shrug.
That is not all.
Jarvis says as the remaining monitors in the room play a recording from the databanks.
How much longer until we arrive?
Security footage of Ronan and Nebula speaking appears on the screen.
Nebula is here.
Peter confirmed his earlier suspicions.
Did she die in the battle?
Peter would have remembered seeing her with the prisoners, as he was the one that was in charge of that.
37 hours. Though we can half that if we increase speed and leave behind the slow Chitauri ships.
Nebula answers as she glares hatefully at Ronan.
Do it.
Ronan commands.
What?
Nebula asks.
Increase every ship's speed to maximum.
Ronan turns and walks to the door, passing Nebula along the way.
Half of our army will arrive late, but that won't change the outcome.
The screen goes black as the video ends.
He's right, it didn't change the outcome.
Tony says with an air of confidence.
We still would have won either way. Jarvis, I'm guessing that odd language was a message from the Chitauri. How far away are they?
Peter asks.
Yes, sir.
Jarvis answers respectfully and dutifully. The message from earlier can be roughly translated to a report on their arrival time. We have around an hour and a half until 20 Chitauri warships arrive.
Okay, do our new ships have any firepower?
Peter asks as a wide smile blooms on Tony's face.
Hee, I like the way you think, Webhead.
Tony laughs excitedly.
Yes, each of the Kree ships is outfitted with hundreds of missiles as well as a couple of high-powered beam weapons. When it comes to defense, there's a kinetic shield that can be activated during combat, though the shields will drain the power of each ship fairly quickly.
Jarvis explains everything he learned about the ships. Peter doesn't say anything as he and Tony turn to look at each other, smiling like two maniacs.
All right, Tony, you work on our battle strategy with Jarvis.
Peter says as he opens a portal to the tower.
I'll go and gather our forces, just in case.
As Peter was walking into the portal, he turned around and looks back for a moment.
Jarvis, where is that woman from the video? I don't remember seeing her among the dead or the prisoners.
Peter asks with one foot inside the ship and another in the tower. One moment.
She didn't return.
Peter asks.
No, sir.
Jarvis answers swiftly.
Okay, if she does return, can you trap her in the ship? I want her alive.
Peter says, receiving a knowing smile from Tony.
I thought you had a girlfriend.
Tony says with his infuriating smirk.
Though I understand the appeal of a sexy blue alien.
Not everything is about sex, you old pervert.
Peter says, happy that he can finally use Tony's age against him. After all, if he made age jokes before, Tony would have known Peter was younger than he portrays himself.
At least I'm not a middle schooler.
Tony yells back as the portal closes, leaving him and Jarvis alone on the ship.
So, tell me more about these high-powered beam weapons.
Arriving in the tower, Peter checked his phone and found a bunch of missed calls and messages from different members of the Avengers.
Jarvis, where is Fury?
Peter asks as Jarvis is integrated with the entire tower. He and many other Avengers members are currently having a strategy meeting.
Let me guess.
Peter says as he waltzed into the room, instantly drawing everyone's attention.
You guys learned about the Second Army headed our way. You're late.
Fury says angrily.
We've known about this for hours.
Natasha says with a roll of her eyes.
Good for you.
Peter says as he waves his hand and creates a portal to the ship.
We have a bit more than an hour before they arrive, so let's go. We haven't decided on a plan yet.
Charles says from his wheelchair.
Tony and I already have that covered.
Peter reveals as he gestures to the portal.
If you don't want to miss the fireworks, then come on.
Sighing in annoyance, Fury was the first to step through the portal, followed by everyone else. Stepping in behind them, Peter closes the portal.
Stark, what's the plan?
Steve asks as he and everyone else freezes at the mess that was once a pristine control room. Just as Tony was about to answer, a soft alarm went off, filling the control room.
Sir, a shuttle is docking onto the flagship.
Jarvis informs them as the alarms stop.
Is it the woman from the video?
Peter asks, ignoring the curious glances from those that just arrived.
Yes, sir. Would you like me to lock them in the shuttle?
Jarvis asks dutifully.
Yeah, just make sure they can't detach from the ship either.
Peter answers with a nod.
Done!
Jarvis says after only a second.
Shuttle locked in place. What's going on?
Nightcrawler voices everyone else's thoughts.
I'll explain later.
Peter says as walk to the door. Jarvis answers respectfully and dutifully. The message from earlier can be roughly translated to a report on their arrival time. We have around an hour and a half until 20 Chitauri warships arrive. Okay, do our new ships have any firepower? Peter asks as a wide smile blooms on Tony's face. Hee hee, I like the way you think, Webhead, Tony laughs excitedly. Yes, each of the Kree ships is outfitted with hundreds of missiles as well as a couple of high-powered beam weapons. When it comes to defense, there's a kinetic shield that can be activated during combat, though the shields will drain the power of each ship fairly quickly. Jarvis explains everything he learned about the ships. Peter doesn't say anything as he and Tony turn to look at each other, smiling like two maniacs. All right, Tony, you work on our battle strategy with Jarvis, Peter says as he opens a portal to the tower. I'll go and gather our forces just in case. As Peter was walking into the portal, he turned around and looks back for a moment. Jarvis, where is that woman from the video? I don't remember seeing her among the dead or the prisoners. Peter asks with one foot inside the ship and another in the tower. One moment.
I tell them to take care of the body, and these idiots bring it with us.
Nebula thought with a disgruntled sigh as a decaying smell filled the small shuttle. The shuttle shook as a loud clang was heard, locking the shuttle to the much larger ship. Preparing herself for what's to come, Nebula stood up and hit a button next to the sliding doors. Instantly, a red light appears under the button and the door doesn't budge.
What the?
Nebula mutters as she taps the button once again. Nothing. The door stays sealed shut, leaving them trapped in the tiny shuttle with a decaying carcass.
Open the damn door already.
One of the Kree yells toward Nebula. She turned to glare at the idiot behind her.
Move out of the way.
Another says as he pushes forward and hits the same button to no avail.
It's locked.
No **T.
Nebula says as she pushes forward.
Let me see what I can do.
Suddenly, Nebula's hand turns into a sort of alien multi-purpose tool, which she uses to take the panel beside the door apart, revealing the many wires hidden underneath. Just as she was about to start messing with the door's controls, it suddenly swung open on its own.
Huh, you did it.
A Kree asks in surprise.
No, I didn't.
She admits and looks out the door. Hello, a foreign voice says. Peter stood outside the door in his blue and red spider suit, waving toward the newly arrived aliens. Held in his right hand was the hammer that once belonged to Ronan the Accuser.
That doesn't belong to you.
One of the Kree noticed the hammer and points his gun menacingly.
Well, it does now.
Peter says with a shrug.
The old owner won't be needing it anymore after all.
They seemed to understand what Peter meant, as the more hot-headed Kree started firing at him. With a quick swipe of the hammer, Peter shot some kinetic force at the incoming laser bolts, knocking them to the side with ease.
You step to the side.
Peter motions for Nebula to get out of the way. Deciding to trust her instincts, which were currently screaming at her to listen to this stranger, Nebula exited the shuttle and stood at the side, leaving the remaining Kree inside.
Thanks, Jarvis, do it.
Peter says, and the doors to the shuttle swiftly snap shut.
Open the airlock.
In the shuttle, as the Kree were getting ready to shoot the door open once again, the second pair of doors behind them opened, sucking them into the cold vacuum of space. From a nearby window, Nebula watched as the dead bodies of the Kree that she spent the day with floated out into space.
What happened while I was gone?
Chapter 153, C-158 Rebellious Decision. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tomorrow tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead, no chapters tonight. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
This way.
Peter says as he turns his back and walks back the way he came. Nebula stared at his back in silence, contemplating whether she should attack or not. After all, she still had all of her weapons, and even if she didn't, her body is practically a living weapon thanks to her dear old dad. Though she seemed to miss her window of opportunity, as Peter turned around and waited for her to follow.
Come on, we'll miss the show if you take too long.
Peter says, confusing Nebula even further than she already was. Nebula simply stared for a moment before finally following after Peter. As they traversed the large ship, Peter made some small talk.
What's your name?
Pete asks as he points to his mask.
I can't tell you mine, but you can call me Spiderman or Spidey for short.
Why?
She asks, feigning disinterest.
Well, I fight crime on Earth, so I try to keep my identity a secret. That way my family and friends can live their lives without worrying about retaliation from whoever I happen to *SS off in the process.
I see.
She answers without much enthusiasm.
Nebula.
Hello, Nebula.
Peter says excitedly as he starts digging for information he already knows.
Why were you with these Kree?
She doesn't answer this time.
Because based on the way you were looking at Ronan in the security footage, I could tell that you hated his guts with a fiery passion.
Peter says as she rolls her eyes at his obvious observation.
He's dead now, by the way.
Really?
Nebula asks uncertainly.
Yup, I did it myself.
Peter says as he spins the hammer between his fingers.
I wish that I could have seen it firsthand, or killed the B** starred with my bare hands.
She comments with a hate-filled look.
So, are you a cyber woman or something?
Peter asks, hoping this question would draw on her daddy issues and get her talking about Thanos.
Why, do you think I'm ugly too?
Nebula spat out angrily.
No, I think you're quite beautiful, but sadly for you, I'm a taken man.
Peter says as he turns to look at her.
Why, do you think you're ugly? I didn't used to look like this. At one point, I was completely flesh and blood.
Hi.
Peter says as he smiles under his mask.
I didn't think you'd open up like that. You seem very...
Shut up and keep walking, Spider-Boy.
She says with a huff and a glare.
It's Spider-Man.
Peter says as they walk the rest of the way in silence. Finally arriving at the destroyed control room, Nebula caught sight of the entire Avengers crew.
Yo, this is Nebula.
Peter says as they enter the room.
Thanos' daughter.
Fury asks as everyone becomes alert at the drop of a hat.
How do you know that?
Nebula asks back as she grips her pistol tightly. Slap asterisk. Before anyone could get serious, Peter slapped Nebula on the back of the head, causing her to loosen her grip on her pistol and glare in his direction.
No fighting.
Peter orders.
You know that's apparently the daughter of the man that sent these armies here, right?
Peggy reveals with a concerned look.
Now I do.
Peter says with an uncaring shrug.
Though we won't be fighting, she's my guest, at least for the moment.
Many people didn't seem to agree, as even Nebula looked at Peter with a funny look on her face, though he ignored all of them.
Jarvis, what's the Chitauri's arrival time?
Peter asks.
13 minutes, sir. They've already entered our solar system.
Jarvis answers dutifully.
Have you and Tony made the strategy?
Peter continued his questions.
Yes, when the Chitauri arrives, we will hail them, pretending to be a Kree officer. I'll relay orders for them to take a certain position, and once every ship is in our sights, we'll launch the attack.
Jarvis explains.
Good, since we don't know what type of defenses they'll have. Double whatever firepower you already plan to use.
Peter orders after a second of thought.
Tony can always make more missiles. After all, it's his family's specialty. Hey!
Tony yells from across the room.
We don't do that anymore. Really, how many missiles are in your suit right now?
Peter asks as enters a thinking pose.
Let's not even get into how many more Iron Man suits you have, which all probably have missiles in them as well. Okay,
Tony gives in to Peter's logic.
I never said you did.
Peter shrugs as he looks out of the large observation window.
Is that their ships?
Far off into the black void of space, Peter could see tiny specks getting larger as time went by.
Yes, that's the army my father gave to Ronan.
Nebula reveals as she steps up beside Peter.
Jarvis, positions.
Tony commanded.
Yes, sir.
His trusty AI replies. Instantly, every Kree ship fired up and sprung to life, maneuvering into predetermined locations. As this was happening, Peter and everyone else watched the incoming fleet get closer and closer. Similar to the Kree fleet, the Chitauri seemed to have a flagship as well. While the other 19 ships were around the same size as the normal Kree ships, the flagship, so to speak, was probably about 2 or 3 times bigger than Ronan's.
Oh yeah.
Peter remembered something as he saw the giant spiky bug-like ship.
Wasn't that the ship that controlled all of the soldiers and other ships?
In the Avengers movie, the Battle of New York ended when Iron Man took a nuclear missile that was meant to hit Manhattan and redirected it through the portal linking Earth to Thanos' domain. The nuclear missile then obliterated the Chitauri command ship, which controlled every Chitauri and Leviathan, causing them to die all at once.
Should we just destroy the command ship and steal the rest?
Peter wondered, though he didn't know how to explain where he got his information from.
Whatever, we have enough ships. We can always collect the scrap from their ships for research.
Thinking of this, Peter turned to Magneto, who was watching the different alien armies' arrival.
Eric, can you collect the scraps from their ships? I don't want any of it to fall to Earth or get stuck in orbit.
Peter asks.
Yeah, we can study it too.
Tony says excitedly.
Sure, no problem.
He agreed easily. As they were talking, the alien armada got close enough for Jarvis to make contact, relaying orders to enemy ships.
It worked.
Tony says, vibrating with excitement.
It's wonderful when a plan comes together.
Peter mutters as Nebula watches her father's army fall into a trap. Weirdly enough, she didn't feel the urge to help or warn them. In fact, Nebula felt eager to see the downfall of her father's carefully thought-out plans. The destruction of her father's army incited the burning vengeance that Nebula has been keeping under control for all of this time.
You don't like your father very much, do you?
Peter asks as he sees the hateful look on Nebula's face as she glares at the incoming army.
I hate him more than anyone in the infinite universe.
She admits in the moment.
Is he the one that did that to you?
Peter asks pertaining to her cybernetic upgrades.
Yes.
She answers curtly.
Want to get revenge?
Peter asks like the devil with an offer for her. Nebula admits through clenched teeth.
Enemy army in place, awaiting orders.
Jarvis says as the Chitauri fleet stops downrange from the Kree ships.
Shields up and weapons ready.
Peter orders.
Shields booting up.
Jarvis says as each Kree ship glows in a blue light.
Shields ready, missiles ready, beam cannons charging.
You said you wanted revenge, right?
Peter turns back to Nebula.
I do.
She answers resolutely. Weapons ready, Jarvis informs everyone.
Then order the attack.
Peter tells her, getting shocked gazes from everyone in her room.
Destroy your father's fleet as the first step of your revenge, and we'll help you finish it when the time comes.
You don't understand. He's stronger than you can imagine.
Nebula's face twists with uncertainty as she makes excuses.
And we're stronger than you think we are.
Peter says as he rests a comforting hand on her shoulder. She doesn't answer this time. Because based on the way you were looking at Ronan in the security footage, I could tell that you hated his guts with a fiery passion, Peter says as she rolls her eyes at his obvious observation. He's dead now, by the way. Really? Nebula asks uncertainly. Yup, I did it myself, Peter says as he spins the hammer between his fingers. I wish that I could have seen it firsthand or killed the B** starred with my bare hands, she comments with a hate-filled look. So, are you a cyber woman or something? Peter asks, hoping this question would draw on her daddy issues and get her talking about Thanos. Why do you think I'm ugly too? Nebula spat out angrily. No, I think you're quite beautiful, but sadly for you, I'm a taken man, Peter says as he turns to look at her. Why do you think you're ugly?
Fire!
Chapter 154, C-159 Space Battle. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead, writing 2 chapters before I go to sleep. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
Fire!
Nebula made her decision and exclaimed through gritted teeth. Under Jarvis' control, instantly, every Kree warship, including the one they were currently in, launched countless weapons at the Chitauri fleet. Thick red laser beams were the first to make contact with the enemy, as endless missiles soared through black space. Each ship had a few laser cannons attached to them, especially the flagship, which had 8 altogether. One red beam targeted each ship, while the remaining focused on the giant command ship. While everyone was watching and waiting for the missiles to hit their designated targets, Peter turned to see Nebula staring out of the window, observing the result of her command with bated breaths.
Traitorous Kree scum, Thanos has been informed of your betrayal. There will be nowhere for you to hide, Ronan.
Silence fills the ship as the message continues to badmouth both Ronan and the Kree race as a whole, though nobody here was a Kree, so the insults didn't really land as the Chitauri expected. When the message finally ended, Peter spoke up.
I guess they know they're not surviving, so they wanted to make their grievances known.
Peter says with a shrug.
Too bad Ronan isn't alive. I'm sure his reaction to that message would have been delightful.
Nebula says spitefully. Before anyone else could say a word, the Chitauri started their counterattack. Knowing that they wouldn't survive this encounter, the bug-like alien ships formed up in front of the command ship, protecting the brain of their army. At least for the time being. As their ships were exploding from the constant bombardment, the Chitauri fleet fired up their engines and moved full speed toward the Ronan's former flagship.
Tony
says worriedly.
That doesn't look good. They're suicided bombing us.
Charles comments with no small amount of fear.
Eric, this would be your time to shine.
Peter says as he turns to see a strained-looking Magneto glaring at the incoming ships.
I'm already on it.
Eric screams as he uses his magnetic powers to push the fleet of alien ships backward.
Jarvis, can we maneuver away while Eric slows them down?
Peter says, knowing that Eric was pushing his powers far past their limits at the moment. Yes, setting a new course. Jarvis replies and the ships start moving as they continue to fire at the slowed Chitauri ships.
Good.
Peter says as he turns back to a sweating and tired-looking Magneto.
Eric, once we're out of the way, you can stop.
Stop what?
Nebula asks, wondering what was happening.
He's holding them back by manipulating the metal of their ships.
Peter explains curtly as he places a comforting hand on her shoulder.
I told you before, we're stronger than you think.
Do you all have powers?
She asks as those with abilities are rare, unless your race had some sort of innate ability, though humans are relatively weak.
Yup.
Peter nods.
And you're all from the same planet.
She clarifies just to be sure.
Borns and raised.
Peter answers, shocking her even further.
Can we do this whole introduction later?
Steve yelled from the side in exasperation.
Now's not really the best time for this.
Magneto strained his powers to the max as Jarvis moved the ships, only bumping a single enemy ship as they dodged out of the way. As the Chitauri ships passed by, missing their suicidal attack, they left their backs wide open for a counter.
Jarvis, concentrate fire on their biggest ship.
Peter orders, finding the perfect excuse to reveal a bit of his knowledge.
Why?
Tony asks before Jarvis could do anything.
They used the smaller ships as a shield during their little offensive, so the giant command ship must be important somehow.
Peter says with a shrug.
He's right.
Nebula backs up Peter's assessment.
The command ship controls all of the Chitauri and their ships. Destroy it, and they will all shut down.
Upon hearing this, every person on the ship turned to Nebula with an annoyed look on their faces.
You knew this the entire time and didn't tell us.
Fury asks with his usual suspicious look.
I just betrayed my father, who happens to be the strongest person in the universe.
Nebula fires back in a sharp, sarcastic tone.
I'm sorry that it slipped my mind.
Fury merely clicked his tongue and turned his attention back to the Chitauri fleet, concentrating fire on the enemy command ship.
As far as first space battles go, I'd call that a resounding success.
Tony exclaims as he stared at the surviving Chitauri ships greedily. Of course, the debris from the destroyed ships would come in handy too, though a complete ship was easier to study.
Okay, Eric, can you handle the scraps?
Peter turns and asks.
I think he'll need a minute.
Charles says as Peter caught sight of Magneto, who was collapsed on the floor, breathing heavily. His nose and ears showed signs of bleeding, which certainly showed how hard Eric was pushing himself.
Just give me a minute.
Eric says with a huff as he wiped the blood from his nose.
Actually, maybe an hour would be best. I could open a portal to collect some, but I would only be able to get a small amount.
Thinking for a moment, Peter gave up as he watched a small fraction of the Chitauri ship scraps disappear into Earth's atmosphere.
Is this the universe's way of making sure the vulture is born?
Peter thought as he remembered his classmate's father.
Whatever, I'll just keep an eye on her family. Maybe I can offer her father a job. After all, using alien scrap to invent villain-level technology is pretty impressive.
Though what worried him the most was the people he didn't know, who would also come into contact with the Chitauri debris.
Will there be some new villains and heroes because of this?
Chapter 155, C-160 Metal Ring. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tomorrow tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead, no chapters tonight. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. After the destruction of the Chitauri fleet, Peter waited in the flagship alongside Tony, Magneto, and Nebula, who didn't know what to do with herself after betraying her father. Only an hour ago, her life revolved around doing her daddy's bidding, but now that's all gone. On top of that, there's this small feeling of dread for Thanos' reaction towards her choice. A little over an hour after the battle, Eric was well-rested once again and started gathering the scraps of the Chitauri ship. With Jarvis' help, he was able to load up all of the scraps into the cargo bays of each Kree ship. As for the 5 remaining ships, which were slightly damaged from the battle, Peter and Tony took a portal over to check them over. Based on how odd they looked from the outside, they were both sure that the controls would most likely be far more confusing than the Kree ships. Starting with the least damaged ship, Peter opened a portal and tested for oxygen, which the ship thankfully still had.
Thank God.
Peter mutters as he steps through, followed by Tony, who was still armed in his Iron Man suit.
Out of all of the remaining ships, I bet this is the only one with air.
Tony says as the others had more major hull damage to account for.
Well, we'll see.
Peter says as they traverse the ship. Within minutes, the two found countless toppled-over bodies of the surviving Chitauri soldiers. Insert picture of Chitauri here. Each of them was still alive and breathing, though they seemed to be in some sort of coma.
Is it like a hive mind?
Tony guesses as he looks over the ugly aliens.
Yeah, I think they became brain-dead after we destroyed that command ship.
Peter says as he taps one with his foot.
Do you think they could wake up if another command ship comes in range? Maybe.
Tony didn't know for sure.
Should we kill them then?
Peter asks, getting an odd look from Tony.
You know, in case another command ship comes, they could cause quite a bit of trouble, not to mention the fact that our detainment floor is already packed with Smurfs.
Looking down at the monstrous-looking aliens, Tony couldn't help but agree.
They do remind me of a horror movie monster, though we should keep a certain amount alive for testing. Who knows, we might be able to find a weakness that can be exploited on our next encounter. Sounds good to me.
Peter agreed as they continued exploring the ship. Soon enough, they found something that shocked Tony and reminded Peter of the attack on New York from the movie. In some sort of onboard hangar, 10 colossal fish bug-looking behemoths laid on the floor, like dead fish out of water. Although they seemed to be living beings, which were the size of large skyscrapers, they looked to be weaponized so that they can house hundreds of Chitauri soldiers and their skiffs. Chitauri Leviathans, also known as Chitauri dragons. The Leviathans are a race of biomechanically engineered Acanthi starshark hybrids produced by the Chitauri to act as sort of large-scale flying mount.
What the hell are these?
Tony says excitedly as he runs around the Leviathans like a kid in a candy store.
Looks like some sort of weaponized space whale or something.
Peter says, actually not knowing much about them, other than the fact that they destroyed a lot of buildings in the movie.
I don't even know where I would begin with these things.
Tony says as he wants to dissect one of them, but doing so would be extremely difficult due to their size.
Let's figure that out when we're back on Earth.
Peter says as they continue their search and finally find what appeared to be the control room.
This is far worse than the Kree ships.
Tony mutters in confusion. There were no screens, buttons, or obvious controls of any kind. Everything was far more.
Well, let's get Nebula. She'll hopefully know how any of this works.
In a suburban home, a balding, middle-aged white man sat on his couch with a beer in hand and a recorded football game playing on the flat-screen TV. Insert picture of Adrian Toombs, the vulture here. As he was watching the game in silence, sipping his beer on occasion, a beautiful black woman walks over and hugs him from behind.
It's getting late. Liz is already asleep.
She says after planting a kiss on his cheek.
I just want to finish the game, and I'll head off to bed.
Adrian replies as he doesn't take his eyes off the TV.
Okay, but don't be too long. You have to be up for work in about 7 hours.
She says and receives a tired groan in return.
Don't groan at me. I have work tomorrow too.
Sorry, I just wish that I had more time to relax sometimes.
He says with a sigh.
Don't we all?
His wife says as she kisses him on the cheek once again and leaves the room.
F-seeking jets.
Adrian cursed as he switched off the TV.
Couldn't score even if their worthless lives depended on it.
Almost an hour after his wife left, Adrian's team of choice lost spectacularly, driving him into the worst mood possible. What made it even worse is the fact that he would have to wake up for work in 6 hours, leaving him little room to sleep as long as he'd prefer.
She's always right,
he thought, pertaining to his lovely wife. Just as he was about to head upstairs and call it a day, the night sky lit up through the back windows, drawing his attention. Walking over to the windows leading to the moderately sized backyard, Adrian saw a mesmerizing scene of what looked like a shining meteor shower. A cluster of what seemed to be hundreds of meteors fell from the sky, though they burned in an ominous purple light, which was an odd sight to see.
Did I drink too much?
He thought but quickly threw that idea away, as he only had a few normal-sized cans. Taking in the sight of countless shooting stars, Adrian was lost in thought as only minutes later the sound of loud banging filled the whole neighborhood. As car alarms and other sounds of destruction filled his ears, Adrian saw a couple of these meteors fall and impact his backyard.
What the?
He mutters as more meteors fall and impact his neighbors' houses. Instead of burning up in the atmosphere of the Earth, as meteors usually do, whatever was falling from the sky was coming down completely intact and bringing destruction with it. As sounds resembling some extreme version of a hailstorm filled his surroundings, every house in the neighborhood, including his own, was damaged to different extents, depending on the owner's luck. By this point, Adrian's wife and daughter, Liz, had woken up screaming and ran down the stairs.
Dad,
Liz yelled as she saw her father at the bottom of the stairs looking out of the window.
get away from the window.
How'd you know?
Something similar happened to the window upstairs.
She says.
Enough talking.
His wife yells and opens a nearby door.
Everyone in the basement now.
After spending the night in the basement together, waiting out the odd catastrophe that was happening outside, Adrian's cell phone started ringing.
Hello.
He answers as his family listens in out of boredom.
Is this Adrian Toombs with Best Salvage?
A woman asks from the other side of the call. Bistman Salvage is a cleanup crew owned by Adrian that holds a contract to salvage any incidents occurring in New York City.
Yeah, is this about last night?
He answers, both happy and annoyed at the same time. Happy, as he would be making a lot of money off of this incident, which his business was in dire need of, and annoyed, as it would be a lot of work in the coming days based on what he saw last night. He hadn't even slept yet.
Yes, the mayor is calling in every salvage crew to clean up last night's incident.
Chapter 156, C-161 Mass Murder. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead, writing 2 chapters before I go to sleep. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Leaving Tony to work his magic in the control room alongside Nebula, who actually didn't know much about the Chitauri ships, Peter started clearing out the Chitauri from the remaining ships. Around 100 of them would be saved for testing, while the rest were thrown through a portal leading to the sun. If these were Kree soldiers, Peter wouldn't have done this, but these were Thanos' private army of weird bug things. Not only are they creepy, but they have definitely culled multiple planets in the name of the Mad Titan's cause. Knowing this, Peter felt little to no pity as he incinerated thousands of Chitauri soldiers. Of course, the giant leviathans in the hangars were left alone, as Tony would be mad if he threw away his most interesting test subjects. Although some of the other Chitauri ships were blown open and no longer habitable, Peter had a spell for that, so his cleaning wasn't slowed very much. As for the ships themselves, Peter planned to leave them in orbit for the time being, until he and Tony could figure out how to get them down to Earth.
I'll probably have to open a huge portal and drop them in the desert somewhere.
Peter thought as he floated through a heavily damaged ship with a golden glow covering his body from head to toe. As Peter was doing this, Tony tore apart yet another control room with Nebula's assistance, though Peter wouldn't blame him this time around. The Chitauri's technology was confusing after all.
Even Thanos.
V posted so far. Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead, writing 2 chapters before I go to sleep. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Leaving Tony to work his magic in the control room alongside Nebula, who actually didn't know much about the Chitauri ships, Peter started clearing out the Chitauri from the remaining ships. Around 100 of them would be saved for testing, while the rest were thrown through a portal leading to the sun. If these were Kree soldiers, Peter wouldn't have done this, but these were Thanos' private army of weird bug things. Not only are they creepy, but they have definitely culled multiple planets in the name of the Mad Titan's cause. Knowing this, Peter felt little to no pity as he incinerated thousands of Chitauri soldiers. Of course, the giant leviathans in the hangars were left alone, as Tony would be mad if he threw away his most interesting test subjects. Although some of the other Chitauri ships were blown open and no longer habitable, Peter had a spell for that, so his cleaning wasn't slowed very much. As for the ships themselves, Peter planned to leave them in orbit for the time being, until he and Tony could figure out how to get them down to Earth. I'll probably have to open a huge portal and drop them in the desert somewhere.
Any breakthroughs?
Peter asks as he walks into a gutter control room.
Nope, this one may take a few days.
Tony says with a stumped look on his face.
All right, I'm gonna head back to Earth and put the remaining Chitauri in storage or something.
Peter says as he walks off.
I'll be back when I have time. Bring me food.
Tony yells and receives a confirming wave in reply as Peter leaves the control room. After carrying the remaining Chitauri through a portal and storing them in a locked room near Tony's workshop, not including the Leviathans, Peter returned home to let everyone know they can leave. After all, he told them to stay in the house until he tells them otherwise. Stepping through a portal to his living room, Peter found it completely empty and soon noticed the time. 6:00 a.m.
They're probably asleep.
Peter thought as he deactivated the house's defenses and went to his bedroom. On the bed, Ned's family slept in their forced slumber.
MJ must be in one of the guest rooms.
Peter mutters as he portals Ned's family back to their house and removes the spell that kept them asleep. Returning home before they woke up, Peter threw his sheets in the wash, as he felt weird about people other than him and MJ sleeping in his bed.
You're back.
May exclaims as she leaves her bedroom to find Peter in the hall.
Yeah, both waves of aliens were taken care of.
Peter says as May grabs him in a warm hug.
Wait,
She says as she pulls back.
both waves.
Yeah, after the press conference, the second half of their army arrived, though they were pretty easy to handle.
Peter says with a shrug. After talking to May for a bit, Peter learned about the shower of alien ship parts that fell to Earth from their battle.
It didn't take long for everyone to figure out that the stuff falling from the sky was from the aliens you were fighting.
May explains.
I'm probably going to have to confiscate all of that.
Peter muttered.
I would act quickly if I were you.
May says as she sips her morning coffee.
A bunch of companies have been joining the cleanup. They say it's out of the goodness of their hearts, but it's obvious that they just want to get as much alien tech as they can before anyone steps in.
Seeing as he had a lot to do, Peter left the house before anyone else could wake up. First, he took a quick trip to In-N-Out and dropped off some food to Tony and Nebula.
What is this?
Nebula asks as she stares warily at her first-ever burger and fries.
It's food, try it.
Tony says as he starts tearing through his own burger. Copying Tony's way of eating, Nebula grabbed the burger with 2 hands and took a bite. Instantly, her eyes go wide as she looks down at the burger in shock.
It's good, right?
Peter says with a knowing smile. Without another word, Nebula started eating at a faster pace than Tony, devouring her food like a champion speed eater. After giving his workers some food, Peter returned to the Kree flagship.
Jarvis, you here?
Peter asks.
Yes, sir.
He replies in an instant.
How can I be of service? I need you to broadcast my image to every TV on Earth, like what Ronan did. Is it possible after all of Tony's destruction?
Peter asks.
Yes, sir. Would you like to begin now?
Jarvis confirms.
No, find a secluded place to land the Kree fleet on Earth first.
Peter says as Jarvis goes quiet for a moment.
Let's do the Mojave dessert for now.
Peter just picked one at random.
We can move them later if needed. Yes, sir. Should we move out now?
Jarvis asks.
Yeah, though, set a course for New York City. I want to show off a bit before we land.
Peter says and every Kree ship forms up and descends into Earth's atmosphere. Corset, Jarvis informs. He replies in an instant, how can I be of service? I need you to broadcast my image to every TV on Earth like what Ronan did. Is it possible after all of Tony's destruction? Peter asks. Yes, sir. Would you like to begin now? Jarvis confirms. No, find a secluded place to land the Kree fleet on Earth first, Peter says as Jarvis goes quiet for a moment.
Hey, wake up, you lazy bum.
Jessica says as he shakes him with her boot.
Ugh.
Loki slowly wakes up and turns to see her standing over him.
Go away, you pesky woman.
Jessica says as she kicks him this time. Bang! Before he knew what was coming, Loki was swept off of the floor and hit the nearby wall.
We have work to do, so get dressed and meet me downstairs or else.
Leaving that small threat behind, Jessica grabbed a file from her desk and left the room.
Sigh.
Loki watched her leave as he uncorked his bottle, bringing it to his lips. Tilting the bottle upwards, not a single drop flowed into his mouth.
F***CK. What are the Kree doing here?
Chapter 157, C-162 Showing Off. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tomorrow tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead, no chapters tonight. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
What are the Kree doing here?
Loki wondered, as he has been in a drunken stupor during the whole alien invasion scare. Soon enough, everyone in the street took out their phones and started taking pictures and recording the huge spaceships. Pacing over to Jessica, Loki grabbed her by the arm and pulled her toward the door.
What?
She asks, not budging a single inch.
Get inside.
Loki says as he points to the door.
Even with your strength, you can't fight an entire Kree army.
Loki didn't fully understand why he cared so much about her well-being, but he would do his best to keep her safe. Even without his powers.
What do you mean?
Jessica laughed at his behavior.
The fight already ended. The Avengers won. I'm pretty sure this is them bringing the ships back. How do you not know this?
What?
She asks, not budging a single inch. Get inside, Loki says as he points to the door. Even with your strength, you can't fight an entire Kree army. Loki didn't fully understand why he cared so much about her well-being, but he would do his best to keep her safe. Even without his powers. What do you mean? Jessica laughed at his behavior. The fight already ended. The Avengers won. I'm pretty sure this is them bringing the ships back. How do you not know this? What? Loki asks in confusion. Across the street, a store with TVs in its window all changed at the same time. The image of Spider-Man appeared with a similar setting as Ronan behind him showing, except this time it was the New York City skyline.
Insufferable mortal.
Peter says with a wave.
As you can see, I've brought the remaining Kree ships to Earth as I said I would. They're now Avengers property. Cool, right?
Loki couldn't help but roll his eyes as he followed Jessica and everyone else in the vicinity across the street to get a better look.
I thought that I would update you on some recent happenings and make an announcement while I'm at it.
Peter says as he leans against the window behind him.
First, after my last press conference, another army of aliens called the Chitauri arrived and were swiftly dealt with by our new ship's firepower. They were apparently allied with the Kree, who we took these nice ships from.
Peter pats the metal wall beside him as he mentions the Kree ships.
Some of you may have put two and two together upon hearing that. Yes, the stuff that fell from the sky recently was the scrap of the destroyed Chitauri ships, which leads me to the announcement that I was talking about.
Peter says as he starts to get a bit more serious.
I'm afraid that we'll have to confiscate all alien scraps and tech that have fallen to Earth. It's far too dangerous to be left in humanity's idle hands.
Instantly, those that had something to gain from the alien scraps went into an uproar. Whether it was CEOs, governments, or the grunts that collected everything for a price, they were all angered.
Alien tech?
Loki thought with an interested smirk. Drinking his morning coffee, Adrian Toombs was watching TV before it was time to head out to work, though his morning was ruined by the announcement made by Spider-Man. He stared at the TV in a daze for a moment before rage filled his mind. After all, this cleanup job was a godsend for his failing business. Without it, his business will go right back down the drain.
Now, I know many people wouldn't like this, so I'll give you all a bit of an incentive.
Spider-Man says, drawing Adrian's attention right back to the TV.
Anyone who delivers Chitauri ship scraps to Avengers Tower will be paid $1,000 per pound, though, on the other hand, anyone caught harboring any of these scraps will be heavily punished. This is a message to everyone, governments, companies, organizations, and citizens alike. Holy **T.
Adrian exclaimed as his grip loosened and his coffee mug fell to the floor. Shatter. $1,000 a pound is more than 500 times the price of normal scrap metal.
Dad, are you okay?
Liz comes running into the kitchen worriedly.
Yeah, I have to get to work.
Adrian exclaims as he grabs his car keys and rushes out of the door. If he wasn't quick, someone else would take all of the scraps. After all, everyone would be on the hunt for the tiniest amount of alien just to make a quick buck. Liz stood in confusion as her father ran off.
Also, any civilians that suffered property damage from the falling scraps can submit proof to Avengers Tower, and will compensate you for your losses.
Peter says and pauses to think for a moment.
I haven't heard of any deaths, but if a family member was killed or you were injured, contact us and we'll be happy to help.
Although he didn't feel responsible, as they stopped an entire invasion from causing way more damage and deaths, Peter still didn't mind lending a hand. He felt a little bad for letting the aftermath of their battle affect the people of Earth, so Peter would use Tony's money to help them out.
I'm such a kind man.
Peter thought as he wiped an imaginary tear from his cheek.
Anyway, this concludes your annual alien invasion update. Happy scrap hunting, everyone.
Peter says with a wave as Jarvis ends the broadcast, returning everyone's TVs back to normal.
All right, let's go park these bad boys. Yes, sir.
Jarvis replies as the fleet above New York City shoots off toward the west. Only minutes after they flew away from New York, Peter's phone started ringing.
Yo,
Peter answers.
you just had to show off, didn't you?
Fury's annoyed voice says from the other end.
Well, I have a fleet of alien warships. How can I not parade them around a little?
Peter asks with a smirk.
Sai, your stance on the scraps is going to make us a lot of enemies.
Fury changes the subject.
I can already tell you that the World Security Council isn't happy. I'm sure they aren't.
Peter says with a laugh.
They lost their power cube thing, and now they're risking the wrath of the strongest group of people in the world by harboring scraps. This isn't a laughing matter.
Fury says with a disgruntled tone.
You're right, but that doesn't change the facts. Besides, who's going to do anything about it? We have a fleet of advanced alien warships and a congregation of Earth's mightiest heroes. I doubt they'll risk anything over some scraps, especially after we just saved the planet from 2 separate alien invasions. I disagree.
Fury says resolutely.
How so?
Peter asks.
I've noticed a lot of off-the-books missions lately, missions that I haven't signed off on.
Fury reveals.
So S.H.I.E.L.D. is up to something, huh?
Peter says as he instantly thought of Hydra.
Speaking of your leaky ship, have you found any leads to the cancer that has infected your ranks?
Why is it that whenever we talk about S.H.I.E.L.D., it feels like you know something that I don't?
Fury asks with a no-nonsense tone.
It's because I do.
Peter says as he hangs up the phone, that should annoy the hell out of him. During what little free time he has, Peter has collected a small amount of evidence on the high-level members of Hydra that have infected S.H.I.E.L.D. It wasn't much, as they didn't have much of a trail to follow. The Ghost laptop may be overpowered when it comes to hacking, but if there's nothing to find, then it doesn't matter. Though it was enough to show their off-the-books actions, which were either done to hurt S.H.I.E.L.D. or help those in Hydra.
I should probably deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. before they become a problem.
Peter thought, which is why he started dropping hints to Fury once again.
Then, we can absorb the remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. agents into the Avengers.
While Peter was planning the early downfall of Hydra, Jarvis landed the 20 warships in a clearing in the Mojave Desert.
I should probably hide them.
Peter said as he cast a wide-range invisibility enchantment on the whole area. Immediately, the scene of giant towering spaceships was replaced with empty desert land.
That should do for now.
Peter thought. An enchantment of this level wouldn't fool any master of the mystic arts, but it would do perfectly fine against everyone else, which is all he needed at the moment. Before leaving to the Avengers Tower, where he would have to manage the mass amounts of incoming scrappers, Peter gave Jarvis an order. Chapter 158, C-163 Meeting a Titan. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead, writing 2 chapters before I go to sleep. https://www.patreon.com/alienwar. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. As Peter was about to leave the flagship to deal with some money-grubbing scrappers, he was stopped by a beeping sound that suddenly went off in the control room.
Sir, we have an incoming call.
Jarvis informs, causing Peter to freeze for a moment as his eyebrow arches upwards.
Answer it.
Peter replies and looks toward the screen on the wall.
But record our conversation just in case. Yes, sir.
Jarvis says as a familiar voice fills the room.
I knew you were incompetent, though I didn't know you were a traitor, Ronan.
A seated Thanos appears on screen with distant stars at his back.
I'm afraid Ronan can't come to the phone right now.
Peter says as he internally freaks out about meeting the real Thanos.
Can I take a message? Who are you?
Thanos asks as he looks down at Peter, who is garbed in his usual spider attire.
I'm just your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Peter says as if Thanos would understand that.
May I ask who's calling? I can forward your message to Ronan, but it may take a while for him to receive it. Are you playing with me, boy?
Thanos tilts his head and glares at Peter through the screen.
Yes.
Peter nods and gives the purple giant a thumbs up.
Ronan is dead, isn't he?
Thanos states and doesn't wait long enough for Peter to confirm before cursing the dead.
What a waste of resources.
Peter says as he pulls the cosmic rod from his back and spins it between his fingers.
Anyway, are you the mastermind or something? If that's the case, I'd like to thank you for the ships. Earth is behind when it comes to space travel, so your contribution to my growing space fleet is appreciated. I see, every word that comes from your mouth is tailored to anger me.
Thanos says as he leans forward in his chair.
It isn't smart to anger me, boy. A worst-case scenario, you send another army.
Peter shrugs as if he didn't care at all.
I could always use more ships for my growing fleet, unless, of course, you come here yourself. I'm a bit busy at the moment, though I could give you an infinite amount of ships for a price.
Thanos offers as he leans back in his chair.
Nah, I don't have that tesseract thingy Ronan was after.
Peter refuses instantly.
You know, I've heard a bit about you from your daughter, Nebula. What has my most pitiful daughter been saying?
Thanos asks with a small chuckle.
Oh, just how all-powerful you are and all that.
Peter explains as if he didn't believe her.
You should take her advice.
Thanos says threateningly.
I think she's just scared of her abusive daddy.
Peter waves off the thinly veiled threat.
Abusive?
Thanos laughed.
Yeah, but I'm not Child Protective Services, so I don't really care.
Peter shrugs as he looks into Thanos' eyes.
You'll be dead soon enough anyway. Hedi ha 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 ha.
Peter's statement seemed to tickle the Mad Titan's funny bone.
You think you are capable of killing me? Boy, I've eradicated entire planets filled with beings stronger than you. That reminds me of Ronan's last words.
Peter smirks under his mask.
Just do me a favor and send a stronger grunt next time. Ronan was just too easy to kill. You are either insane or ignorant beyond measure.
Thanos shakes his head with an entertained smile on his face. Before Peter could give a snarky reply, Thanos' image disappeared as he cut the call from his end. Was it necessary to taunt an unknown enemy? Jarvis asks as the call ended.
Definitely.
Peter replies with a chuckle. Peter's bread and butter as Spider-Man is annoying the hell out of his enemies before smacking them into submission, but there was an underlying reason behind poking the bear in this situation. After searching every ship, Peter found no signs of the Mind Stone, which was originally supposed to be here during the invasion of New York. Peter hoped that angering his enemy will cause Thanos to bring out the big guns. Either he comes to Earth with the Mind Stone, or he sends a grunt along with it. It was a dangerous gamble, as Peter was calling over one of the strongest beings in the universe to play, but at the end of the day, this isn't Thanos with a full infinity gauntlet. He only has the Mind Stone, which is definitely dangerous but certainly not unbeatable. After all, Earth has possession of 3 Infinity Stones and will have another when the Dark Elves make their appearance. Though Peter didn't plan on using any of them until he has a medium to control their overwhelming power.
Not to mention the fact that Odin is still alive, which looked to be the reason Thanos refuses to come himself.
Peter thought that was plausible.
He literally waited until after Ragnarok to attack Earth in the movies, so it makes sense.
Midgard technically falls under Odin's territory, and the Allfather is most likely capable of fighting Thanos on his own. Though he is getting weaker in his old age, so Odin may be at a disadvantage these days. At the end of the day, Peter had multiple reasons why he felt it was okay to mess with Thanos, though his actions could come to backfire on him. Only time will tell.
Don't forget to compile that info.
Peter reminded Jarvis as he opened a portal and stepped through. 1 week later. After a week of utter chaos, Peter spent hundreds of millions of Tony's billions and collected the vast majority of Chitauri scraps.
Jarvis, start hacking into the companies and organizations that got involved in the cleanup. I want to know whether they actually gave me everything or not.
Peter orders as he sits back on Tony's couch and sipped a warm tea through his mask.
Yes, sir.
Jarvis replies affirmatively.
I'll alert you when anything of interest is found.
Every organization came to the tower and handed over their scraps, though some would think themselves smart and stash away the good stuff.
It's human nature.
Peter thought without a doubt.
We're all greedy after all.
Currently, the storage floors under the tower are packed with Chitauri ship debris, which Peter is planning to move to the Kree and Chitauri ships in the Mojave Desert. Tony was able to fly down 2 of the Chitauri ships, while the other 3 were portaled over by Peter as they were inoperable. Due to the congregation of warships in the Mojave Desert, Tony has a perimeter being built alongside some facilities, so they could work on their new fleet. At this point, 2 of the Kree ships have been outfitted with understandable controls, which makes it possible for them to fly if needed, though they could always just have Jarvis do all of the work. Sort of like a perfect autopilot. As for his conversation with Thanos, every council member saw the recording and most weren't happy with Peter's taunting.
Well, Tony gave me a thumbs up and Eric smirked, while everyone else wasn't so supportive.
Peter laughed internally, though they got over it fairly quickly. After all, Thanos would have attacked again either way. He wanted the Space Stone and nothing would stop him in his quest for balance. There is one good thing that came of them seeing the recording, though. The whole council was suddenly very interested in the progress of the super soldier serum. Dealing with an alien invasion, as well as threats of another on the horizon, seemed to spark the need for more manpower. After all, if they had a small army of super soldiers, then dealing with their newfound enemy and his armies would be far easier. Not to mention the other empires and alien organizations out there that could come knocking at any moment. Thanks to Jarvis cataloging the entirety of the Kree databanks, they all knew a lot more about the infinite universe than before.
I thought the Earth had problems.
Fury commented as he read about all of the different empires and their wars over the years.
There's more human-like races than I thought there would be.
Tony said as he went over the information.
Yeah, most aliens seem to be humanoid but add in a random characteristic, like blue skin or some sort of accenting feature.
Peter nodded as he came to the same conclusion.
We could reach out to one of the more respectable empires and ally ourselves with them.
Charles offers an idea.
I doubt any empire would want to ally with us, as they would be making an enemy out of Thanos, but we can try.
Chapter 159, C-164 Chuck E. Cheese. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tomorrow night, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead, no chapters tonight. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
Our best option is probably the Nova Empire.
Peter says after a moment of thought.
Technically, we're already allied with Asgard, but an extra ally shouldn't cause any trouble.
The Nova Empire is an interstellar hegemony made up of multiple alien species that maintains a strict but benevolently personified rule over a good portion of the galaxy. While the Empire is made up of various alien races, it is ruled primarily by the Xandarians, who are externally indistinguishable from humans, except for the fact of sometimes have different eye colors and other minute differences. Other races known to inhabit the government are the Krylorians, the Occans, the Herctarians, and countless others.
Based on the data Jarvis compiled, Ronan was a huge enemy of theirs, so we should already have some goodwill with them.
Peter explains to the rest of the Avengers Council.
I'm sure they'll be happy to accept the gift of Ronan's remaining soldiers.
Despite the recent treaty between the Kree and Nova empires, Ronan the Accuser was disgusted by the treaty which signaled an end to the Kree-Nova War, so he continued massacring Xandarian outposts across the galaxy, slaughtering children and families in the process. The logs of these escapades were carefully stored in the databanks.
We could also gift them Ronan's body, though they could possibly find that offensive.
Magneto offers his thoughts.
The Nova Empire would find such an offering distasteful, though they would still need the body for proof of death.
Jarvis informs them as he has access to all of their information.
All right, we can seal his remains in a coffin and hand it over during our first meeting.
Fury was in agreement as well.
Good, Jarvis, can you use the Kree ships to contact the Nova Corps and schedule a meeting with Nova Prime?
The Nova Corps is the intergalactic military and police force of the Nova Empire, led by an individual holding the rank of Nova Prime.
If I recall correctly, the current Nova Prime is a woman, though I don't remember her name.
Peter thought as he remembered her from the Guardians of the Galaxy movie.
Would you like me to schedule the meeting here or on Xander?
Jarvis asks.
Whichever is more convenient for them.
Peter replies as he could portal back and forth easily.
Also, be upfront about Ronan's involvement with Thanos. If they're going to be our allies, then transparency is important. Should we be so open this early on?
Fury asks as he's used to playing spy games.
It's likely that they'll refuse if we tell them. Then they weren't worth being our allies to begin with.
Peter says with a shake of his head. With the Council in full agreement on who to ally themselves with, Peter and Tony split their time between outfitting their new fleet of warships and finishing up the super soldier serum. Jarvis would notify them when he had a time and place for their meeting with the Nova Empire. That is, if they don't get scared off upon hearing the Mad Titan's name. As for the super soldier serum, it was pretty much finished by this point. The only thing holding them back from calling it a finished product was the fact that they weren't sure how the newer version of the serum would react to Vita radiation. Vita radiation is electromagnetic radiation with a specific wavelength that has stabilizing properties. It was used to activate the properties of the super soldier serum in Steve Rogers and would be needed in the new serum as well.
The only way to find out is through testing.
Peter thought as he and Tony started building a miniature test chamber for rats.
Either we're going to have some buff rats running around, or it's back to the drawing board.
Tony jokes as they lock a rat into a miniature chamber, similar to the one shown in the Captain America movie.
Good luck, Chucky.
Peter wishes him luck as the chamber locks shut. Turning to the side, Peter saw Tony insert a vial of blue super soldier serum into a line that leads to the chamber with the rat. Behind him against the wall is a huge, old-style network of machines, which are used to pump the Vita rays into the chamber.
Are you sure that your dad's old equipment still works?
Peter asks as he looks over the ancient machinery.
Yup, I tested it yesterday when you went home to spend your night with Fury's daughter.
Tony says with a teasing smirk.
Don't be so loud.
Peter yelled as they were in the tower at the moment, and anyone could hear.
Oh, relax.
Tony chuckles as he rolls his eyes.
The workshop is soundproof and locked to anyone that isn't me, you, and Pepper. Speaking of Pepper...
Peter turns the tables back onto Tony.
No.
Tony groans as he knew he fell into a trap.
What?
Peter asks with a smirk.
You can't just avoid the subject. Either you convince her that you won't cheat on her and start dating, or you stay alone for the rest of your life. Because my aunt is off limits. I'll kill you before I let her even leave the house with you.
Well, we don't necessarily have to leave the house.
Tony says as his perverted smirk returns. Peter doesn't grace him with a response and just glares in silence. Tony laughs awkwardly as he turns away from Peter's intense glare.
Good.
Peter nods, though she wasn't his mother. He wouldn't say anything as he got what he wanted. Peter asks with a smirk, you can't just avoid the subject. Either you convince her that you won't cheat on her and start dating, or you stay alone for the rest of your life. Because my aunt is off limits. I'll kill you before I let her even leave the house with you. Well, we don't necessarily have to leave the house,
Your obvious cowardice.
Peter says as Tony looks at him like he was mentally impaired.
I just fought ships full of alien soldiers with you. I'd say that disqualifies me from being a coward.
Tony corrects him.
Really?
Peter asks as he crosses his arms and stares unconvinced.
Then how come you haven't asked Pepper out yet? What are you talking about? That's all I've been doing.
Tony's tone started to get heated.
No, you flirt and try to seduce her, but she always turns you down, and then you pretend it was all a joke.
Peter explains the cycle that he has seen countless times.
The only way you'll ever get a real answer is if you seriously ask her out. No games or jokes. Just invite her on a date and make it clear that you want to be monogamous.
She won't believe me.
Tony says with a sigh, knowing his lecherous past has tainted her belief in him.
Well, find a way to make her.
Peter says with a shrug.
You're a smart guy. I'm sure that you can figure it out. You know her best after all. Let's just focus on the experiment.
Tony says with a relieved sigh.
I can fix my love life later. Sure.
Peter says as they get to work. Within minutes, they begin the first experiment, hoping everything would go well. With the flick of a switch, a tiny amount of blue-colored super soldier serum shoots through small pipes, which lead to needles that eject from the chamber and stab into the frightened rat. High-pitched, painful squeaks rang out from the mini chamber, drawing both Peter's and Tony's attention.
Hit him with 5% Vita radiation.
Peter calls out.
On it.
Tony says and flips a switch, activating his father's old machinery. With the twist of a dial, a bright light began to appear from the closed chamber window as the painful squeaks grew louder and more frequent.
Bump it up to 10%.
Peter says as Tony shrugs and twists the dial up to 10%. Soon enough, the sounds from the rat completely died down, meaning that the experiment was probably over. When Steve went through this procedure, they had to boost the Vita raise up to 100%, but this was a small rat, so 10% should be more than enough.
Shut it down.
Peter says, and with another flick of a switch, the machinery shut down. As the light died down, Peter opened up the small chamber, releasing some steam and revealing a much bigger rat.
Damn, Chucky.
Peter says as he sees the packed muscle on the rat that seemed to grow twice in size.
You're ripped.
Just as Peter was staring in shock at the muscle-bound rat, it jumped out of the chamber, denting the metal with its feet, as it landed on Peter and bit him on the arm.
Oh, mother of asterisk seeker.
Chapter 160, C-165 Tony's Big Day. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead, writing 2 chapters before I go to sleep. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. After tearing the rat from his arm, Peter and Tony built a big and strong enough cage to hold the thing. Although it was now basically a super rat, it would still live out its days as a pet in Tony's workshop, as releasing it was dangerous, and killing it was a bit of a cruel end for Chucky. Once Chucky was secured, Tony and Peter basked in their achievement.
We did it.
Tony exhaled a sigh as he flopped down into his computer chair.
Yeah, all that's left is some minor tests, and then we can start implementing the serum.
Peter says, causing Tony to tiredly pull himself back up to his feet.
Let's get to.
Tony starts but was quickly interrupted by Jarvis.
Sir, I've made contact with the Nova Corps.
Jarvis informs them.
What did they say?
Peter asks curiously.
Nova Prime Irani Rail has invited you to attend a meeting on Xander.
Jarvis explains.
That was her name.
Peter recalled as he heard Jarvis.
How long would it take to fly to Xander?
Tony asks, excited about traveling to a populated alien planet this time around. Morag was fun for a while, but after he witnessed the barren rocky land and smelly polluted ocean water once, he felt as though he'd seen it a million times over. The excitement of an actual alien planet filled with countless mysterious life forms and architecture seemed far more tantalizing.
At full speed in a Kree ship.
Jarvis answers after doing some quick calculations. Tony muttered as they needed to start administering the super soldier serum.
I think you're forgetting that I can portal us there in an instant.
Peter says as Tony's mood brightens in an instant. All that Peter will need is the spatial coordinates from Jarvis, who practically has a universal GPS now, thanks to his access to the Kree ships and their databanks.
Perfect!
Tony exclaims as he gestures to the super rat in its reinforced cage.
That gives us more than enough time to finish and roll out the new serum. Sounds good to me.
Peter says as he turns his attention to Jarvis.
Inform the Nova Corps that will arrive in a week's time.
Yes, sir. After a couple of days of rat testing, alongside a few other test runs which produced some more superpowered animals, Peter was certain that the serum was working without any flaws. Going over the blood tests of a monkey that was just turned into a super soldier, Peter and Tony relaxed as they ate big juicy-looking steaks.
I feel bad for eating cowabunga like this, but the serum made his meat so delicious.
Peter says as he reluctantly takes another bite. As soon as the meat touched his tongue, Peter's eyes closed and he moaned in delight.
I've come to terms with eating meat a long time ago.
Tony says as he unabashedly shoves a big piece into his mouth. After Peter finished his guilty yet pleasurable meal, the testing was complete. Every animal they administered the serum to was a complete success. Not a single one of them had a bad reaction or symptoms that pointed to anything being wrong, nor did any tests they ran afterward show any problems.
Who's first?
Tony asked as they stared at the human-sized chamber in front of them. Everything was in place. The chamber was open, multiple vials of blue super soldier serums were plugged in place, and the old-school Vita Ray machines were powered and ready to go.
I can go first if you're nervous.
Peter offered, trying to be nice, though Tony's ego didn't see it that way.
Who's nervous?
He scoffs as he internally hyped himself up, while doing his best to forget the screams of every animal test subject that went through what he was about to go through.
I'll go first. You sure?
Peter asks as he could read Tony like a book. Tony doesn't bother replying as he strips down to his underwear and enters the chamber. Instantly, metal bindings shoot out from the chamber and trap him in place, so he doesn't thrash around and screw up the procedure. This happened to one of the animal test subjects, resulting in only a portion of its body acclimating to the serum.
That wasn't a pretty sight to behold.
Peter cringed at the memory.
Let's get this show on the road.
Tony calls out, wanting to get this over with.
You got it.
Peter shrugs and presses a large button. Suddenly, the chamber slowly closed, locking the nervous Tony Stark inside. I don't think I've ever been more excited and scared at the same time before.
You okay in there?
He asks as he peers inside and sees a smirk on his best friend's face.
Yup, hit me with it.
Tony exclaims.
All right.
Peter nods as he walks over to the control panel and flips a switch. Instantly, the vials filled with blue serum begin to empty, flowing into the chamber in unison.
Ow!
Tony shouts in pain as multiple needs eject and stick into his flesh, injecting him with every last drop of blue liquid.
Good luck.
Peter calls out as he activated the Vita radiation and slowly ramps the percentage from 0 all the way up to 100%.
Ew.
Tony screamed in agony as his body went through a complete transformation. They went to 100% in the movie, so I should probably do the same, Peter thought as he kept slowly turning the dial higher and higher.
F***CKU.
Tony started cursing anything that came to his mind, doing his best to cope with the agonizing pain.
Ew. You wanted to go first.
Peter muttered as he didn't envy Tony's current position.
Next time don't act brave. I heard that.
Tony yelled and went right back to screaming like a Dragon Ball Z character.
Oh, his enhanced hearing must be kicking in.
Peter thought as the dial hit 100% and the screams stopped. Silence filled the room as Peter waited only a moment before shutting down the Vita radiation with the flick of a switch. As the dial lost its momentum and fell back down to zero, Peter pressed a button that activated the chamber doors. White vapor-like smoke spilled out of the chamber as it opened, clouding Tony's image behind a fog.
You alive?
Peter asks as the smoke clears, revealing the new and improved Tony Stark.
Holy *T.
Tony mutters as he breathes heavily. Standing in the chamber covered in sweat, a taller and far more muscular Tony Stark looked exhausted beyond belief.
Damn, I didn't think I'd ever see your lazy *S with abs.
Peter jokes. Tony may have been a healthy man before this, but he was far too lazy to train his body to a certain extent and tended to rely on his Iron Man armor, so this new body was a godsend to him.
All the results with none of the work ethic to get there. Truly, every person dreams.
Peter thought with a laugh. As the chamber doors fully opened, before he could reply to Peter's words, the metal straps holding Tony up retracted. Instantly, Tony fell over and smacked into the cold, hard floor. Peter was positioned to stop his fall, but he took a step back and got out of the way just in time.
You could have caught me.
Tony glares as he shakily picks himself up.
No, you're naked and sweaty.
Peter says with a shake of his head. Tony doesn't bother replying as he strips down to his underwear and enters the chamber. Instantly, metal bindings shoot out from the chamber and trap him in place, so he doesn't thrash around and screw up the procedure. This happened to one of the animal test subjects, resulting in only a portion of its body acclimating to the serum. That wasn't a pretty sight to behold.
You done?
Peter asks as he waited almost 5 minutes for Tony to tear his eyes away from his own reflection.
No.
Tony keeps his eyes on the mirror and flexes his newfound muscles.
Is it wrong that I find myself extremely attractive? Yes, you're probably G*Y.
Peter says teasingly.
Maybe that's why Pepper keeps turning you down. She must have seen something that we didn't.
Tony jumps and turns away from the mirror to see Peter's teasing smirk.
Oh, shut up, you're just jealous that I'm hot now. Right.
Peter says sarcastically. Before Tony could put his clothes back on, the door of the workshop swung open, and only 3 people could open them without restriction. 2 of them were already inside.
Tony, have you finished the...
Pepper struts in and freezes in shock as she caught sight of Tony's chiseled body.
I told you I'm hot.
Chapter 161, C166 Rise. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tomorrow night, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead, no chapters tonight. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. After ogling Tony for a good while, Pepper didn't know what to do or how to explain her heated gaze, so she rushed out of the workshop with a heavy blush coating her entire face. Tony laughed like a madman as she dashed away, resembling an embarrassed, love-struck schoolgirl.
How will you break it to her?
Peter asks with a fake sorrowful tone.
Break what?
Tony asks in confusion.
That you're gay.
Peter says with a smirk. Since Tony is the first ever human to be given their version of the super soldier serum, they spent the rest of the day testing him for any unforeseen problems, though none reared their ugly head, thankfully. As soon as they found nothing wrong with Tony, Peter called over every member of the Avengers Council for their own procedure.
I'll go last, I guess.
Peter thought as he didn't really mind. Only half an hour passed since they called the meeting, yet every council member ran over as fast as they could. Well, except Charles, who technically rolled over. Usually, when anyone calls a meeting, it takes at least a couple of hours for everyone to arrive, but it seems that they were excited to become super soldiers. Even Fury, who is a fairly busy man, was the second to arrive behind Eric, though Magneto lives in the tower. It would be hard to beat someone that only has to take the elevator to attend a meeting.
All right, I'm sure you've probably guessed why we called you here.
Peter says as they all were observing the equipment and vials of blue liquid around the room.
Did you finish it?
Magneto asks, though before Peter could answer, Tony strolls in with a soda in hand. Instantly, everyone besides Peter was shocked, as Tony was walking around without a shirt on, showing off his newly gained physique.
That answers the question, doesn't it?
Fury rolls his singular eye as he watches Tony strut around like a narcissistic peacock.
So, notice anything different about me?
Tony asks as he spreads his arms and spins in a circle.
Did you get a new haircut? You guys are no fun. Hee, forget about all of that. Who wants to become a super soldier first?
Peter says as everyone in the room turns their gaze to Charles. As the only handicapped person in the room, Charles had so much to gain from taking the super soldier serum. Not only will he gain all of Steve Rogers' powers, but he should have a good chance at walking again. Though Peter wasn't 100% sure whether that was possible or not.
He may just end up as a really strong guy in a wheelchair.
Peter thought of the worst-case scenario. After all, the serum is only known to strengthen and grow the body. They didn't run any tests on injured animals, so it was a mystery whether the serum would heal the professor or not.
If it doesn't heal him, then the resurrection elixir should do the trick.
Peter thought, though Charles would have to wait a while, as Peter hasn't even started looking for more dragon bones.
I think there's some in the city.
Peter thought. He could remember clearly from the Defenders show that the Hand was digging somewhere in Hell's Kitchen, as parts of New York were built over a dragon burial ground.
I'll look into it later.
Peter dismissed these thoughts as he turned to Charles.
It seems you were voted first. I know what you're all thinking.
Charles says as he pushes his chair forward.
All I can say is that you shouldn't get your hopes up. I've come to terms with my situation long ago, so you should too.
Although everyone, except Eric, believed him, Charles couldn't help but hope deep down inside to walk again. His minor telekinesis may make his situation a bit more manageable, but at the end of the day, being able to walk again would change his life forever.
All right, give me a second.
Peter says as he hits a button, causing the chamber to open and tilt backward. Since Charles can't stand, they made the chamber handicap accessible. After a few moments, the chamber was completely open and laying horizontally, so that Charles could lie inside.
All right, hop in.
Peter says, and Charles floats out of his chair and into the chamber.
I wish you the best, my friend. Are you ready?
Peter asks as he gets ready to start the process.
Yes.
Charles nods with a solemn look on his face.
All right.
Peter says as he closed the chamber with a push of a button. Without further ado, Peter flicked the switch that injected the needles into the professor's body. Although he was surprised by the sudden pain, he didn't have it as bad as Tony, as Charles couldn't feel the needles in the lower half of his body.
Ouch!
As Charles' surprised and pained voice exclaimed, Eric stared worriedly at the sealed chamber. Though he hid it well.
Injection complete.
Peter says as all of the vials that were once filled with blue serum are now empty.
Hit him with the Vita radiation, Tony. Got it.
Tony replies as he flips a switch and automatically starts ramping up the percentage of Vita rays. They've been through this many times with the animals, and even Tony went through it personally, so this was all just repeating the steps to a known outcome.
Aya.
Charles' screams grew louder as the dial grew closer to 100%. As the screams reached their peak, Peter could tell that Charles was somehow experiencing more pain than Tony, which was impossible as he would only feel it in half of his body.
Stop the machine.
Eric exclaims as he feared for his friend's life.
He can't handle it.
After joining the Avengers together, Eric and Charles have slowly started warming up to one another again. The two used to be like brothers before their split in ideology turned them into mortal enemies. Thankfully, that brotherly love was slowly returning, which can be seen by Eric's recent outburst. Although he practically ordered Peter and Tony to stop, neither of them bothered paying Magneto any attention, as the procedure was only moments from its end.
I said stop, or I'll do it myself.
Eric says as the metal chamber doors began to rattle.
No, DONT stop.
Charles screams from the chamber.
I can feel.
Instantly, everyone besides Peter was shocked, as Tony was walking around without a shirt on, showing off his newly gained physique. That answers the question, doesn't it? Fury rolls his singular eye as he watches Tony strut around like a narcissistic peacock. So, notice anything different about me? Tony asks as he spreads his arms and spins in a circle. Did you get a new haircut? Charles feigns ignorance with a smile. Meanwhile, everyone else stayed quiet, unwilling to stroke Tony's already large ego.
Hey, that should be enough.
Pierre says as he turns to Tony.
Shut it down.
As the old-school machinery shut down, cutting the flow of Vita rays down to zero, everyone gathered in front of the chamber in anticipation.
Open it up.
Eric orders, receiving a scoff from Peter as he hit the button.
Since he's worried, I'll let the attitude go for today.
Peter thought as the chamber opened. When the steam cleared and the doors were fully open, everyone was shocked to find a muscular, bald man who appeared to be around 50 years old.
Looking good, Professor.
Peter comments as Charles gasps for air with sweat covering his body. As a man in his mid-70s, Charles looked amazing. He had the appearance of a 50-year-old man that exercised and took perfect care of himself. Compared to your average 50-year-old who doesn't have time to maintain a peak-level body, Charles might as well look to be in his 40s. Instantly, everyone besides Peter was shocked, as Tony was walking around without a shirt on, showing off his newly gained physique. That answers the question, doesn't it? Fury rolls his singular eye as he watches Tony strut around like a narcissistic peacock. So, notice anything different about me? Tony asks as he spreads his arms and spins in a circle. Did you get a new haircut? Charles feigns ignorance with a smile. Meanwhile, everyone else stayed quiet, unwilling to stroke Tony's already large ego.
Sigh.
Charles let out a calming breath as he tried, for the first time in many years, to move his legs. Twitch. Immediately, his feet twitch, and moments later his legs move. Sitting up with just his core strength alone, Charles swings his legs over the side of the chamber and sits in shock, his legs dangling over the edge.
I am moving my legs.
Tears fill his eyes as Charles hops off the metal chamber bed and steps both feet on the ground. Silence fills the room as Charles doesn't collapse as he expected.
Congratulations, Professor.
Peter was the first to speak, as everyone watched Charles stand under his own power with tears streaming down his cheeks.
Thank you.
He says wholeheartedly.
You're very welcome, though there is one problem.
Peter says, drawing everyone's attention. Eric asks in confusion.
Charles,
Peter wipes an imaginary tear from his mask.
I'm so sorry.
Chapter 167. 167 C 167 Happy birthday to me.
He hasn't stopped moving since his feet hit the floor.
Peter thought as he watched with a wry smile on his face. Similar to Charles and his legs, Fury's eye was restored back to perfect working order, which he wasn't exactly thankful for.
Now I have to chain so many authorization scans.
Fury sulked at the work that now needed to be done. Ever since Mystique used his eye scan to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. and steal the Tesseract, Fury went out of his way to make every single authorization scan his destroyed eye. Though now all of that work was pointless. Fury used to be sensitive about the subject of his injured eye and never talked about why he wears an eye patch. Tony bothered him for a week straight, as his curiosity couldn't be contained, though Fury never revealed a single detail. Of course, Tony wouldn't be beaten and tried hacking the information from S.H.I.E.L.D. servers, but found nothing to answer his burning questions. Meanwhile, when that was happening, Peter did his best to contain his laughter. It was revealed in the Captain Marvel movie that Fury lost his eye when Goose scratched him. Fury wasn't hiding some classified mission or sorrowful loss on the battlefield. No, he was hiding the embarrassing truth that he lost the use of his eye to a simple cat scratch.
Well, Goose is an alien cat, but still.
Peter thought as he watched Fury across the room without his eye patch.
It seems that I'll have to change your contact in my phone from Bald Cyclops to something else. My name should do the trick.
Fury rolls both of his eyes for the first time in a long while.
Nah, that's too boring.
Peter says with a shake of his head.
Mad Milk Dud.
Tony offers his thoughts from the side.
Oh, I like that.
Peter says as he whips out his phone and changes Fury's contact name.
I hate you both so much.
Fury says with a deadpan look on his face. Once everyone was finished, Peter looked over the Avengers' 4 new super soldiers and gave them an approving nod.
With the way things are going, Thanos won't stand a chance.
Peter thought with conviction.
All right, go and test out your new bodies in the gym. If you have any problems, contact us and we'll figure it out. Especially Eric and Charles. You two have the X gene, which is an unknown variable. Just be sure to let us know of any issues.
Before they could leave, Peter remembered one last thing.
Also, each of you can put one name forward in the next council meeting to receive the super soldier serum.
Peter reveals, piquing the 3 council members' interest.
We'll have to vote for each person, and as long as they are Avengers, then they can go through the same procedure as all of us.
As soon as these words left Peter's mouth, each of them already had names appear in their heads. Fury thought of both Clint and Natasha. Eric thought of Mystique and Victor, though Victor's chances in a council vote would be slim to none. After all, giving such a hot-headed person even more power probably wouldn't be for the best. Lastly, Charles thought of Storm and Logan. The question was which ones would they choose, as Peter only allowed them one name per person. At least for now. After some words of appreciation were given, Charles, Eric, and Fury all marched out of Tony's workshop and proceeded to the gym, where they would break in their new bodies.
Well, I guess it's my turn now.
Peter says as he turns to look at the open chamber.
Yup, strip and hop on in.
Tony says as he wondered how much stronger Peter would get, as he was already the second strongest Avenger. Of course, number 1 is the Hulk, though Banner still doesn't let him out to play due to his own misguided fear.
All right, lock down the workshop. I don't need Pepper walking in again.
Peter says as Tony hits a button. Lockdown initiated, Jarvis informs them as thick metal doors seal every entrance and window.
Get on with it.
Tony says impatiently.
Careful, you might prove Pepper right.
Peter says jokingly as his spider suit disappears and is replaced with his normal clothes, revealing Peter's unmasked face.
Pepper doesn't think that I'm G*Y.
Tony exclaims in exasperation.
Right.
Peter says sarcastically as he strips down to his underwear.
Let's get a move on.
Stepping into the chamber, Peter was instantly strapped down by metal restraints. Technically, he could break them with a simple tug, but Peter would do his best not to destroy the chamber.
You ready?
Tony asks as the earlier air of joking disappears.
Yep, start it up.
Peter calls out, and just as he spoke, the doors close, locking him inside. From the small eye-level window, Peter could see Tony press a button. Only a second later, the needles shout out and pierced his skin.
This is like one of those torture machines.
Peter thought as he regretted making this design. Although he didn't make a sound of surprise like everyone else, Peter was still a little bit weirded out by the needles. As each needle dug into him, Peter could feel a liquid pouring into his body from each individual point.
Odd.
Peter muttered as a strange feeling washed over him. When the needles stopped shooting out the serum and retracted out of his skin, Peter knew what was about to happen and mentally prepared for it.
Starting Vita radiation.
Tony says loud enough for Peter to hear.
Here comes the hard part.
Peter thought as a blinding light filled the chamber. It started off manageable, but soon the burning pain Peter felt all over his body started getting more and more intense. He felt as though he was floating closer and closer to the sun, burning hotter with every inch forward.
Ew.
Soon enough, Peter began to scream. He thought that he could persevere and hold it all in, but it seems that he was no better than the 4 other men that had just gone through the same process. What was most annoying, however, was the fact that Peter had to endure all of this pain, while also doing his best to not destroy the chamber. One wrong move and he could break his restraints and rip a hole in the metal doors. When Peter's agonizing screams rang out from the chamber, Tony sighed in relief. The dial had spun all the way up to 80% without a sound from Peter, so he was worried that something had gone wrong. Everyone else started letting out their pain-filled voices at around 30%, so Tony was beyond impressed by his friend. Whether it was willpower or pain tolerance, he was impressed either way. As the dial hit 100%, Peter went back to complete silence. Giving the Vita Rays an extra moment to do their work, Tony shut everything down and hit the button to open the chamber. Once again, steam came pouring out and moved along the floor, revealing a half-baked Peter Parker with a light sheen of sweat coating his entire body.
Oh,
Tony grunted in confusion as he caught a glimpse of his friend.
you don't look any different.
As Tony says this, the restraints retract and Peter steps out of the chamber, meeting Tony eye to eye.
You're wrong.
Peter says as he compared his height to Tony's.
I'm taller. Yeah, but that's about it.
Tony shrugs as he steps out of the way so that Peter could use the mirror. Peter silently stared at himself in the mirror, looking for any changes in his body. Other than the fact that he grew about 3 inches, rounding his height out at 6 foot 3 inches, Peter could also see some small changes in his muscles. Peter retained his lean body type, but the muscles on his body looked to be much more defined than before, which certainly wasn't a bad thing.
Not bad.
Peter muttered as he turned away from the mirror and reached for his clothes. Creak! As soon as his hand made contact with the metal table, where Peter's clothes sat folded, both Tony and Peter were surprised to see the table bend downwards from just the lightest touch.
What the?
Chapter 163, C-168 Public Theft. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead, writing 2 chapters before I go to sleep. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Creak. Seeing the thick metal table bend as Peter lightly grazed it with his fingertips, they both knew for a fact that Peter's strength increased by a large margin.
Looks like I will be spending the next couple of days learning how to control my strength again.
Peter says with an exasperated sigh.
Whatever, it shouldn't be that hard.
Tony starts whining like a child.
I finally get superpowers and you jump way ahead of me again. It's like nothing changed at all.
One of the main reasons that Tony wanted to get his own powers was because of Peter. On one hand, he wanted to catch up to his friend, and on the other, Tony just wanted to shut him up. After all, Peter did make a lot of jokes about him being the weakest Avenger, physically.
Sucks to be you, I guess.
Peter smirks as he shrugs his shoulders. Tony grumbled as he paced out of the room, and he turned to yell over his shoulder.
I'm going to drink away my pain.
For the rest of the week leading up to the meeting with the current Nova Prime, Peter spent most of his time in the Avenger gym, slowly but surely gaining back control of his immense strength. After running some tests, Peter found that he was just a little over 4 times stronger than he was before. Before the Super Soldier Serum, and through many hours of hard work, Peter was able to increase his strength up to lifting 50,000 pounds, meaning that he could now lift over 200,000 pounds or 100 tons.
Hee, I'm the strongest.
The narcissistic part of Peter's brain started acting up as he bench-pressed that exact weight.
I told you it's unfair.
Tony says to his peers as he and the other council members watched in shock. Ever since they received the Super Soldier Serum, each of them started attending the gym more often in order to fully familiarize themselves with their new bodies. Through the hours spent in the gym, all of them have already learned the boundaries of their strength, which is just a measly 5 tons or 10,000 pounds. Of course, that amount wasn't anywhere near measly, but compared to Peter's increase in power, they couldn't help but feel like tiny, powerless ants. Though they could increase their strength with hard work as Peter did. One night, while Peter was attending the gym alone, Jarvis made his presence known.
Sir, I have a list of 27 companies and government facilities that stashed away a portion of Chitauri technology.
Jarvis' voice plays in the gym like a disembodied ghost.
Oh.
Peter stops his current set and racks the enormous weight.
Send the list of locations and any other useful information to my phone. Sent, sir.
Jarvis says as Peter feels his phone vibrate in his pocket.
Thanks for your hard work, Jarvis.
Peter says as he gets up and walks out of the gym.
It's my pleasure, sir.
As Peter ascended the tower and walked out onto the roof, he took out his phone and dialed a number.
How can I be of service, Black Sky?
Scythe answers in a very respectful tone. Scythe has been a very loyal and hard-working subordinate. He practically runs the day-to-day operations of the Hand while sending Peter constant updates and status reports. Peter makes the big decisions and Scythe implements them. It's a good relationship in Peter's eyes as he is already a very busy man.
Maybe I'll make Scythe the director of whichever department the Hand ends up becoming in the future.
Peter thought as he returned to the conversation at hand.
How has the Hand been progressing? Smoothly, since my last progress report, we have expanded to another 3 cities. Wherever the Hand goes, crime rates dip to all-time lows.
Scythe answered proudly.
This is the way the Hand should have been all along. Well, better late than never.
Peter says as he copies the information from Jarvis and texts it to Scythe.
I just sent you a list of locations. The owners decided to go against my words and keep Chitauri technology. The Hand will have everything by tomorrow, sir. Would you like us to send a message?
Scythe asks, hinting at spilling some blood.
If they deserve it.
Peter says without care.
Though feel free to steal anything that looks valuable and burn everything else. If you find any misdeeds, feel free to anonymously contact the local authorities as well. Yes, sir.
Scythe affirms, already sending messages to teams across the world as they spoke.
Good, talk to you later.
Peter says as he hangs up the phone and walks back inside the tower. After days of waiting, the time finally came to attend the meeting on Xander. Days before this, Peter shocked everyone in the tower by opening a portal and dumping tons of Chitauri technology at their doorstep. Just as this was happening, the news was spreading about thefts and arson across multiple companies and government facilities. The two events were immediately linked as the world remembered Peter's words. Things became especially clear after some CEOs admitted to harboring the tech, trying to use that information to attack Spider-Man and make him return.
Their property.
Though no one seemed to care, and even if they did, Peter still wouldn't give anything back. It wasn't hard to see that the owners of these burned locations didn't listen to Spider-Man's warning, and were now paying the price for their foolish actions. Many CEOs and high-level government officials were arrested as well, which was like icing on the cake. On the same day, they were playing the victim with tears in their eyes. These people were swiftly carried off by police on anonymous tips alongside irrefutable evidence to back up the claims. In a single day, many people were sent to jail, and even a few companies went out of business. Better yet, this all happened while Peter was patrolling New York City, so he had a perfect alibi, though he didn't really need one. Even if everyone knew this was his doing, they couldn't prove a thing. What made the whole situation funny was the news coverage, which completely took Peter's side and treated the other parties as idiots that picked a fight with Spider-Man. Another CEO arrested and found guilty of tax evasion, one newscaster said as he tried his best to hold back a smirk.
I guess we can add him to the list, huh?
Though that wasn't the best part. Each company and government spoke out and pretty much disavowed the people that were involved, throwing them completely under the bus while doing all they could to save their own, asterisk says. After all, having bad blood with Spider-Man and the Avengers is something that could kill companies and topple governments. Just a tweet from Peter could start boycotts, protests, and possibly even revolutions, which is why these people were so quickly turned into sacrificial lambs. Of course, Peter knew that the people putting out these statements were at least privy to what was going on, though he didn't have any dirt on them, so they would get away this time around. Though one thing came from all of this that Peter expected to happen sooner or later, so he wasn't surprised or worried. The Avengers have figured out that Peter has some lackeys outside of their group. As Peter was all over the internet last night, saving people all across New York. Someone had to be doing the dirty work, and it sure wasn't them. Most people in the Avengers didn't care much, but Fury and Tony were certainly interested in this new information.
Come on, tell me who it is.
Tony asked for the millionth time as the two waited for the other council members to arrive, so they could head off to Xander for their meeting.
It's an ancient order of killer zombie ninjas.
Peter says truthfully, though he masked it as a joke.
I picked them up in Japan. Be serious.
Tony pouted once again.
Aren't I your best friend? Technically, you're one of my best friends, but yeah.
Peter says with a shrug.
Sure, but I'm number one, right?
Tony asks expectantly. Peter stays quiet and just stared the other direction.
Right.
Tony asks again, sounding a bit more desperate this time. Thankfully, before Peter was forced to pick between Tony and Ned, the other council members arrived.
Are we late?
Charles asks as he walks in, followed by Fury and Eric.
No, Tony was just showing me what clingy and desperate looks like.
Peter says, causing Tony to flinch and hold his heart in pain.
Is everyone ready to go? I'm not clingy.
Chapter 164, C-169 Xander. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead, writing 2 chapters before I go to sleep. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Opening a portal, Peter and the Avengers Council stepped out in front of a towering militarized building. All around them was a futuristic metropolis with ships flying here and there.
This is way better than Morag.
Tony mutters as he and everyone else spin in a circle to get a good look at their surroundings. Of course, the ships stayed clear of the huge military building, though they seemed to be allowed to fly just about everywhere else. The amazing part about the city was the plethora of greenery. If an area didn't have some sort of purpose, then in its place would be a patch of grass, trees, and/or bushes.
It would be hard to implement something like this in New York.
Peter thought as he compared Xander's capital city to his own concrete jungle.
Welcome.
An older woman with white blonde hair and an alien military-style blue suit walks out of the building.
When Jarvis said that you could open portals, I must say that I didn't believe him.
Insert picture of Irani Rail here. Staring at the golden portal behind her new guests, Irani Rail descended the steps of the Nova Corps headquartered, followed by a small group of armed soldiers, who watched the group of Avengers vigilantly.
Speaking of Jarvis, which of you would that be?
Irani says as she stands in front of the group.
That would be me, ma'am.
The speakers from Tony's suit go off, though his face mask was open, so she knew that he wasn't the one that answered.
It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person.
An automation.
Irani asks in confusion, as she originally thought that Jarvis was a flesh and blood person.
Jarvis is an artificial intelligence.
Peter says as the portal behind them closes.
We had him contact you because he has complete control of Ronan's old fleet. It was the easiest method.
I see.
She says and turns back to Tony.
Either way, it's a pleasure to meet you as well, Jarvis.
For an advanced society like the Xandarians, a being like Jarvis wasn't anything new. In fact, high enough level AI can register as citizens of the Nova Empire and receive the same rights as any living being.
Should we talk inside?
Peter asks as the crowd grew silent for a moment.
Yes, right this way.
She nods and leads the group to the main entrance of the building, where even more armed guards stood with solemn and serious looks.
I'm afraid that weapons aren't allowed past this point. You'll have to leave them with the guards.
As Irani says this, a few guards move toward them with carts to hold their guests' weaponry. With a shrug of his shoulders, Peter took his new hammer from his back and placed it on the cart. As soon as the Nova Corps members saw this hammer, they couldn't help but look at Peter in respect. After all, how could they not recognize the signature weapon of one of their biggest enemies? Seeing Peter following their rules, the others started offloading their weaponry as well. Of course, Tony was a bit stuck, as he didn't want to hand over his Iron Man armor, so under the gazes of the very serious guards, he stood unmoving and unwilling to follow along. Noticing this, Peter offers Tony a choice.
Tony, you can either stay out here and explore the city, or I can send your armor back to the tower and you can join us inside.
Tony's ears perked up at the possibility of skipping on the inevitably long meeting that was about to unfold.
See ya!
Without a second thought, Tony waved as he turned around and shot off into the air to explore. As Tony flew off, they all watched as he almost crashed into a small transport ship, though he was able to maneuver his way around it at the last second.
Why give him the choice to slack off?
Charles asks with an annoyed frown.
He'll always choose that option.
Peter says with a shrug as he turns to Irani.
Please continue. Yes, just one more thing.
She says as her gaze falls on Fury.
Please turn in all of your weapons.
Tony's ears perked up at the possibility of skipping on the inevitably long meeting that was about to unfold. See ya. Without a second thought, Tony waved as he turned around and shot off into the air to explore. As Tony flew off, they all watched as he almost crashed into a small transport ship, though he was able to maneuver his way around it at the last second. Why give him the choice to slack off? Charles asks with an annoyed frown. He'll always choose that option.
Please have a seat.
She offers as an egg-shaped table, and chairs appear out of the floor.
All right, let's get straight to business.
Peter says as he takes a seat at the head of the table with the view of the city behind him. The guards that followed Irani around didn't look pleased by this action, though their boss didn't seem to care, as she simply sat somewhere else, so they kept their mouths shut.
Yes, should we start with introductions?
She asks as everyone was seated.
My name is Irani Rail. I control the Nova Corps as Nova Prime.
Spider-Man, I fight crime and protect the Earth. I'm also a co-founder of the Avengers with everyone else in this room.
Peter says as everyone else introduces themselves next.
Avengers.
She asks as everyone seemed to mention that name.
The Avengers is a bit like the Nova Corps, except that we're all enhanced individuals.
Peter reveals, receiving a raised brow from the Nova Prime.
It's very rare to find so many enhanced individuals in one place, and you're all from planet C-53.
She asks, curious to know what was so special about Earth. Especially since C-53 has a reputation as a very weak and primitive planet.
Yeah, we're all native to the Earth.
Peter says as he waved his hand.
Is that how you were able to defeat?
As she was speaking, a golden portal opened above the table and an open coffin fell out, landing on the table with a light bang. As she said his name, Ronan the Accuser could be seen laying lifeless inside the coffin with his head disconnected from his shoulders. Peter was tired of her probing questions and decided to get the show on the road. They could answer all of her questions once they were officially allies.
I know it's not the most pleasant gift, but it proves our claims. We also have a detention center filled with his surviving subordinates. If you're interested, that is.
Peter reveals. Peter hoped she would take the Kree soldiers, as he had no idea what to do with all of them. He and Tony have already run all of the tests they could on them, so they were just taking up space at this point.
We would be happy to take all of them off of your hands.
Irani says as she motions for the nearby guards to take the coffin away. At this point in the meeting, Irani Rail has already noticed who the leader of these people was. They didn't have to say a word for her to see how Spider-Man took the lead during this whole encounter.
Good, I'll deliver them later.
Peter nods as the coffin is carried off.
Now onto the real business. How does the Nova Empire feel about starting an alliance with us?
The room goes quiet for a moment as Irani looks a bit embarrassed.
The Emperor isn't interested in any alliances at the moment.
She says with an ashamed look on her face.
Was it Thanos' name that scared him off, or the fact that we're an unknown planet?
Peter asks, unbothered by her answer. He expected this to happen after all.
If I'm being honest, both.
Irani admits. She spent the last few days petitioning to the Emperor and anyone that would listen, hoping to help form an alliance with Earth, though sadly, it wasn't a possibility. Of course, she wouldn't give up petitioning for this alliance, especially after hearing about the number of enhanced individuals on C-53. Irani had a gut feeling that there was something special about the Earth and would follow that feeling as it helped her get this far in life.
Although we can't be allies at this very moment, I was, however, able to secure a handsome reward for your good deeds.
She says as a hologram appears from the table, showing a large fleet of Kree warships.
These are captured warships from our recent war against the Kree Empire. Some are perfectly functional while others as in need of some love. They now belong to you.
The plan was simple. If she couldn't ally with them, then she would arm them up enough to help in their fight against Thanos and anyone else that would come knocking. This move would strengthen their relationship and still leave room for a possible alliance in the future. The best part was that these ships were going to be scrapped anyway, so the loss on their part was practically nothing.
I was not expecting this.
Chapter 165, C-170 Honey Trap. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tomorrow night, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead, no chapters tonight. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Seeing the offering of what appeared to be over 40 Kree warships, though some of them looked to be in pretty bad shape, Peter couldn't help but think of his home country. The United States has a long history of arming and funding groups across the world to do their dirty work, so this situation wasn't exactly a new phenomenon. In fact, it was funny to see that even an advanced, multi-galaxy-spanning empire would pull the same tricks as a relatively new country on some backwater planet. Although Peter didn't like the fact that the Nova Empire was pretty much saying,
We want nothing to do with it. Here are some leftover ships, go and kill Thanos.
he found it impossible to turn down their offer.
At least they know the right gifts to give.
Peter thought as he admired the spacecrafts. Off to the side, Fury and the rest of the Avengers Council understood this as well. They weren't exactly happy either, but who were they to turn down such a nice gift? Fury understood this move the most, as he worked in this sort of business for all of his life. It just so happens that the roles have reversed this time around.
Although it isn't the outcome we were hoping for, the ships will come in handy.
Peter says, receiving an understanding nod from Irani Rail.
If it means anything, I tried to push for an alliance, but no one seemed to be willing to stand up against Thanos. The Mad Titan is a subject that most simply want to ignore, which is a stance that I don't agree with.
The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good people to do nothing.
Peter quotes something he heard back in his past life.
Those people who would rather keep their heads in the sand and hope they're left alone will sooner or later regret their actions.
After a short talk in which Irani promised to keep petitioning for an alliance with them, the Avengers bid their farewells, picked up their weapons, and left the building in search of Tony, though they really just wanted to sightsee for a little while. Sadly, Peter had to stay behind as he had to offload the Kree prisoners onto the Nova Corps. Someone had to do the boring work, and as usual, the burden was placed on him.
We need to get a new member that can use portals.
Peter thought as he escorted batches of Kree prisoners through portals with the help of Irani and her soldiers. Hours later, the transport was finished and every Kree was safely imprisoned in the Nova Corps headquarters, where they were identified and charged with all sorts of horrible crimes.
If it would help with their charges, I can have Jarvis send over any incriminating evidence from the databanks of Ronan's ships.
Peter offered as he saw the way they were each processed.
Yes, that would be great.
Irani nodded as they watched the Nova Corps members at work.
Sadly, we can't just throw them in prison forever based on their alignment alone. The Nova Empire has many laws protecting the rights of every being, so without evidence, a small portion of them would most likely be deported back to their home world.
All right, I'll have Jarvis send over everything by tomorrow.
After saying his goodbyes, Peter finally left for the city, where he immediately went looking for Tony. He needed to get the new Kree ships back to Earth, and Tony was the best man for the job. With Jarvis' help, Peter was able to find Tony pretty easily. The only problem was the location that Jarvis led him to.
Are you sure that he's in here?
Peter asked down at his phone.
Yes, sir.
Jarvis answers back instantly.
The readings show Mr. Stark's Iron Man armor inside.
Right in front of Peter was a pure white marble building with naked alien women showing themselves off in the windows. Projected onto the bottom of the windows were prices per hour in units. Units, also known as credits, are the main form of intergalactic currency used across many planets. Each alien woman had vibrant skin tones from colors like pink, green, blue, and many more. A few of them had large eyes and even one has 4 arms, though each of them was beautiful and appealing in their own way.
He really went to an alien brothel.
Peter thought with a small hint of jealousy as he admired the view of all the naked alien women.
How did he even get the credits?
Peter isn't the type to betray his significant other and sleep around, so the most he could do is enjoy the view while it lasted.
Maybe I can convince MJ to visit this place with me.
Peter thought as the idea of a 3-way with a busty pink alien sounded very tempting, though he would have to look into alien STDs before doing anything. Speaking of alien STDs, Peter looked toward the building once again and wondered whether Tony thought of that before rushing inside.
No, Tony is the type of person to think with his C**CK before anything else.
Peter thought as he walked into the brothel, ignoring the heated gazes from scantily clad women looking for a customer. As he made his way inside, Peter was stopped by some big rock-like humanoids standing guard.
Are you a customer?
One asks as he holds up a hand, signaling for Peter to stop.
No, I'm here looking for a friend of mine. He's about my height and should be wearing red and gold armor.
Peter explains.
Yeah, he's in a private room. Big spender actually.
The other says with a nod.
You'll have to wait though. Only customers are allowed inside. Okay.
Peter says as he turns around and walks out. Walking out of sight and into an alley, Peter cast the same invisibility spell on himself that he used when MJ wanted to meet Tony at the Stark Expo. Strolling back inside, Peter was able to squeeze through the big rock guards and get inside without a problem. The ground floor of the brothel seemed to be a gentleman's club with naked women everywhere. Some of them served drinks to some ugly-looking clients while others danced on various stages. Though Tony was nowhere to be seen.
Lead the way, Jarvis.
Peter says as his phone's GPS switches on. Following Jarvis' instructions, Peter arrived at a back room on the 3rd floor of the building. The sounds of sweet moans, chains rattling, and leather whips could be heard from the opposite side of the door.
Jarvis!
Peter calls out as he hesitates to even open the door.
Your creator is a degenerate. I've noticed this long ago, sir.
Jarvis says in an almost mournful tone. Peter second-guessed his decisions as he contemplated leaving Tony at the brothel and returning home.
I can pick up the ships tomorrow.
Just as Peter was thinking this, the door suddenly crept open, and a naked purple woman with 4 eyes tiptoed out with a large red and gold briefcase in hand.
Tony's suit.
Peter immediately knew what the briefcase was, as Tony used that form to travel with his armor all the time.
This idiot fell into a honey trap and got robbed.
As soon as Peter's voice filled the hall, the woman froze in place and looked around like a kid who was caught stealing cookies. Inside the room, Tony was blindfolded, handcuffed, and surrounded by 4 alien women, each of them with vibrant skin. One of them even had a 3rd breast, which Tony was currently sucking on. 2 of the women held small leather whips in hand, as they took turns flogging Tony's chest every minute or so. Suddenly, the door flew open and hit the wall with a bang, scaring the woman as they screamed and jumped off of the bed.
Oh!
Tony mutters as the sweet alien breast leaves his mouth, still blindfolded.
What's going on?
At the door, Peter stood with Tony's Iron Man briefcase in one hand, while a guilty-looking thief stood behind him in fear.
All of you out now.
Peter orders and steps aside as the frightened alien prostitutes rush out, knowing that they've been caught.
Peter!
Tony asks in confusion as he pulls on his restraints.
Is that you? You really are an idiot.
Peter sighs as he shoots a web at Tony's head and pulls the blindfold off.
I never took you for a masochist, though.
As a sadist, Peter was a bit disappointed in his friend's preferences, though he wouldn't judge him for it.
What? Why are you here?
Tony asks but soon notices the case in Peter's hand.
Why do you have my armor?
Chapter 166, C-171 Ripped Fatty. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead, writing 2 chapters before I go to sleep. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Time skip 5 months. It's been months since Peter found Tony in a compromising position at that alien brothel, and a bit has happened. First, the ships that they received from the Nova Empire have been fixed and are now fully operational. Each of them has gone through a small change, though. Upon looking into the system that powers the large warships, Peter and Tony found that each one had a reactor that kept everything running. Sadly, the core of the reactor was some sort of unknown element, at least to those on Earth. Seeing that this problem would come to bite them in the butt soon enough, Peter and Tony got to work and replaced every reactor with a larger version of Tony's arc reactor. Of course, every ship was powered by badassium, Earth's very own one-of-a-kind element. This seemed to be an upgrade compared to the former power supply, which upgraded 3 major things in every ship. The beam cannons can now shoot a laser 5 times as strongly. The engines currently generate triple the power. Lastly, the shields can now stay on 24 out of 7 outside of battle, though they would still slowly degrade if they took enough damage. Seeing that leaving the ships on Earth would be inviting certain groups to try and steal them, Peter had Jarvis fly them to specific intervals around the planet, setting up a huge defensive perimeter.
All ships are in orbit around the Earth, sir.
Jarvis said only minutes after Peter gave the order.
Good, remember to keep the scans open at all times, and let us know if we have any more visitors.
Peter instructed as he looked at a hologram of the planet, showing the exact locations of each ship. These ships have a much better capability to scan farther distances than the Stark satellites, so they would be a better warning system in case of another invasion. Speaking of an invasion, Thanos nor his armies have shown themselves yet, though the web of ships surrounding the planet isn't just for scanning.
Jarvis, if there's ever another attack on the planet and nobody from the Avengers is reachable or willing to take action, feel free to activate the ships and attack. Any opposition should be taken care of outside of the planet.
Peter told Jarvis thoughtfully.
Just be relatively sure that they're hostile first. We wouldn't want to attack anyone for no reason. Yes, sir.
Jarvis replied affirmatively.
I'll run simulations for future battles.
Other than finishing up the new Avengers war fleet, nothing much has happened besides something that has been a long time coming. Flashback. Sitting in the living room, Peter watched as Ned, May, Grace, and MJ all sat on the couch, waiting for his announcement.
Peter, what's going on?
May asks as she looks at him in confusion. She wasn't the only one either. Grace was especially surprised that she was invited, as she was only recently clued into the fact that Peter was Spider-Man and everyone knew but her. As for Ned and MJ, they had a feeling about a few reasons for this impromptu meeting, but weren't sure exactly.
I have figured out a way to give all of you an extended lifespan, as well as superpowers.
Peter cuts right to the point.
OSH*T.
Ned exclaims as he jumps out of his seat.
It's finally happening.
For real?
MJ asked, hoping that Peter wasn't lying to her right now. For a while now, MJ has wanted nothing more than to be able to watch Peter's back, so that she could protect the man she loves. Meanwhile, both Grace and May were surprised, though they had the same thought.
Lifespan? Could it make me look younger?
Both thought at the exact same time.
Yup, for real.
Peter says as he pulls out a vial filled with dragon bone dust.
This is crushed up pieces of fossilized dragon bones. Wow!
Ned uttered as he rushed over and snatched the vial from his best friend's hand.
What does it do? It has a large quantity of chi, which will give you.
Peter starts to explain the whole process of the resurrection elixir. Peter then went on to explain their blood options: either normal human blood, super soldier blood, or his own blood.
So we could get your powers.
Ned asks with an excited glint in his eyes.
Maybe.
Peter answers unsurely. Instantly, everyone in the room looked at him funny.
What does that mean?
MJ asks in confusion.
Isn't that what you said?
Yes and no.
Peter answers with a thoughtful expression.
I learned early on that my powers were given to me by a higher power, not just because I was bitten by a special spider.
So God gave you your powers.
Grace asks, as that was how she interpreted Peter's words.
Not exactly.
Peter answers with an unknowing shrug.
If I had to guess, the higher power would have to be okay with you having spider-related powers, so it's a bit of a gamble, really.
What if we don't want superpowers?
May asks as she raises her hand like a child at school.
I'm not very interested in being a hero, so I don't think that this should include me.
Although May found the possibility of being young for a long time appealing, she wasn't exactly a fighter. She would fight if her loved ones were in danger, but making it a full-time job like Peter wasn't in her thoughts.
I'm not asking any of you to be a hero, I just want all of you to be safe. Simply having the power to defend yourselves would be more than enough.
Peter says in a serious tone, which seemed to win everyone over.
And if we do want to be heroes?
MJ asks. Instantly, MJ's mother turns a pointed gaze in her direction.
What?
Grace asks, not knowing her daughter had dreams of being a hero.
I want to fight alongside Peter.
She admits, which causes her mother's glare to turn a bit softer.
Me too.
Ned joined in excitedly. After some thought, everyone came to a decision regarding their elixir. They all unanimously decided to use Peter's blood. May and Grace didn't really care, so they went with whatever Ned and MJ chose. For them, it was a gamble for Peter's overpowered spider powers. Though there really wasn't a downside, as Peter was also enhanced by the super soldier serum as well, so they would get Captain America's powers no matter what. Seeing as May and Grace didn't care much about the procedure, Ned and MJ played rock, paper, scissors to decide which of them would go first, as Peter only had one coffin-like device made, which was the same one he used on Peggy.
Rock, paper, scissors.
They said in unison as their hands jut forward.
I win.
Ned exclaims as his rock beat her scissors.
I've told you 1,000,000 times, they always go rock first.
Peter says in an
I told you so.
sort of tone.
Shut up.
Calling Ned's family beforehand, they explained that he would be spending the night at Peter's, as the procedure would most likely take the entire night.
All right, good luck.
Peter says as he pokes a spot on Ned's neck, which causes him to fall asleep instantly. Thankfully, he was already laying in the metal coffin, so Peter simply closed the lid and turned to see everyone else giving him questioning looks.
What? It's just a pressure point. He'll be fine.
Peter explains as he pulls a lever, causing the thick black elixir to fill the metal coffin, drowning Ned completely.
Now what?
Grace asks as the room grew silent.
Now we wait.
Peter replies, crushing everyone's anticipation.
Wanna play some board games?
Hours passed as the night sky brightened and morning came along. Peter was the only one still awake, as the girls were too tired to make it past 4 a.m. Usually, MJ could stay up longer, but she got annoyed with Peter during their game of Monopoly and ran off to bed.
Even in this world, Monopoly can ruin families and end friendships.
Peter thought with a laugh as he sipped on a cup of coffee while watching over Ned. Suddenly, the metal coffin's lid burst open, and a man covered in black goo lunged out as he gasped for air. Gasp.
I feel.
Ned mutters as he starts wiping the black substance from his body, not noticing the changes that have occurred just yet. All of a sudden, footsteps could be heard from the stairway.
Peter, do we have coffee?
May came walking downstairs in pajamas and asked, though she froze in place when she saw a tall, muscular, naked man wiping his body with a black gooey towel.
Who's that?
Chapter 167, C172 Ned's Transformation. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
Who's that?
May asks as she saw an unfamiliar naked man in her living room.
What do you mean, Miss Parker?
Ned asks in confusion, still unaware of the changes that have taken place to his body.
It's me, Ned.
May looked at Peter in shock as Ned stood to the side, holding a slimy towel over his family jewels. Without a word, Peter waves his hand and conjured a tall mirror in front of Ned, shocking him even more than May.
Oh, who's that?
Ned repeated the same words as he stared at himself in the mirror.
It's you, Ned.
Peter says with a smirk. Not only did the elixir make Ned a few inches taller, but it also removed all of the excess fat from his body. Though the fat didn't just disappear, it was used as fuel to build a very muscular body. While Peter had a slim and muscular build, Ned now has a body similar to Steve. In short, he looks like a shredded bodybuilder.
Dude.
Ned mutters as he looks between both the mirror and Peter.
Holy sh**T.
He started freaking out, and without noticing, he began to feel up his body, trying to make sure that the mirror wasn't some sort of illusion.
I am not fat anymore.
Ned stutters as a stray tear drips down his cheek. Being the fat kid in school takes a toll, as children are very candid with their thoughts. Even teenagers will use anything against you if they don't like you enough. Flash especially, though he wasn't a bully anymore. Ned, like any other overweight kid, learned early that he had to laugh with the fat jokes or simply ignore them depending on who was saying it. Over the years, he grew callous to anything related to his weight, as he heard it all a million times. Seeing himself as a sort of Greek god was just too much of a shock to Ned. His mind couldn't handle it as years of trauma due to his own body image came to the surface all at once.
Let's get you in the shower, buddy.
Seeing this happening in real time, Peter opened a portal to the bathroom and helped Ned walk through, as his body wasn't used to such a dramatic change yet. Escorting him into the shower and turning it on, Peter could still see some stray tears falling down Ned's stunned face.
I'll go get you a new towel and some clothes.
Peter says as he walks back through the portal.
Peter?
Ned called out, stopping Peter in his tracks.
Yeah.
He asks, looking over his shoulder.
Thank you.
Ned says emotionally.
What are best friends for, right?
Peter says with a warm smile as the portal closes, leaving Ned in the bathroom alone. Sometime later, Ned exited the bathroom in one of Peter's outfits, as any of his old clothes would be too large now. Although Peter's clothes were a bit tight on him, they really showed off the definition of his new body. As soon as Ned walked down to the living room, he rushed over to Peter and wrapped him in a big hug, lifting Peter off the ground with ease.
This is the best day of my life.
Ned exclaimed as he spun around with Peter in tow. Seated on the couch, May, Grace, and MJ watched with mixed expressions on their faces. Grace and MJ were shocked beyond belief as they hadn't seen Ned's change yet. They saw Ned on a regular basis, especially MJ, so they didn't fully believe that the person in front of them was actually Ned.
Okay, calm down.
Peter says as Ned puts him down.
Ned, is that really you?
MJ asks as she walks over in surprise.
Oh yeah.
Ned answers excitedly as he starts flexing like a bodybuilder, though he knew none of the poses, so he came off clumsy and idiotic. Yup, that's Ned.
So, did you get Peter's spider powers?
MJ asks as soon as Ned stopped making a fool out of himself.
I don't know.
Ned answers with a shrug.
I'm definitely stronger though, that's for sure. Let's test it out.
Peter declares as he walks off into the kitchen.
I'll be right back.
Only a minute later, without anyone noticing, an egg came flying out of the kitchen door and smacked Ned in the back of the head, exploding upon impact.
What the?
Ned exclaimed as he flinched and grabbed the back of his head, getting a handful of egg yolk in the process. Turning toward the kitchen door, Everyone found Peter standing there with a carton of eggs in hand.
Sorry, but I'm afraid you didn't win the gamble.
Peter says with a shake of his head. No spider sense means that he most likely doesn't have any spider-related powers.
It's okay.
Ned says as he does his best to hide his disappointment.
This is already more than enough. Thanks again, Peter. No problem.
Peter says as he walks over and pats him on the shoulder.
Although you didn't get my spider powers, it looks like you definitely got the effects of the super soldier serum. I need to come up with a superhero name.
Peter adds another task for him to figure out.
How are we supposed to explain Ned's new look?
MJ asks as she realizes that they have a whole school of people to answer to, not to mention Ned's family. Silence fills the room in an instant.
Since it's summer, we can explain Ned's transformation as the results of extreme diet and exercise, though people may think that you took steroids. It would be a bit hard to believe, but there shouldn't be any major problems. As for his family, we only have to worry about your parents.
Peter says as he thinks for a moment. After a second of silence, Peter contemplated the possibility of performing some mind magic on Ned's parents, but soon threw that thought away.
Ned, you can tell them that you woke up with superpowers. They'll probably think you're a metahuman. Just make sure to keep them quiet because having powers can attract a lot of unsavory attention.
Peter explains. Hearing Peter's plan, Ned was a bit disappointed by his words. Since MJ's mother was allowed to know about everything, then he wanted to tell his parents as well. Of course, he would respect Peter's decision, as it wasn't his secret to tell in the first place. This all started with Peter, so he would have to be the one to give permission, and Peter wasn't very close to Ned's parents in the first place. They didn't have a bad relationship or anything. It's just that Ned's parents don't speak English, so there has always been a sort of language barrier between them. Maybe someday Peter would let Ned reveal everything to his parents, but that time wasn't now. As for the rest of Ned's extended family, like his grandparents, cousins, etc., they can get the same excuse as everyone at school. They don't live with him and only visit for holidays and reunions, so they weren't a problem.
Sounds good.
Ned nodded in agreement.
Should I go and tell them now? If you want, but you'll miss out on everyone else getting their powers next.
Peter says with a shrug. After some thought, Ned decided to run off home to explain the good news to his parents. He couldn't hold in the excitement and wanted to see their reactions.
I'll be back tomorrow,
Ned said as he ran out of the door at the fastest speed he has ever moved in his life. After some cleaning up from Ned's procedure, it was finally time for MJ to go through the same thing. Standing in front of the metal coffin, MJ looked nervous, though she was also pulsing with excitement.
You ready?
Peter asks as he finished refilling the elixir, made with his own blood of course.
Yeah, I'm just a little nervous.
She says as Peter pulls her into his chest from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist.
You'll be asleep the whole time.
He whispers in her ear and plants a soft kiss on her cheek.
It'll be over before you even know it, I promise.
Oh,
Grace exclaims as she and May peek their heads out from the kitchen door, ruining the moment completely.
why are they always like this?
MJ muttered as Peter let go of her.
Who knows?
Peter sighed alongside her. After stripping off all of her clothes off, MJ lay in the coffin completely nude, looking up at Peter who was crouched above her.
Ready.
Peter asks, noticing the nervous look on her face alongside the loud pounding of her beating heart. She answers back after a short pause.
Okay.
Peter says as he pokes her neck the same way as Ned.
Love you.
Hearing Peter's sudden declaration, which he has never said before, MJ's eyes go wide as she swiftly drifts off into a deep slumber. Smirking at her expression, Peter closed the lid and hit the lever, releasing the elixir and starting the process.
That was so cute.
May practically squealed. Grace felt the same way, though she was too nervous for her daughter to show it at the moment.
They always find a way to ruin the moment, don't they?
Chapter 168, C-173 Spider Granny Returns. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Similar to Ned, Peter waited up all night, watching over the metal coffin. Though this time around he had a companion, who never left the room or took her eyes off of the coffin for a single second.
You know, you can sleep if you want.
Peter looked to Grace, who was worriedly staring at the coffin.
I can't.
She replies with a nervous sigh.
I feel like I'm at her funeral.
Well, that's probably the sh*TTY design on my part.
Peter admits getting a small laugh from Grace.
Now that I think about it, I could have made something a bit less morbid, though I was rushed at the time.
The room returned to silence as the two of them sat quietly on the couch together.
I'm going to make more coffee.
Grace says as she walks off into the kitchen with an empty mug in hand. Hours pass as both Peter and Grace sat in the living room. Since Peter was used to this and confident in the procedure's success, he started playing on his phone as the night went on. So far, 2 procedures like this have gone through with perfect results, so he wasn't that worried. On the other hand, Grace chugged caffeine all night and stayed vigilant, ready for some sort of horrible incident to occur at any moment.
Hi.
MJ grunted as she awoke in an unfamiliar place. Surrounding her was an odd-looking dimension that seemed to be separated by spider webs. MJ breathed heavily as she stood up from the floor and looked around, shocked and frightened by this random turn of events. Only moments ago, her boyfriend said he loved her for the first time and put her to sleep so that she could receive the resurrection elixir.
Where am I?
She thought. In between the web-like structure of this unimaginable dimension, different versions and outcomes of what appeared to be her life played out over and over. As if she was watching multiple televisions, MJ witnessed all sorts of lives that she could or would have lived. From mundane lives where she lived like a normal person with a job, husband, and children, to lives that are much more fantastical, where she became a hero in her own right. Ignoring the boring lives, as they didn't interest her one bit, especially since most of them didn't include Peter, MJ watched the lives that looked far more interesting. In every one of them, she would become a spider-related hero that went by all sorts of names. Spider-Woman, Spider-Girl, Silk, Ghost Spider, etc. MJ watched as different versions of herself fought familiar and unfamiliar villains, using her powers and smarts to stop crime and protect civilians.
What is this?
She muttered in confusion.
It's you.
The voice of an elderly woman fills the spider web dimension. Following the sound, MJ turns to see an old, decrepit-looking woman with spider-like appendages sitting on a stone throne. Not only does she have 8 black spider legs coming out of her back, but also multiple beady black eyes on her wrinkled face. The Great Weaver.
I can see that, but how and why?
MJ asks back, stunned by the mutant-looking woman.
Across the infinite multiverse, Michelle Jones Watson always has a 50-50 chance of being something great.
The old spidery woman says as she gestures to the playing images.
Which will it be this time? A mundane life as anyone else, or something more? Who are you?
MJ asks, unsure of whether she could trust the woman before her.
That doesn't matter.
The Great Weaver shakes her head, unwilling to answer any questions.
Just know that I'm the one who bestowed power to the man whom you cherish so dearly. Wait.
MJ speaks, remembering what Peter said only yesterday.
I learned early on that my abilities were given to me by a higher power, not just because I was bitten by a special spider. I see.
MJ mutters as she figured out what was going on.
Did I win the gamble?
Not yet, no.
The spider granny answered with a creepy knowing smirk, easily reading MJ's thoughts.
Did you just?
MJ asks as she feels oddly violated.
Yes.
The Great Weaver's smile only widens upon seeing her reaction.
That's not an invasion of privacy at all.
MJ says with a heavy bit of sarcasm.
You act as if I don't know everything about you already.
The elderly woman says with a cackle.
Enough of that.
The Great Weaver said as she stopped laughing and looked at MJ seriously.
So, what is your choice, girly? What do you mean?
MJ asks, not understanding what she meant.
Sigh, I forgot how annoying it is to deal with you mortals.
Spider Granny comments rudely.
Sorry.
MJ apologizes unsurely.
Well, you can't help it, I suppose.
She responds with an uncaring shrug.
Let me spell it out for you. Would you like to get similar powers to your future husband? Oops, how careless of me.
The Great Weaver says, as though she didn't mean to reveal that little tidbit.
Future husband?
MJ repeats questioningly.
Well, he could be.
She replies in an uncaring tone.
Nothing is set in stone after all.
I.
MJ didn't know how to reply to that.
Well, I've wasted enough time. Choose now or I'll choose for you. I want the powers.
Seeing that her choice was almost taken away from her, MJ acted quickly and shouted her answer before it was too late.
Good.
The Great Weaver smirked as she waved her hand. Instantly, with the wave of her hand, a great force impacted MJ's body and knocked her backward.
How?
MJ grunted as the force hit her, and she flew into a small spider web-shaped portal. As Peter was tapping away on his phone, Grace was fidgeting in her seat from the copious amounts of caffeine that she consumed to stay up all night. As a single working mother, Grace hasn't pulled an all-nighter like this in years, so the night was rather grueling for the worried woman. Clang gasped. Just as she was about to go and make another cup of coffee, the lid of the metal coffin flew off and fell to the floor, as a black sludge-covered woman shot out with a loud gasp for oxygen.
Oh, thank God.
Grace exclaimed as she rushed over and hugged her daughter without a care for the messy substance covering her body.
Excuse me.
Peter says as he joins the mother and daughter duo and starts wiping MJ's face so that she could open her eyes. Heavy breathing. MJ slowly caught her breath as Peter wiped all of the black gunk from her face.
Hey there, beautiful.
I.
MJ didn't know how to reply to that. Well, I've wasted enough time. Choose now or I'll choose for you. The elderly woman gives her an ultimatum. At that instant, Grace felt like a third wheel to her daughter's budding romance and backed up to give the two some space.
Good to know.
Peter smiled as he kissed her dirty black lips, uncaring as the used elixir gets on his face.
Let's get you in the shower, shall we?
Hearing Peter's obviously flirtatious invitation to bathe together, MJ nods with a small blush on her face. Meanwhile, Grace watched the whole thing with a heated look on her face.
Why couldn't Nick be like that?
She thought, imagining herself and Fury in their place. While Grace was off in her own imagination, which is something she seems to have picked up from May, Peter opened a portal to his bathroom and carried MJ out of the metal coffin bridal style.
We'll be back in a bit.
Chapter 169, C-174 MJ's Transformation. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. While sharing a hot and steamy shower with MJ, who couldn't fully control her body due to the recent procedure, Peter was sure to wash every corner of her body lovingly. Of course, this embarrassed MJ to no end, but she certainly wasn't complaining. Sadly, before the two lovebirds could get too ahead of themselves, Peter noticed something odd while cleaning his lovely girlfriend's arms.
What's this?
Peter muttered as he found something that wasn't there before. He spent many an hour studying her body, so Peter would be able to spot any differences fairly quickly. MJ now has 2 small holes in her wrists, which matched the same holes that Peter had in the same location.
Hi.
MJ looked down and saw what Peter was looking at. Suddenly, as Peter was studying her wrists, MJ involuntarily discharged some web which shot Peter square in the face, blocking his vision as it stuck to him like tape.
Holy sh**T.
MJ exclaimed as she watched it all happen with her newly enhanced vision.
Oh my God, are you okay?
Yeah.
Peter replies as he pulls the webs off with ease and tosses them to the side.
Congrats, you seem to have gotten my powers.
Yeah, about that.
MJ says as she starts to explain what happened to her when she fell asleep.
Huh, so you met the Great Weaver too.
Peter says as they walk out of the shower and start drying off.
Yeah, though she didn't tell me her name or title.
MJ replies as they continue into his room, looking for clothes to wear.
She was really creepy.
I know, she was like that with me too.
Peter says with a shrug as he sits on his bed and watches MJ get dressed.
I really love my life.
Although MJ took good care of herself before this, after the procedure from last night, Peter could see some differences in his beautiful girlfriend's naked body. First, she was maybe an inch taller. Second, MJ's body was just all around tighter than before. A big reason for this newfound tightness was the thin layer of muscles that now appeared all over her body. Though nobody would actually be able to notice them unless she exerted herself in some way. Surprisingly, and to Peter's love and amazement, something else may have occurred during the process last night.
MJ,
Peter says, drawing MJ's attention toward him.
did your bottom get bigger? What?
MJ utters in surprise as she looks at a standing mirror in the corner and turns to get a good look at her backside.
Is it?
Just as Peter thought, her butt was a bit thicker than before. Nothing too crazy, but she most definitely had some more substance back there.
Yeah, it's probably the muscles in your butt.
Peter says as he caught sight of her chest next.
I don't think that's the only thing either.
Hi.
MJ looked down and saw what Peter was looking at. Suddenly, as Peter was studying her wrists, MJ involuntarily discharged some web which shot Peter square in the face, blocking his vision as it stuck to him like tape. Holy sh*T, MJ exclaimed as she watched it all happen with her newly enhanced vision. Oh my God, are you okay? Yeah,
But that's not related to muscle.
MJ says and turns to Peter for answers.
Don't look at me.
Peter says with a shrug.
I have no idea why your breasts would get bigger, though I certainly have no problem with it.
Seeing the perverted smirk on her boyfriend's face, MJ couldn't help but huff and turn away, guarding her breasts against his hungry eyes. Though doing so only left her backside defenseless.
I'm really happy you took the elixir.
Peter says as MJ could feel his gaze on her back.
I hate you right now.
After MJ received her powers, the next 2 days were filled with May and Grace receiving theirs, though like Ned, they only got Peter's super soldier abilities. Of course, they didn't mind, as they were only in it for the beauty aspect, which did not disappoint. Since the two of them didn't appear that old, as they took good care of themselves through skin care, hygiene, diet, etc., they didn't de-age as much as people like Eric and Charles. The both of them already looked to be in their mid-20s beforehand after all. Though that doesn't mean the results weren't in their favor. Wrinkles disappeared, skin was cleared and tightened, slim muscles were formed, hair was rejuvenated, and much, much more. If before their procedures the two of them were 35-year-olds that could pass themselves off as being in their 20s with some makeup and extreme care for their bodies, now they didn't need anything to look the part.
I can't stop looking at myself.
May comments as she and Grace were stuck naked in front of a large mirror, gawking at themselves.
Maya *S has never been this tight before.
Grace says as she stands sideways to get a better look. Meanwhile, in the living room,
Do you think they're ever going to come back downstairs?
Peter asks MJ, who was sitting on his lap and flipping through the channels on the TV.
It's probably going to be a few more hours.
MJ says, knowing her mother very well.
Has Ned texted you back yet?
Yeah, his parents are still freaking out about everything and won't let him leave the house.
Peter explains. Ned was supposed to return a couple of days ago, as he wanted to see everyone else's transformations, but his parents were a bit more shocked by his sudden change than they expected. First, Ned scared them by walking into the house in his new body, which made them think someone was robbing the place. Then, after diffusing the situation and explaining everything, his parents were both shocked and scared. Obviously, they were shocked by his drastic change, but they were scared for a much different reason. The government. What would happen to their son if some secret government agency wanted to take him and use him for experiments or other unsavory activities? Although this train of thought wasn't wrong, as they live in a world full of people like this, it was mainly fueled by the many conspiracy theory shows and videos that Ned's parents watched daily. So now Ned is under house arrest until a good amount of time passes that can explain his drastic change, which is probably for the best. Of course, Peter did not envy Ned's current situation one bit.
He just got his powers, and he can't even put them to use.
MJ says, feeling sympathy for their friend.
Yeah, it sucks, but I can't say that I disagree with his parents.
Peter says with a shrug. A couple of hours later, both May and Grace came strutting downstairs in some new clothes, which looked to be older than their normal outfits.
It's been so long since these jeans fit me.
May exclaimed as she and Grace entered the living room with an air of confidence.
I'm glad everything worked out the way you wanted it.
Peter says with a smile, enjoying their good mood. Thankfully, May and Grace's change wasn't as drastic as Ned's, so they could pass their transformation off as simply changing their makeup style alongside new skin creams and hygiene products. After cleaning up and enjoying each other's company, Grace went home via portal, as she had work in the morning. May had work as well, so she went off to bed with a radiant smile on her face, still happy about her new look. That only left MJ and Peter, who had nothing to do tomorrow since it was summer vacation.
Can we go and patrol the city?
MJ asks excitedly out of nowhere.
No.
Peter denies, deflating her excitement in a single moment.
Why not?
She asks while directing her best puppy-eyed expression toward him.
Because you don't have a disguise, and you haven't fully tested your powers out yet.
Peter explains with a shake of his head.
I don't need you snapping some guy in half, because you can't control your strength yet.
Okay, then let's go and start testing.
MJ says as her excitement returns once again.
Fine.
Peter says reluctantly, as he originally wanted to spend the rest of the night cuddled up in bed together. With a wave of his hand, a portal appears, leading to a dark underground room filled with all sorts of contraptions held together by webs.
What is this place?
MJ asks as they step inside.
My secret lair.
Peter says as he walks over and dusts off some of the equipment.
I made all of this to test my powers when I first started. Now it's your turn, I guess.
Showing MJ what each machine did, Peter started her off on the bench press, where she nervously looked at the huge metal beams which were used as weights.
Are you sure I can lift this?
She asks with a worried look.
Yeah, just give it a try.
Peter says as he stands nearby just in case. Lifting the bar above her with ease, MJ's mouth drops wide open in shock as a smile blooms on her face.
Good job.
Peter says with a smile.
Looks like you need more weight, though.
Hours later, when they tested everything from her strength to spider senses and wall crawling, MJ turned to Peter with an important question.
Peter, which name do you think sounds better?
MJ called out as she wiped some sweat from her brow.
Silk or Spiderwoman?
Chapter 170, C175 Silk. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
Silk or Spiderwoman?
MJ looks to Peter for an answer.
Well,
Peter hums in thought.
if I had to choose, Silk sounds the coolest. Spiderwoman feels more like you just copied my name in a way. All right, Silk it is.
MJ says with a smirk, remembering the blacked-out hooded spider suit that her multiverse counterpart wore.
How do I get a superhero suit like yours? I want mine in black, though.
Well, I can probably whip up something for you.
Peter says after a second of thought.
Really?
MJ exclaims excitedly as she rushes over and grabs his arm.
Yeah, just focus on getting your body under control for now. I'll work on making your suit in the meantime.
Peter's words made MJ vibrate with excitement.
How long will it take?
She asks, ready to make her big debut.
I'll have it done when you're ready.
Peter said, instantly taking the wind out of her sails.
Fine.
It only took MJ about a week to fully test out her body and get her newfound abilities under control. As soon as she was up to Peter's standards, he portaled her to his room to receive her promised reward.
Where is it?
MJ rushed through the portal with an exciting pep in her step. It's been a week and all she could think about was her suit and her first patrol around the city.
Hold on.
Sighing at her behavior, Peter walked over to his closet and pulled out some black and white clothing.
Is this it?
MJ paces over and snatches the clothes from his hand. As soon as her hand touched the suit, gold spell circles and runes covered every inch of the suit. After a moment, the suit was sucked up into MJ's hand and disappeared.
I.
She asks in shock, looking back and forth between Peter and her empty hand.
The suit is bound to you now. Simply think of it and the suit will appear like mine.
Peter explains.
Okay.
MJ mutters as she closes her eyes and concentrates on her new suit. Instantly, the outfit she's wearing is replaced by a brand new black and white superhero suit with small red accents. Seeing MJ looking down at her body in shock, Peter steps out of the way so she can use the tall mirror behind him.
Oh my God.
MJ says in awe and wonder. Her new spider suit is a mix between the ghost spider and silk suits. Everything below the shoulders is the silk suit, while the hood and mask are a black version of the ghost spider suit. The mask has large white eyes with red outlines as well as a red design in the inner part of the hood. Add image if you want.
So, did I do a good job?
Peter asks as he stands beside her, admiring his work.
It's perfect.
MJ says in a daze.
That's not all though. Your suit is pretty much a copy of mine. I just redid everything my teacher did to mine.
Peter says.
What does your suit do?
She asks, tearing her eyes away from the mirror.
I don't think you've ever told me.
Well, it's made and enchanted to be resistant to most things like water, fire, tearing, cutting, etc. Though don't get too cocky. Enough damage would be able to break through the suit. If it is torn or damaged, the suit will regenerate back to new after a short time. Remember, it's made to last, not as a sort of protective armor. Don't rely on it to stop every attack.
Peter explains.
Okay, anything else?
MJ nods like an attentive student.
Yes, just one more thing.
Peter says as he takes out his phone and snaps a quick picture of her.
Look at this.
Peter turns the phone to her, showing MJ a picture of the room without her in it at all.
The suit is invisible to all cameras, but you can turn that off and on at will. Just think of turning it off.
Peter explains. MJ does as she was told and feels a slight vibration run through the suit. As the vibration disappears, Peter takes another picture and shows it to her. This time she was completely visible.
Use that function when you're leaving to patrol and returning home.
Peter explains his use of the anti-camera function.
That way, no one can track where you live and find out your identity.
Wow, this is amazing.
MJ praises as she takes the suit off with a single thought, returning her normal clothes.
Ready to get out there?
Peter asks, throwing MJ for a loop as she didn't expect him to say that.
Yeah, but are you sure I'm ready?
MJ asks as he has been fairly protective of her during the past week.
Sure, the only way to learn now is by doing.
Peter says with a shrug. Over the week, Peter has taught her some hand-to-hand combat, but she was still new and extremely inexperienced. Though that wasn't a problem for people with spider abilities. MJ would be able to dodge any attack with her enhanced body and spider senses, so no normal person would stand a chance.
We can work on your combat skills over time, but until then you might as well get out there and learn through experience.
Peter says as a wide smile forms on MJ's face. She thought that Peter would hold her back for a while longer, but that didn't seem to be the case.
Can we go now?
She asks as her suit appears on her body once again.
Sure.
Peter says with a knowing smile.
I don't know if I can do this.
MJ mutters nervously as she looks over the edge of a tall skyscraper.
What happened to all of that excitement and confidence from earlier?
Peter smiles behind her.
I think that I left it at home.
MJ says as she stands frozen at the edge of the roof.
Well, let's go get it.
Peter says as he reaches forward and places a hand on her back.
Peter, what are you doing?
MJ yells in fear.
Just giving you a little nudge.
Peter says in her ear as he pushes her forward.
Sometimes the baby birds need to be thrown out of the nest so they can learn to fly. Peter!
MJ screams as she falls forward and plummets off of the tall skyscraper. Standing at the edge, Peter watches MJ flail for a moment before leaping off behind her. Pulling his arms to his sides, Peter fell face first and caught up to MJ, who was still freaking out.
Swing!
Peter yelled over to her as he pointed to his wrist.
You can do it!
Of course, Peter would save her if she needed it, but he would only do so at the last second. Until then, he would wait for her to save herself. Hearing Peter's words and seeing the concrete floor getting closer and closer, MJ raised a hand up over her head and shot a web from her wrist. Sadly, she didn't aim it anywhere, so instead of sticking to a building, the web shot into the sky and fell with her only moments later.
F***CK.
MJ yelled as she continued falling.
Good try.
Peter smiled as he saw the ground getting a bit too close for comfort. With a wave of his hand, a portal opened below them. Falling through it, both Peter and MJ came out 800 feet higher. When MJ saw the portal appear, she thought it was over, but that seemed to be a misconception on her part. Peter merely bought her some more time.
All right, try again.
Peter calls out as they continue falling.
I hate you.
MJ yells back as she glares at Peter.
I love you too.
Peter says with a smirk. Growing used to the feeling of falling, MJ looked at her surroundings and found that she was surrounded by buildings on all sides.
I can do this.
MJ thought as she pointed her wrist ahead and shot a web. A white line shot from her wrist and connected to the building, causing a smile to appear under MJ's mask.
Good, now grab the web and swing.
Peter gives her some pointers as he shoots a web at the same building as well. Doing as she's told, MJ tightened her fist around the web and swung like Tarzan, narrowly missing the packed streets of New York City. Below them, the crowded sidewalks filled with people watched and recorded as Spiderman, alongside another unknown person swung lowly overhead.
Good job, now keep up.
Peter calls out as he chains his webs to maneuver around the city. After sloppily swinging for a few blocks, MJ was starting to get the hang of Peter's preferred form of transportation. In fact, she loved it.
Woohoo.
MJ laughed madly as she swung behind Peter, finding the experience similar to a roller coaster. Hearing his girlfriend's happy screams behind him, Peter smirked and found a place to land on a nearby rooftop. Landing perfectly with a flourish, Peter turned to see MJ miss the swing and hit the side of the building at full speed. Bang!
Okay, maybe she needs more practice.
Peter muttered as MJ wall crawled up the building.
I heard that.
As MJ climbed to the rooftop with a huff, a loud alarm could be heard from down the street, followed by some automatic gunfire. Before Peter could say anything, MJ leaped off of the building and swung toward the danger without a second thought.
She's going to be the death of me.
Chapter 171, C-176 Ironman 3. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Following after MJ, Peter pulled back enough to watch as she handled whatever situation was going on down the street.
This is a good time to test her, I suppose.
Peter thought as they arrived at the location of the alarm and automatic gunfire. 5 armed gunmen hid behind the large pillars in front of a bank as they shot at police, who surrounded the building and cut off all chances for them to escape. Each criminal had duffel bags over their shoulder, which were most likely filled with whatever they robbed from the bank. As for the police, they hid behind the cover of their cars and returned fire toward the 5 bank robbers. A few cops have already been shot, which wasn't a good sign, though no one seems to have died yet. Taking a quick look for any hostages, Peter found the bank to be completely empty inside and out. Well, besides the armed thieves.
No wonder they started shooting.
Peter thought as the gunfire continued.
They had no hostages to trade, so they couldn't escape peacefully.
Taking a closer look at the door, Peter saw a closed sign hanging from the window, explaining exactly why there weren't any hostages for them to take.
This should be a perfect opportunity for her.
Peter thought as he sat on a rooftop across the street with his legs dangling off the edge. Just as another cop took a bullet to the shoulder, a black shadow swung over the cop cars in her and shot some expertly aimed webs, which sealed the gunshot wounds of the few policemen that were hit.
Who the F***ck is that?
One of the robbers yells as he turns his gunfire toward the new arrival.
Did Spider-Man change his look?
A cop asks in confusion.
Isn't that a woman?
A female officer questioned as she noticed some womanly curves.
That should do for now.
MJ muttered as her spider senses started blaring. Acting quickly, MJ shot a web at the bank and yanked it, dodging the rain of assault rifle bullets that came flying her way.
That's not how you should greet a lady.
MJ yells as she soars toward the man that shot at her feet first. Before anyone could react, the bottom of MJ's boot was planted into one of the robber's faces, launching the man backward. Crash shatter. Flying off of his feet, the man broke through the bank's glass window and fell to the floor unconscious, surrounded by shards of broken glass.
What the?
One of the armed men grunted in confusion as he got a good look at MJ.
You're not Spider-Man. It's a girl.
The man beside him asks in confusion. As soon as they noticed that they weren't dealing with Spider-Man, and instead it was a woman, the armed men seemed to calm down and relax a bit.
What are you, Spider-Man's bitch?
One of them asks as they all laugh and aim their guns in her direction. Luckily for them, the large concrete pillars were blocking the police still, so they didn't have to worry about getting shot, as long as they kept behind cover, of course.
Yeah, and I'm about to turn you 4 into my B** teaches.
MJ threatens as she felt disgusted by their lingering gazes on her body. Though situations like this were bound to happen, as her suit is tight and showed off the contours of her body very well.
Did she just admit to being my B***tch?
Peter thought as he heard and saw everything from his vantage point.
Not that I mind.
Just as MJ made those dangerous remarks, the robbers didn't hold back anymore and opened fire in her direction. Kicking off the ground, MJ launched herself into the concrete overhang of the bank, missing the bullets with relative ease.
Stand still, you little SL**T.
One of the robbers yelled as they tried to follow her movements with their rifles. Not standing still for too long, MJ kicked off of the roof, continuously dodging bullets as she shot a web at one of the gunmen. As the web stuck to his chest, MJ pulled hard, picking the man up off the ground and sending him into the concrete roof above.
Asa.
He yelled in fright and smacked into the overhang. Bang! Instantly falling unconscious from the impact, his body hung from a thin web, dangling him from the bank like a holiday decoration. Continuing to the rest of the armed men, MJ took them down one by one as if she were dealing with toddlers. Stringing the knocked-out thieves up and leaving a quick message behind for the police and media, MJ waved to the surrounding police before swinging away.
Did I do a good job?
MJ asks expectantly as she arrives at Peter's location.
I would give you a B+ for your first time.
Peter hands out her grade after a moment's thought.
Good work.
Huh, only a B.
MJ asks incredulously.
I plugged the wounds of those cops. That should at least bring it up to an A.
No, you let them shoot too much for that.
Peter shrugs off her complaints uncaringly.
You have to remember that we live in a very crowded city. Stray bullets can easily hit civilians, especially when they're high-caliber bullets like today.
Peter learned this lesson himself fairly early on when some stray bullets tore through a nearby apartment building, and almost killed a little girl in her bed. The girl's mother came running outside just as Peter was wrapping things up for the police and tore into him as well as the criminals for what almost happened to her daughter.
So you're my B*TCH, huh?
Peter tried to lighten the mood as he smirked under his mask. Pow! Though he received a hard punch on the shoulder in return.
Oh,
Peter grunted as he rubbed his shoulder.
maybe giving her superpowers was a bad idea.
Across the street, the police rushed forward and arrived at the front of the bank with their weapons drawn and ready to fire. They didn't have a good view of what happened, so they had to be careful in their approach nonetheless. Arriving where the criminals took cover, the police were amused to find the bank robbers hanging from the roof, though that wasn't the only thing that caught their eyes. Webs covered the front doors and windows of the bank, spelling out something in an intricate design. Spider silk spider. Long flashback end. Back to the 5-month time skip. With those in his life now super powered up to protect themselves, Peter was able to sleep soundly. They can now defend themselves even if the enchantments he placed on them were to ever fail.
Though I hope that time never comes.
Peter thought as he drove to school in an old, rusted 1969 Ford Mustang Boss 429 with MJ in his passenger seat. The car is in terrible shape at the moment, as Peter just got the engine running last night, but soon enough it will be in pristine condition. Arriving at the school parking lot, the car's tailpipe shot out a small cloud of black smoke as they parked, scaring off any nearby students.
Hey!
Peter muttered as he and MJ avoided the smoke on the way inside. It's been about 2 months since school started, and everyone was shocked when a young Dwayne
The Rock!
Johnson strolled in on the first day with textbooks in hand. At first, everyone thought there was a new transfer student, but when it came time for attendance to be called in their first class, the buff muscle head answered to a shocking name. Ned Leeds. This shocked everyone, even the teacher, though no one was more flabbergasted than Flash Thompson. The former bully himself, who would always find a way to mention Ned's weight in the conversation now, found himself staring in jealousy at that same person. It was an amusing day at school, to say the very least. Although there is now a rumor floating around that Ned does steroids, that's better than people thinking he was a metahuman. Of course, he would have been treated well thanks to Peter's influence on mutant stigma in this world, but it still wasn't worth the trouble that it would bring Ned and his family. Other than school, Ned has been antsy to get out in the field like MJ, who patrols the city on her own at this point. When he saw news of the new hero Silk appearing, Ned wanted nothing more than to join his friends. Sadly, he was locked in his house at that time, and even now Peter won't allow him to have his debut.
How come MJ gets to fight crime and I don't?
Ned whined like a child when Peter stopped him earlier in the school year.
Ned, MJ has my spider powers, so she has a built-in warning system along with a bunch of other abilities.
Peter explained as he admired Ned's best effort at a superhero suit. It was basically a sweatsuit with an S painted on its chest, alongside a ski mask to cover his identity and a pair of warm winter gloves. The worst part was the repurposed sheets that were now being used as a cape.
She can dodge bullets with ease.
Peter says as his voice turns more sympathetic.
You need more training than her and a better suit.
After that, the conversation degraded into Ned defending his
Work of art.
as he called it, though at the end of the day, he understood Peter's point. Since then, Peter has spent a bit of his spare time training Ned how to fight, which was moving slowly as Ned never fought anyone in his life. As Peter walked into school, his phone buzzed. Taking it out, he found a news alert in his feed. 10 rings bomb TLC Chinese theater.
Huh, isn't that in the city?
Chapter 172, C-177 Mandarin. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. 10 rings bomb TLC Chinese theater.
Huh, isn't that in the city?
Peter muttered as he came to a realization.
Is it time for Iron Man 3 already? Peter!
MJ asks as she stops alongside him.
What's wrong?
Hem!
Peter looked up and showed her the article on his phone.
There was a bombing last night.
That's horrible.
MJ says as she reads how many people were injured and killed in the incident.
We should have been there.
Hearing her say that, Peter knew that he had to put a stop to that line of thinking right away, as it wasn't healthy.
Come here.
Peter pulls her aside and out of hearing range of the surrounding students.
What?
MJ asks in confusion.
Listen, we can't stop every bad thing in the world or even this city from happening.
Peter says as he sees a conflicted look appear on MJ's face.
We can try.
MJ counters.
Yes, but never feel guilty about incidents like this. We can't always be in the right place at the right time, ready to stop whatever catastrophe or crime that's ever going to happen. It's not possible.
Peter explains.
I wasn't feeling guilty.
MJ lies through her teeth.
Yes, you were.
Peter says, and before she could argue further, the bell rang signaling everyone to get to their classes.
Let's just go to class.
MJ says as she storms off. As the hallway emptied, Peter took out his phone and hit a button.
Jarvis, get me everything you can on the bombing that took place this morning.
Peter orders.
Yes, sir. Some people call me a terrorist. I consider myself a teacher. America, are you ready for another lesson?
Peter watched a video of a bearded and balding white man in an ornate robe giving a speech on his phone. Insert picture of the fake Mandarin here. In 1864, in Sand Creek, Colorado, the U.S. military waited until the friendly Cheyenne Braves all went hunting, waited to attack and slaughter their families that were left behind, and claim their land. 39 hours ago, the Ali al-Salem Air Base in Kuwait was attacked. Looking into the camera for a brief moment, the Mandarin paused before continuing.
I did that.
He admitted easily.
A quaint military church filled with wives and children, of course. The soldiers were out on maneuvers, the braves were away, so to speak. President Obama, you continue to resist my attempts to educate you, sir. Now you've missed me again, you know who I am, you don't know where I am, and you'll never see me coming.
Peter sat at a lunch table with MJ beside him, and Ned sat across with a tray piled high with food.
I still can't get used to seeing you eat so much, Ned.
MJ commented.
I need it.
Ned shrugs as he starts stuffing his face. Peter just finished watching the most recent video released by the Mandarin, as he waited to see if another one like it would surface, taking credit for the recent bombing in his city.
I wonder if the real Mandarin has found out about this yet.
Peter wondered. The man in the videos, which have just started cycling around the news, was nothing more than a failing drug-addicted actor who was hired to play a part by a man named Aldrich Killian. Dr. Aldrich Killian is the founder and CEO of Advanced Idea Mechanics, or AIM for short. When Tony refused to join in his research, Killian joined up with Maya Hansen, who happens to be an old one-night stand of Tony's. Together, they developed Extremis, an advanced form of genetic manipulation using nanotechnology, which was originally created by Ms. Hansen before Killian even joined her. Extremis was built to grant the human body the ability to heal and regenerate from physical damage, deformities, and even psychological damage. This also includes the regrowth of severed limbs in a very short time span, various physical enhancements, as well as an exothermic ability. Heat manipulation. However, the subjects whose bodies rejected the treatment, which was pretty much all of them, would sooner or later explode due to a glitch in the Extremis code. In time, Killian amassed a group of Extremis-enhanced soldiers under his command, as he would target disabled soldiers for illegal human experiments and later hire them as assassins and bodyguards, which he would use to further his and AIM's standing in the world. It was easy pickings, as these soldiers would feel beyond indebted to Killian for helping them. In their minds, the army abandoned them, so they would rather join their savior than return there. He would save his lab rats at their lowest point, turn them into exclusive soldiers, use them for personal gain, and then blame their inevitable fiery deaths on the 10 Rings. An easy target to use as a smokescreen for his activities, though this action would soon enough draw the attention of the real 10 rings, and they certainly wouldn't be happy. Especially the Mandarin, who wouldn't take this disrespect lying down for long.
Truthfully, I could do nothing and let the Mandarin take his revenge.
Peter thought as he and MJ drove home after school.
Though it's probably best to remove all extremist research from the playing field.
If he were to let another group take down Killian and Aim, then they would likely take all of the extremist research and materials for themselves, which could cause problems in the future.
Looks like I'll be getting a new upgrade soon enough.
Peter thought as he dropped MJ off at her house and drove home. Of course, he would have to work on Extremis and remove the small glitch that causes the explosions to take place, but that shouldn't take him and Tony too long to figure out.
Maybe getting the original creator on our side would speed up the process.
Peter wondered.
Sir, I've compiled all the information and camera footage of today's bombing.
Jarvis' voice projects from Peter's phone as he pulls into his driveway. Once again, as his new rust bucket slowed to a stop, the tailpipe shot out a dark black cloud of smoke, drawing the attention of some of his neighbors.
Good work, Jarvis.
Peter says as he ignores everything and walks inside.
Send everything to my laptop. Sent, sir.
Spending over an hour going over the information and footage provided by Jarvis, Peter found some interesting information that would probably be overlooked by any law enforcement officials performing an investigation on the incident. First, the bombing happened last night for a reason. The CEO of a competitor to AIM was attending an event with his family in the theater, which shows a clear motive for this to happen.
I'm sure that if I look close enough, a lot of these recent Mandarin attacks will show a clear motive like this.
Peter thought out loud as he played a video on his laptop. A grainy video from a surveillance camera across the street showed the front side entrance of the theater. Seconds into the video playing, the windows and doors of the building broke open in a fiery explosion. Rewinding before the explosion took place, Peter zoomed in on a certain window, where the silhouette of a man appeared. Putting the video into slow motion and pressing play, Peter watched as the man in the window began to glow, lighting up the window before the inevitable explosion destroyed the place.
Yep, that's definitely an extremis explosion.
Peter thought as he hit a button on his phone.
Yes, sir.
Jarvis asks,
I need you to compile similar information about every recent Mandarin attack. As long as the Mandarin took credit for it, I want to know everything. We can expand to other incidents afterward.
Peter orders.
On it, sir.
That night, while Jarvis worked hard to get Peter what he asked for, another Mandarin video was released, where he dramatically took credit for the bombing in New York. As the video ended, Peter's phone started going off. Ring, ring, ring.
Yo!
Peter answered as he lay in bed with MJ sleeping soundly beside him.
So what's going on with the Mandarin? Fury is getting calls from the president, asking for help with the 10 rings. They don't seem to have any leads.
Tony's voice sounds through the phone.
As I'm sure you know, Jarvis is compiling information for me. Once I have everything, I'll call a meeting and we'll take care of it.
Peter replies easily.
You know something, don't you?
Tony asks as he could sense that Peter was holding something back.
Yeah, but I need more information to be sure.
Peter said as MJ shifts in her sleep and uses his shoulder as a pillow.
Come on, tell me.
Tony whined like a child as he started complaining about keeping secrets.
So annoying.
Chapter 173, C-178 Silk Meets Fury. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. The Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Waking up the next morning, Peter was welcomed to the world by a phone full of missed calls and a large file full of information on his laptop, courtesy of Jarvis. Staying in bed to enjoy the company of his sleeping girlfriend, who was practically glued to his side, Peter opened up his laptop and started parsing through everything. About an hour passed as Peter was gathering information, and MJ started to stir from her sleep. MJ stretches like a cat and wipes the sleep from her eyes as she looks up to find Peter awake and typing away on his laptop.
What are you doing?
Pushing the covers off, MJ reveals her naked upper body as she moves to get a better look.
I'm reviewing the recent Mandarin attacks.
Peter says as he presses play, showing her an explosion that took place in Washington, D.C.
Are we going after him?
She asks expectantly. Peter was about to turn her down, as he was going to handle this with the Avengers, but that was completely ruined when he saw her puppy dog eyes pointed in his direction.
Please.
She pleads as she presses her bare body against his.
Fine.
Peter gives in with a sigh.
Yes.
MJ started celebrating, though it was a bit too early for that.
But you'll need to pay for what you started.
Peter says as he puts his laptop aside and pulls MJ onto his lap. Instantly, she could feel something hard resting between her legs. Thankfully, it's Saturday so they can spend the morning however they like. Hours later, Peter finished his work and called a council meeting at the tower.
Are you ready?
Peter asked as he and MJ were suited up and about to head out. Pacing back and forth in front of him, MJ was nervous about her first encounter with the Avengers. Peter has sort of shielded her from anything Avengers-related ever since she started her own hero gig, as he wanted her to just stick to the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man stuff, like saving people from burning buildings and other everyday crimes and catastrophes. Though there was one other very big reason why he kept her away from the Avengers, even while they questioned him about New York's new spider-related hero. MJ's father, Nick Fury.
What if he can tell that it's me?
MJ asks, referring to her father.
Well, then we have some explaining to do, don't we?
Peter says with a smirk.
Though I doubt he'll notice.
All right, let's go.
MJ says and psyched herself up as she waits for Peter to open a portal.
If you want, you can back out.
Peter offers since he can see how nervous she is.
No, I want to help fight the Mandarin.
MJ states resolutely.
Okay, if you say so.
Peter nods and opens a portal.
Ladies first.
When a portal opened in the council room of the tower, everyone thought that it would be Peter, who just so happened to arrive late. Though just as the other council members were about to complain about waiting for so long, an unexpected individual came strolling on through.
Huh.
Tony grunted in surprise as MJ came walking out of the portal. Like the idiot he is, Tony almost leaked MJ's name, which wouldn't have been good to say the least. In the past few months, MJ has met with Tony a few times, so he knows that she is Silk. Of course, he plagued Peter with questions as to how he was able to give her his powers, but Peter kept his mouth shut for the time being. He would tell Tony about the resurrection elixir when he had more dragon bones to spare. Then Tony would be the next person to receive it as well.
Silk, I see Spider-Man decided to stop hiding you away from us.
Charles says with a welcoming smile.
Who said I was hiding her?
Peter denies everything as he steps through behind her.
You said that if we tried to contact or bother Silk, you would throw all of your work onto us until we were buried in paperwork for months.
Eric says dryly. Hearing that, MJ turned to look at Peter questioningly.
I don't know what he's talking about. He used to be a villain. Don't believe a word he says.
Peter continues denying everything.
Whatever, let's just get down to business.
MJ says and sits next to Tony, as she feels more comfortable around him compared to the other Avengers. As she sat down, MJ peeked over at her father, who she hadn't seen in a few months. Although she worried that he would recognize her voice, Fury didn't seem to react at all.
I agree. What's this all about?
Her father asks as his gaze turns toward Peter.
Jarvis, play the video.
Peter says as a large TV instantly plays the footage of the most recent Mandarin bombing. Just as he did yesterday, the video zoomed in and showed the figure of the man in the window brightening and exploding.
Huh, that was odd.
Tony mutters.
I know, but it gets even weirder.
Peter says as the video changes, showing two other similar instances. In each of them, security footage picked up a glimpse of a bright human figure only seconds before a huge explosion.
Is it an exploding metahuman?
Eric asks with an interested look.
I don't know for sure, but there's more.
Peter says as the image on the screen changes to the AIM logo alongside a picture of Aldrich Killian.
A lot of these attacks can be traced back to him, Aldrich Killian. He looks familiar.
Tony says thoughtfully.
His organization, AIM, is based in the city, so you've likely met before. He basically runs a scientific research and development agency funded by the government.
Peter explains.
Okay, so what do these attacks have to do with him?
MJ asks, surprising everyone that she didn't already know.
What? He doesn't tell me everything.
In each of these 3 attacks alone, Killian had something to gain from an explosion going off.
Peter says as the images cycle through, showing each explosion.
Here, a senator who always spoke out against Killian and AIM was killed in Washington. And here, a woman who led multiple protests against AIM was killed in a coffee shop in Los Angeles. Finally, on the most recent incident, a man that was competing with AIM for a very lucrative government contract was blown up in a theater with his family.
As Peter says this, the picture changes to a family photo, showing a man and wife sitting with 2 young children on each of their laps.
These are the only few incidents where I was able to find a glimpse of the suicide bombers. In almost every Mandarin bombing, I can find links like this leading back to AIM and Killian.
Peter explains fully, shocking everyone.
How has no one noticed this?
Tony asks incredulously.
Because we live in America, and when we hear the word terrorist, we tend to stop investigating and start hunting.
Peter says with a shrug.
Do you think he's using the 10 rings as a smokescreen?
Fury asks.
Either that or they're working together.
Peter says with a shrug.
Though I would like to point out how shockingly white the Mandarin seems to be for the leader and founder of a terrorist group that's supposed to be from Asia. I did find that odd as well.
Fury agreed with a nod.
We should put together a team and find Killian before another attack like this happens again.
MJ says, ready to get out there.
I agree, but we need to find him first.
Peter says as Tony scrolls on his cell phone.
Oh, I knew he sounded familiar.
Tony says as he holds out his phone, showing a contact by the name of Aldrich Killian.
His number is saved in my phone.
How can you not remember him when the guy is in your contacts?
MJ asked with a roll of her eyes.
Do you have dementia?
I was probably blackout drunk.
Tony says as though it was a normal occurrence.
So that only leaves half of your waking life as the possible times you could have met Killian.
Peter asks sarcastically, poking fun at Tony's alcoholism.
I'm not that bad.
Chapter 174, C-179 Spooked. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
Call Killian and set a meeting.
Peter says after a moment of thought.
What am I supposed to say? I can't even remember the guy.
Tony asks as his finger hovers over the call button.
What
Peter hummed as he came to a realization.
are we doing? You don't schedule your own meetings. You can barely take care of yourself. Hey!
Tony shouted in indignation.
Jarvis, please contact Tony's caregiver and have her set up a meeting between Aldrich Killian and Tony.
Peter instructs.
I'm informing Miss Potts as we speak.
Jarvis answers, knowing exactly who Peter was talking about.
Make sure that she doesn't mention anything about the Avengers or Iron Man. Make it sound like Tony has a project that Killian would be interested in. If we can get him to come to the tower, then that would be the best scenario possible.
Peter explains.
What if he sees through our little ploy?
Eric asks.
Then we go searching for him at his and every AIM-related property.
Peter says with a shrug.
He can't hide for long.
Miss Potts is calling his number as we speak. Jarvis says as security camera footage from the lower floors of the tower appears, showing a live image of Pepper. A ringing sound played through the speakers as Pepper moved the phone to her ear.
Hello, who's this?
A man answers as the ringing stops.
Hello, is this Aldrich Killian?
Pepper asks in business mode.
Yes, who might this be?
Killian replies affirmatively.
Pepper Potts with Stark Industries.
She reveals what seemed to surprise Killian.
Huh, what can I do for you? It's been over 10 years since I've seen Stark.
He asks with an upset tilt to his voice. Killian attended the Bern 2000 conference on New Year's Eve, 1999 in Switzerland to present his think tank, Advanced Idea Mechanics, when he met Tony for the first and only time. He was overjoyed upon meeting his idol, Tony Stark, and expressed being a fan of his work. Soon enough, Killian asked for Stark's support in his project, only to be shunned and ignored by the latter in favor of paying attention to the beautiful Maya Hansen. After enough insistence, Tony gave in and said he would meet Killian on the roof of the building to talk, but sadly, he never showed up. Killian would later learn that Tony ditched him in order to bed a woman, the same woman that later came to work alongside him. As New Year's approached, Killian waited hours on the roof alone for his hero to arrive, thinking that Tony could be running late as he is a very popular and busy man. Though that train of thought slowly faded away until he realized that Tony had deliberately ignored his proposition. Humiliated and depressed, he peeked over the edge of the building and briefly contemplated committing suicide. This scenario reminded Killian of the hellish years he had spent barely surviving high school bullies. Though in the end, he didn't have the courage to take the leap. Afterward, Killian's lonesome presence on the roof caused him to relish in his state of anonymity, in which he decided to work on his own and create an expansive and covert business for himself, Aim.
What did you do to this guy, Tony?
Charles noticed the anger in his voice, though he wasn't the only one. Tony looked slightly embarrassed. Make sure that she doesn't mention anything about the Avengers or Iron Man. Make it sound like Tony has a project that Killian would be interested in. If we can get him to come to the tower, then that would be the best scenario possible, Peter explains. What if he sees through our little ploy? Eric asks. Then we go searching for him at his and every AIM-related property, Peter says with a shrug. He can't hide for long. Miss Potts is calling his number as we speak, Jarvis says as security camera footage from the lower floors of the tower appears, showing a live image of Pepper. A ringing sound played through the speakers as Pepper moved the phone to her ear. Hello, who's this? A man answers as the ringing stops. Hello, is this Aldrich Killian? Pepper asks in business mode. Yes, who might this be? Killian replies affirmatively. Pepper Potts with Stark Industries. She reveals what seemed to surprise Killian. Huh, what can I do for you? It's been over 10 years since I've seen Stark, he asks with an upset tilt to his voice. Killian attended the Bern 2000 conference on New Year's Eve, 1999 in Switzerland to present his think tank, Advanced Idea Mechanics, when he met Tony for the first and only time. He was overjoyed upon meeting his idol, Tony Stark, and expressed being a fan of his work. Soon enough, Killian asked for Stark's support in his project, only to be shunned and ignored by the latter in favor of paying attention to the beautiful Maya Hansen. After enough insistence, Tony gave in and said he would meet Killian on the roof of the building to talk, but sadly, he never showed up. Killian would later learn that Tony ditched him in order to bed a woman, the same woman that later came to work alongside him. As New Year's approached, Killian waited hours on the roof alone for his hero to arrive, thinking that Tony could be running late as he is a very popular and busy man. Though that train of thought slowly faded away until he realized that Tony had deliberately ignored his proposition. Humiliated and depressed, he peeked over the edge of the building and briefly contemplated committing suicide. This scenario reminded Killian of the hellish years he had spent barely surviving high school bullies. Though in the end, he didn't have the courage to take the leap. Afterward, Killian's lonesome presence on the roof caused him to relish in his state of anonymity, in which he decided to work on his own and create an expansive and covert business for himself, Aim. What did you do to this guy, Tony? Charles noticed the anger in his voice, though he wasn't the only one. Why does it have to be me that did something? Tony asks as everyone looks at him unbelievably.
Well, Mr. Stark wants to set a meeting between the two of you at your earliest convenience.
Pepper explains.
The great Tony Stark wants a meeting with a plebeian like me.
Killian asks with a heavy dose of sarcasm.
What does he want? I'm afraid that I don't have any starstruck women for him to take advantage of, nor do I have any female family members that he can drag to bed.
Wow, he really hates you. That sounds like Tony.
Pepper apologizes for Tony on reflex, as she has grown used to doing this since her first day on the job.
Though from my understanding, this is an official meeting between Stark Industries and AIM.
No offense, Miss Potts, but tell Stark to shove his meeting up his *S.
Killian says crudely and uncaringly.
There was a time that I would have gladly met and worked with him, but those times are long gone.
Before Pepper could even say a word of reply, Killian hung up the phone, abruptly ending the conversation. Looking up at the security camera, Pepper shrugged with an expression that said,
I tried.
As the TV went black, everyone's gazes turned to Tony, who sat there with a stumped look on his face.
Don't look at me.
Tony sighs in exasperation.
Obviously, I did something to hurt his feelings, but I have no idea what that might be.
It sounds like he wanted to work with you.
MJ says her thoughts.
And you did something to ruin it.
Peter says with a nod as he turns to the TV.
Jarvis, did you track the call? No, sir.
Jarvis replies negatively. The location was constantly scrambling to different areas around the world.
All right, then it's time for Plan C.
Peter says, surprising everyone in the room.
We're already on Plan C.
MJ asks in confusion.
Yep, Jarvis, get me a list of every property owned by both Aldrich Killian and AIM.
Peter orders. 1 moment, sir.
List compiled, sir.
Jarvis says.
Good work.
Peter says as he looks over the list, which turned out to be much longer than he originally thought.
While we deal with this, Jarvis, I need you to do your best to track Killian and anyone that works alongside him. Also, be on the lookout for any facilities that could be related to AIM but weren't registered in their name. I'll do my best, sir.
Jarvis replies and gets back to work. Going over the names, Peter splits them up based on their vicinity to each other, creating 5 separate lists.
Okay, we'll break into teams headed by each of us and start hitting these properties immediately.
Peter explains as he hands over a list to each council member.
Feel free to recruit any of the Avengers for help and build your own team. I'll take Silk.
Fury says as he snatches his list and walks to the door, waiting there for her to follow.
Does he know?
Peter and MJ thought at the same exact time. Peter didn't really mind if Fury figures it out, which is why he didn't go the extra mile to disguise MJ's voice. He knew that sooner or later, Fury would need to know about their relationship and hero personas. Though the question is, did he figure it out, or is he just trying to investigate the newest hero in town? MJ tried to weasel out of going along with her father.
No, it's okay.
Peter says, smirking under his mask the entire time.
Go ahead.
Peter knew that he was currently playing with fire, but he just couldn't help himself. It was too entertaining of a scenario for him to let pass. Receiving a short look from MJ, who didn't know how to refuse anymore, Peter watched in silence as she reluctantly follows her father out of the room.
That was a risky move.
Tony whispers as he passes Peter on his way to go and form his own team.
Yeah, but it's interesting and she'll have to work with Fury at some point.
A tan white man who appeared to be in his 30s says, as he admired the view from one of his many penthouse apartments. He has slicked back, perfectly kept blonde hair and wore a form-fitting Armani suit alongside golden rings and an expensive-looking watch. Insert picture of Aldrich Killian here. Ending the call, Killian stared at the city in thought for a moment before turning around. Behind him stood 2 armed guards, each of them enhanced by the Extremis formula.
We're leaving.
Killian orders as he had a bad feeling about his recent call.
Bring the cars around and call in more men. We need to up my security.
Chapter 175, C-180 Father and Daughter's Day Out. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. The Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. MJ POV. Following behind her father, MJ did her best to keep her mouth shut. She knew that he picked her for a reason and was annoyed with Peter for agreeing to all of this.
Do you have any abilities that I should know about?
Fury asks as he sends out some texts to gather a few more team members.
Other than the ones your boyfriend has, I mean.
Not really, no.
MJ answers curtly and doesn't bother speaking any further.
All right,
Fury practically grunts as he stashed his phone away.
let's go.
Is it just us?
MJ asks.
No, the rest of the team will meet us at the first location.
Fury says as they step into an elevator, which closes and shoots down to the garage floor below the building. The car ride to the first location was awkward, to say the least. Fury wasn't much of a talker to begin with, but his silence felt even more uncomfortable than normal because of MJ's predicament. She had this unexplainable feeling that he knew who she was, or at least that he had a hunch, but wasn't saying anything for some odd reason.
How did you meet Spider-Man?
Fury asks, which only strengthened her suspicions. MJ didn't know what to say, so she kept quiet and just looked out of the window.
He gave you your powers, correct?
Fury kept fishing for information.
Maybe he doesn't know.
MJ thought as he kept asking questions related to her powers and relationship with Peter. As they arrived at an AIM facility in downtown New York, MJ was starting to doubt herself. For all she knew, Fury knew or he didn't, but if he did then he hid it extraordinarily well. When Fury pulled up across the street and parked the car, the back doors immediately opened, and in came both Black Widow and Hawkeye, who took a seat behind them.
We've scouted the building and found an abnormal amount of security.
Natasha informs them.
From armed guards to cameras and motion scanners, this place has it all and a lot of it.
Clint goes on to explain.
Then they must be hiding something.
MJ says as she momentarily forgets about her secret identity troubles and enters hero mode.
Yeah, but what?
Fury asks rhetorically as he opens the door and steps out.
Silk, let's go and say hello.
Stepping out of the car followed by MJ, Fury turns his attention to the two sitting in the backseat.
You two sneak in while we distract them. Snoop around and get me some information. You know the drill.
Fury says as he strolls across the street with a fairly popular superhero at his back. Needless to say, they drew attention to themselves almost immediately. Fury looked like the bald main character of an action movie with his trench coat and pistol holster underneath, while MJ was all over the news since her debut. As soon as the guards noticed their arrival, they called it out on their radios and set a perimeter, drawing their guns preemptively just in case. This is a restricted area. I'm going to have to ask you to walk the other way.
No.
Fury says as he struts over, unafraid of the guns being pointed in his direction. MJ didn't know what to say, so she kept quiet and just looked out of the window. He gave you your powers, correct? Fury kept fishing for information. Maybe he doesn't know, MJ thought as he kept asking questions related to her powers and relationship with Peter. As they arrived at an AIM facility in downtown New York, MJ was starting to doubt herself. For all she knew, Fury knew or he didn't, but if he did then he hid it extraordinarily well. When Fury pulled up across the street and parked the car, the back doors immediately opened, and in came both Black Widow and Hawkeye, who took a seat behind them. We've scouted the building and found an abnormal amount of security, Natasha informs them. From armed guards to cameras and motion scanners, this place has it all and a lot of it, Clint goes on to explain. Then they must be hiding something.
It's my badge.
Hearing this, they held their fire as Fury pulled a black leather badge from his coat pocket, which held an ID card with his name and picture. Avengers Nicholas Fury.
Avengers.
One of the guards asks in confusion and fright, though the man in charge merely grimaced at the ID. Through the corner of Fury's eye, he could see the skin on that man's clenched fist brighten, similar to the videos that Peter had shown them earlier. Of course, this didn't go unnoticed by MJ either.
Look, this will all go much better if you all just surrender to our investigation. That way, no one has to get hurt.
MJ tries to defuse the situation, as she had a feeling that a fight was about to break out.
We can't allow you inside without a warrant. Leave now.
The guard with the glowing hand orders gruffly.
We don't need a warrant. The Avengers operate above any government. We could raid the White House and no one could do a damn thing about it.
Fury explains, ready to grab his high-caliber pistols at any moment.
Now surrender or else.
The guard didn't bother talking any further as his body began to glow from under his skin.
Fire!
He commanded as a stream of fire launched out of his mouth and toward the two intruders. As a hail of automatic bullets came flying their way, Fury and MJ acted quickly, dodging the rifle fire and actual fire that came soon after as well.
Is he the one causing the explosions?
MJ asks as she chains web shots, flinging herself in all sorts of directions in order to keep out of harm's way.
Could be.
Fury gives her an abrupt two-word answer, as he was too busy putting his new super soldier body to work, dodging, dipping, and diving away from bullets and Dragon's breath. Just as they came to a possible conclusion, the automatic sliding doors of the building opened, and out walked 5 other men who were all glowing in the same fashion as the head guard.
Nope, there's more.
MJ yelled as a combined stream of Dragon's breath came flying in their direction.
You think?
Fury asks sarcastically as he gets the hell out of the way.
Aya.
Horrible screams could be heard as the glowing guards uncaringly burned every other guard between them and the intruders. As fire engulfed the entrance to the building, the normal guards couldn't take the heat and burn brightly before falling over, dead. The smell of cooked meat filled the open air as charred carcasses were left sizzling on the ground. Only the extremis-enhanced lead guard was unharmed, as his body is used to the extreme heat and can heal at a moment's notice.
Yuwa, this is disgusting.
MJ whined as she covered her nose, blocking the barbecue smell from getting in.
I think I'm going to puke.
I've seen and smelled worse.
Fury says as he draws 2 large-caliber revolvers from underneath his coat.
Get your head in the game.
Bang, bang, bang.
Is his whole body burning hot?
MJ asks as she pats out the smoke on her fist while dodging another round of dragon breath from the remaining 4 extremis users.
What the?
Fury mutters in shock as the man he shot in the head sat back up like the Undertaker. He watched as the large hole in the center of the man's forehead burned brightly and closed back up, leaving no scars or marks behind whatsoever. He was completely healed.
Are these guys fire zombies?
MJ asks as she saw this happen as well.
How are we supposed to beat them if they can just keep getting back up like nothing happened?
Without giving the guy a chance to even get back to his feet, Fury walks over and shoots him for a second-time execution style. As the second bullet drilled into his head, Fury pulled out a black tube-shaped metal object. Clicking a button with his thumb, a purple energy blade shot out of the metal tube, creating a sword.
Is that a lightsaber?
MJ asks excitedly, as she is a fan of Star Wars.
No, it's an energy blade from the Kree ships.
Fury shakes his head.
You just explained what a lightsaber is.
MJ says as Fury takes his new blade and swipes it at the neck of the downed man, severing his head from his shoulders.
Let's see if you can still heal without a head.
Fury comments as he kicks the man's severed head away from his body so that it couldn't reattach. Watching in silence, even the other 4 extremis users wanted to know the outcome of Fury's little experiment, as it could mean life and death for them. Seconds later, the head and body of the beheaded man started to glow uncontrollably. Fire shot out of the separated neck slices as his skin began to smolder and crack.
That doesn't look good.
Chapter 176, C-181 Shocking Revelation. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
Sir, another AIM facility has been attacked.
A guard hangs up the phone and reports. As soon as Killian received that suspicious call from the CEO of Stark Industries, he went into hiding just in time to miss the many attacks that unfolded on his properties. Anything registered under AIM and himself was turned upside down.
It's Stark.
Killian grinds his teeth in anger.
It has to be. His little b asterisk TCH failed to lead me into a trap, so now they're simply attacking until they find me.
The only question on Killian's mind was how. How did the Avengers and Stark figure out what he was up to?
Should I plan a counterattack, sir?
A nearby soldier asks. Though this man isn't just any normal grunt, he was a brigadier general who lost both legs and eyes in a missile strike. The best part was the fact that it was an attack from the Ten Rings, who were using Stark brand missiles at the time. The idea to blame the Ten Rings for everything was originally from this man, as he blamed them for the many years that he had to spend as a blind, wheelchair-bound cripple. Thankfully, Killian came around and fixed him right up, so he can see and walk just fine now. Of course, he also blames Tony Stark, so he had no problem coordinating an attack on the man.
Yes.
Killian agrees as he looks at an image of the Avengers Tower on his phone.
They want to attack my properties. Well, let's see how long that tower can remain standing.
Just as the people of New York City thought that they wouldn't be dealing with any more bombings for at least a little while, as one just happened only a couple of days ago, they were all proven wrong by the earth-shaking explosions that took place over and over on this very day. Nobody knew what was happening, but everyone guessed that the Mandarin was pulling off some sort of large-scale attack on the city. Though what they didn't know is that it wasn't just New York City that was going through this. All across the world, explosions were going off all day long, scaring any nearby civilians half to death and attracting the attention of local law enforcement, who have been on high alert due to the recent Mandarin attacks. When the police would arrive, they would be met with damaged and raided buildings belonging to AIM or Aldrich Killian. The police never found any traces of the Avengers, as they worked quickly and were in and out before anyone could arrive. It didn't take each team too long to figure out how to kill the undying fire soldiers. Overload their healing ability in some way, usually through beheading, and they'll blow up like a firework on the 4th of July. An alarming fact that the Avengers soon found out was that every single location on the list was guarded by these enhanced individuals, which made for a lot of soldiers. The number of properties on the entire list was over 100-fold, and each one of them was guarded by at least 5 extremis-enhanced individuals. Meaning, in just these publicly owned properties alone, Killian had a combined army of 500 at the very least.
Is he trying to take over the world?
Peter asked as he and everyone else returned to the tower. They spent the whole day going down the list and raiding each property one by one, leaving nothing but destruction in their wake. Not only did each team collect evidence, which they would be going over tonight, but they also brought back countless prisoners, who now replaced the Kree that once crowded the detention floor of the tower. Although they didn't manage to find a single trail of wherever Killian may be, they did find multiple laboratories that seemed to be used to manufacture the enhanced individuals that they encountered at each property. Of course, data and materials were confiscated before the labs were destroyed. After all, they didn't want extremis falling into any third-party hands.
So, does anyone else feel like this is a lot more serious than we originally thought?
Tony asks after they shared a quick mission debrief, where each team recounted the events of their outing.
Yeah, I have a question though.
MJ says as she turns her gaze toward Tony.
How did you hurt this guy so bad that it forced him to make an army that could conquer the world?
You're over-exaggerating.
Tony says dryly.
Well, with us around it won't be possible, but if we weren't here and he had more soldiers, as I suspect he does, Killian may have been able to pull off world domination, maybe.
Peter comments after a moment of thought.
That's a lot of ifs and maybes.
Tony replies, waving off the young couple's words.
Anyway, we need to compile everything we gathered and call a press conference.
Peter changes the subject and gets back to business.
Is it wise for us to reveal everything so soon? The enemy may start acting erratically.
Eric throws in his 2 cents.
Right now, the world only knows that there have been more bombings. Beware of driving men to desperation, as even a cornered rat is dangerous.
Charles repeats a quote he heard somewhere.
Outing Killian for who he truly is could have some alarming consequences. Isn't he already backed into a corner?
Fury asks with a raised brow.
We just performed an all-out assault on every property related to him. True, let's just keep up the pressure.
Peter says with a shrug.
When he inevitably snaps and attacks, we'll be ready and waiting as always. Sounds good.
Tony says as he collects all of the drives that were taken from the properties and start connecting them to a nearby computer. Jarvis, go over these and compile all useful information for review. On it, sir, Jarvis says as he gets to work.
Tony,
Peter calls out, getting his friend's attention.
move all of the materials from those labs to your workshop and start looking into it. Maybe recruit Beast and Banner to speed things along. I already planned on it.
Tony says with a nod.
Are you going to call the press conference? Yeah, we can't just let the world think that today's bombings were the work of the 10 Rings and the Mandarin. It might just inflate their terrorist egos.
Peter says with a laugh as he walks off with MJ following closely behind.
Come help us out when you're done.
Tony yelled as Peter waved over his shoulder and left the room.
So, how was your first Avengers mission with your father?
Peter asks as he and MJ walk through the halls alone.
It was horrible.
MJ was clearly upset.
It couldn't have been that bad.
Peter rolls his eyes under his mask.
It was.
MJ says with a tired sigh.
I felt like he was studying me the entire time.
He's that type of person.
Peter shrugs.
Yes, but usually he turns that off at home.
MJ explains.
Well, congratulations.
Peter places a hand on her shoulder as they enter the elevator.
You just met the real Nick Fury.
He's different from Nick Watson.
MJ admits as the doors close.
Humans have many faces.
Peter explains something that he has learned through his 2 lives.
Faces for our friends, family, lovers, strangers, authority figures, children, etc. We act differently depending on who it is. You just saw one of your father's faces, that's all.
He's kind of scary.
MJ says with a pout.
I miss his old stupid face.
Sitting in one of his hidden facilities, Killian watched the news as he waited for his men to formulate a plan of attack. As he watched, the broadcast was interrupted by some breaking news. Spider-Man would be holding another one of his press conferences. Instantly, Killian felt his stomach drop.
He wouldn't.
Killian thought as he increased the volume.
Spider-Man, is this about the large string of Mandarin bombings?
A reporter asks before Spider-Man could say a word.
Yes, actually.
Spidey says with a nod.
Though the attacks weren't the Mandarin's doing. In fact, none of the recent attacks were orchestrated by the 10 Rings or the Mandarin. He wouldn't.
Killian screamed inwardly.
How is that possible? He took credit for the attacks.
Peter voiced everyone reporter's next question.
The Avengers have looked into these attacks and found a common denominator. This man.
Suddenly, before Killian's very eyes, an image of himself appeared behind Spider-Man.
Mother of Asterisk Seeker.
Killian yelled as he stood up and hurled the controller across the room, embedding it into the TV. Fury POV. After spending the day with Silk, Fury had an odd feeling about the woman. For some reason, she reminded him of his daughter, MJ. She sounded like her and even acted like her at some moments, but his daughter wasn't a superhero. In fact, she should be sleeping soundly at home around this time.
Or is she?
Fury thought as he subconsciously drove to his family's home and pulled into the driveway. Quietly sneaking inside so he doesn't wake his family, Fury silently made his way to his daughter's room and peeked inside only to find it void of any life. MJ was nowhere to be seen.
Is it actually her?
Fury asks himself in disbelief as he rushed to the master bedroom. No longer caring to be quiet, Fury storms into Grace's bedroom and shakes her awake.
Huh, what?
Grace slowly wakes up.
Where's our daughter?
Fury asks.
She's sleeping over at her boyfriend's house.
Grace says sleepily but froze as she realized who she was speaking to.
I mean her friend's house.
I'm going to kill him.
Fury subconsciously draws his revolver as he storms back out of the room.
OSH*T.
Chapter 177, C182 Angry Daddy. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Arriving home that night, Peter decided to let Tony find out about Extremis on his own and spend some quality time with his beautiful girlfriend.
Which movie do you want to watch?
Peter asks as he flips through Netflix on the TV.
It's up to you, just don't pick any sappy love stories.
MJ says as she snuggles up to Peter on the couch. May was already fast asleep, as she has work in the morning, so they had most of the house to themselves at the moment.
We should order food.
MJ says as her stomach grumbles.
Okay, I'll order pizza.
Peter says as he whips out his phone.
Can you get the blanket from my bed?
Sure, but don't forget to buy soda.
MJ says as she ran off up the stairs. Just as Peter was about to order the food, a loud knock came from the front door. Whoever it is was either in a hurry or very angry because they kept knocking over and over.
Are the police at my door?
Peter muttered in annoyance as he walked over and pulled the door open.
What do you?
Just as Peter was speaking, the barrel of a large revolver was put in his face. He felt his spider senses tingle faintly, but stopped himself from reacting when he saw who it was outside the door. Peter asks, finding this situation kind of funny on the inside. After all, he could easily dodge out of the way before Fury pulls the trigger. He may be enhanced now, but Peter was still far faster.
Move!
Fury commands as he nudged his gun toward the living room. Following his instructions, Peter walked to the living room with a gun on his back, wondering what Fury was doing there.
Did he find out about me being Spider-Man?
Peter questioned as he saw the very pissed-off look on Fury's face.
Nah, that wouldn't make him this mad.
Fury said as he heard someone coming down the stairs and stashed his gun away inside his trench coat.
Peter, I got the blanket. Did you order the?
MJ froze as she walked in with a blanket over her shoulder, finding her father standing over Peter in the middle of the living room.
Dad, what are you doing here?
I went home to see you and found out you were here, so I came by to say hello.
Fury lies easily as his angry face turns warm in an instant.
Okay, but why are you standing over Peter like that?
MJ asks suspiciously.
Oh, no reason.
Fury smiles as he places a hand on Peter's shoulder.
We were just talking, right?
Seeing the look Fury was giving him, which said,
Play along and keep your mouth shut.
Peter smiled in MJ's direction.
We're fine, babe.
Peter said, causing Fury's eye to twitch.
Mr. Watson was just telling me how he sees me as a good potential son-in-law, right?
Instantly, Fury contemplated pulling his gun again, as Peter turned the tables back on him. After all, his beloved daughter wouldn't be very happy if she found out her father was threatening her boyfriend with a loaded gun.
Why, yeah.
Fury ground his teeth as he could barely reply. Hearing this, MJ recalled the odd spider lady that called Peter her future husband.
Don't talk about stuff like that.
MJ says in embarrassment.
I'm too young to get married.
You heard her, Mr. Watson. We'll have to wait a while before anything like that. I'm happy that you like me so much, though.
Peter says as he stands and puts an arm around Fury's shoulder.
I thought that you didn't approve of me for a while, so I was worried. This kid needs to die.
Me too.
MJ had the same thoughts as Peter.
Do you want to stay and watch a movie with us, Dad? We're ordering pizza.
Hearing his daughter's offer, Fury wanted to just snap and start going off. If things went his way, Fury would shoot Peter in the head or at the very least lecture his daughter about sleeping at a boy's house, but he knew MJ wouldn't listen to him. His outburst might even ruin the relationship that he spent so much effort to repair. Thinking for a moment, Fury sighed inwardly and decided to do things covertly. It's his specialty after all.
Sure, can you make me a cup of coffee?
Fury asks MJ, who nods and throws down the blanket before rushing off to the kitchen. She had no idea that her mother accidentally snitched about her regularly sleeping over at her boyfriend's house.
Think you're smart, do you?
Fury says as he pulls his gun again and pushes Peter back onto the couch, resting the barrel on his forehead.
Feel smart now. A little bit.
Peter says with a smile. Fury merely raised an eyebrow, finding his future son-in-law's confidence in the face of a loaded weapon both impressive and peculiar. Fury stayed silent as he gripped his fists tightly. This kid needs to die.
Why are you here anyway?
Peter asks with a raised brow.
You're obviously angry about something. My daughter will not be sleeping here anymore.
Fury says threateningly.
Do I make myself clear? Oh, I get it now.
Peter says with an understanding nod.
You went home and found out she wasn't there, huh?
Fury grunted in affirmation, though it sounded more like a growl.
Well, that's something you have to decide with MJ and her mother, not me.
Peter says as it wasn't his decision to make.
I can't just tell her that she's not allowed to come here anymore. MJ would think that I'm not interested in her or something. Good, that sounds like the perfect outcome.
Fury smiled at the prospect of that actually happening.
For you, yes, but not for me or your daughter.
Peter says as he picks up his cell phone.
Put the phone down.
Fury says as he cocks the hammer of the revolver.
I can't.
Peter says with a shrug. Fury stayed silent as he gripped his fists tightly. This kid needs to die.
You might want to put that away.
Peter says as he heard footsteps coming their way from the kitchen. Hearing this as well, Fury clicked his tongue and stashed his weapon away for the second time.
Here.
MJ says as she walks through the door and hands over a mug full of coffee.
Do you want to pick the movie, Dad?
Just as Fury was about to reply, the front door swung open, and in rushed MJ's mother Grace, who looked out of breath and disheveled in her pajamas and sneakers.
Mom, what's going on?
MJ asks as she now felt something was off about this entire situation. Grace didn't know what to say, as she expected mass chaos and a lot of screaming upon her arrival.
I'm here to pick up your father.
Okay.
MJ didn't believe a word she said, but she knew her mother would probably explain later.
Right, let's go.
Grace says as she walks up and pulls Fury to the door.
I'll call later, honey. Have a good night.
We will.
Peter replies with a smirk. Fury cursed as he heard Peter's reply.
Don't you start anything.
Grace starts reprimanding Fury as they left the house.
What the hell was that about?
MJ asks as she turns to Peter questioningly.
Your father found out that you sleep here.
Peter reveals with a smirk.
Oh God.
As Peter was dealing with an armed and angry father, Tony, Beast, and Banner were going over the research materials and notes from their many raids on AIM laboratories. As they went through everything, one name stood out among the rest. Extremis. As they went over everything, they soon found out that Killian has been creating his own person army of unstable test subjects with something called the Extremis formula.
Why does this all look so familiar?
Tony asks himself as he watched an early video of an Extremis experiment. A dying plant was given the formula, rejuvenating its dead leaves and branches instantly, but as soon as the plant made contact with something, it would explode in a big fiery blast. Just like the many guards they encountered that day.
I've definitely seen this before.
Tony states as he racks his brain for answers.
Where?
Banner asks curiously.
A woman showed it to me.
Tony suddenly remembered.
Why am I not surprised?
Chapter 178, C-183 Tower Assault. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. The next day, Peter woke up in his bed alone. MJ felt weird about sleeping over last night since her father knew about it now. She had an odd feeling, as though her father would storm into the bedroom guns blazing, or task some nameless shield grunt to surveil their nightly activities. Of course, no amount surveillance could penetrate the house's enchantments, but she was still weirded out either way. Needless to say, MJ rushed off soon after her mother dragged Fury out of the house, so Peter enjoyed a whole pizza and some fizzy soda all to himself that night.
Sometimes alone time is good too.
Peter thought at the time. Fury was probably ecstatic when MJ returned home that night, though that was definitely ruined when she ignored him out of embarrassment and rushed to her bedroom. After all, no teenage girl would ever want to talk about the time she spends at her boyfriend's house with her father. Maybe her mother, but that depends on how deep the relationship is between them. After doing his usual morning rituals, Peter suited up and returned to the tower. It's still the weekend, so school wasn't a problem. Stepping into Tony's penthouse, Peter was surprised to find him along with Pepper and an unfamiliar woman arguing amongst each other for some unknown reason. Though after a second look, Peter had a good guess about who the unknown woman might be. Maya Hansen,
And old girlfriends.
Pepper states sharply with an annoyed look on her face.
She's not really.
Tony denies with a shake of his head.
No, not really.
Maya tries to back up Tony and defuse the situation, but somehow she only made it worse. When Pepper saw Tony nodding alongside her, as if Maya's words would save him, she rolled her eyes in a huff.
That's how you do it, right?
She says with a look of sadness and contempt.
Hit it and quit it.
The reason for her contempt was obvious, though the sadness wasn't. Pepper has always wanted to be in a relationship with Tony. The only problem was her fear of being thrown away after their first night together. After all, Tony has a long history of sweeping women off their feet, bedding them, and then never speaking to them again. Tony had nothing to defend himself with.
And you wonder why my answer is always no.
Pepper states with a shake of her head.
What?
Tony could no longer keep quiet.
Peps, I've said this once, and I'll say it a million more times, you are different.
Sure.
Pepper says unbelievably.
You may not believe me now, but I won't give up.
Tony says, hoping to win her over in time.
Is.
Maya whispers as she watches Tony and Pepper continue to bicker amongst themselves.
Yup, this is very normal.
Peter makes his presence known. Maya jumped as she turned to see Peter standing behind her.
Holy **T.
She mutters in shock.
You're Spider-Man. Yeah, that's me.
Peter waves as he hears the shouting get louder.
It's a stupid bunny. Relax about it.
Pepper yelled as she threw a stuffed animal at Tony.
I got this for you.
Tony says as he caught it and tried to hand it back.
I'm aware of that.
Pepper says in annoyance, not accepting the gift.
You still haven't even told me that you liked it.
Tony yells.
I don't like it.
Pepper admits without a hint of shame.
I asked you 3.
Tony exclaims.
What are they even arguing about anymore?
Peter asks in confusion.
I have no idea.
Maya shrugs with a stumped look. Suddenly, Maya remembered why she came here and turned her attention to Peter in an instant. She asks as the shouts resembling an old married couple start getting louder and louder.
It's beyond important.
She originally wanted to explain everything to Tony, as she at least knew him a little, but her presence seemed to cause a lover's quarrel to break out, derailing her plans completely.
Sure, follow me.
Peter nods as they leave the yelling lovers behind.
All right, what's up?
Peter asks as he brings her into a small meeting room.
Before I say anything, I need protection for myself and my son.
She says and would keep her mouth shut until she gets what she needs.
Easily done. You both can stay in the tower.
Peter agreed easily, surprising her into stunned silence.
I didn't think you would agree so easily.
Maya stutters as a relieved smile blooms on her face.
Well, we have the space.
Peter says with a shrug.
Besides, whatever this is must be extremely dire if you came to a group of superheroes for protection.
It is.
She says as she takes a deep breath before saying something that actually surprised Peter.
You need to evacuate this building immediately.
Huh, why?
Peter asks in confusion.
Aldrich Killian is planning an attack against you guys. Well, mainly Tony.
She says as she looks out of the window, and her eyes go wide in shock. Following her line of sight, Peter could see a group of helicopters headed their way. Looking closely, he could see what appeared to be loaded missile launchers attached to them as well.
Well, you weren't lying, that's for sure.
Peter nods as each helicopter lets loose its entire payload of missiles at once.
Oh my god.
Maya whispers in fright.
Calm down, you'll be fine.
Peter says as he waves his hand and opens 10 large portals in front of the building. As the missiles were about to strike the side of the defenseless tower, huge golden portals appeared, showing the image of a vast, endless dark space on the other side. In just a moment, the portals sucked the missiles inside before disappearing as if they were never there.
How did you?
Maya felt like she was on an emotional roller coaster.
Magic!
Peter answers as he turns his attention elsewhere. The now weaponless helicopters were pulling off and trying to retreat. No doubt, the pilots were shocked by the unimaginable defenses of the Avengers Tower.
Where do you think you're going?
Peter muttered as he gave out some orders.
Jarvis, contact Nightcrawler and have him go after those helicopters. Imprison the inhabitants in the detention floor for questioning and land the helicopters on the rooftop. Done, sir.
Jarvis replies, surprising Miss Hanson.
That was.
She asks but forgot about everything when she saw a blue man appear on the side of one of the enemy helicopters.
What the?
In an instant, Nightcrawler yanked the door open and teleported the pilot away before taking the controls and setting the chopper down on a nearby building for the time being. This continued over and over, as each pilot was teleported into a cell and every helicopter was safely landed.
That was quick work.
Peter praised with an impressed nod.
Jarvis, give Nightcrawler a nice bonus this month for a job well done. Yes, sir.
Jarvis replies.
That was easier than I thought it would be.
Maya says with a stumped look. When she heard about Killian planning an attack on the Avengers headquarters, she knew it was about the right time to jump ship. She wanted to do so for a while now, but stayed out of fear for herself and her son. Sadly, she didn't stay long enough to learn exactly what Killian was planning, just that he was going to target the building itself. But she didn't expect Killian's grand plan for revenge to be thwarted so easily. It came and went in just a minute, and not a single blemish was left on the building whatsoever. Killian had failed so spectacularly, leaving Maya both impressed and stunned beyond belief.
Is this how strong the Avengers are?
She thought in wonder.
I don't know why I was so worried before.
What the hell just happened?
Tony storms into the room, alongside a worried-looking Pepper.
Done fighting like an old married couple.
Peter asks as Nightcrawler starts moving each helicopter to the roof of the tower one by one.
Shut up, why did you cover the building in portals?
Tony asks as he didn't see the missiles.
Because your old friend Killian just tried to blow us up.
Peter says as he points to the helicopters and gives a quick explanation.
I just want to make it clear that he was never my friend.
Tony states after getting caught up to speed.
Our building was almost blown up, and that's all you have to say.
Pepper asks with a pointed glare.
I feel another argument brewing. High temperature readings.
Tony repeated as he wondered what that could mean.
Oh no.
Maya mutters worriedly.
Oh no, what?
Tony asked.
Don't those explosive guards we faced have high body temperatures?
Peter asked.
OSH*T.
Chapter 179, C-184 Action is Coming. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord GG/JHVZN5. At the street level of the Avengers Tower, 4 separate black SUVs pulled up and parked on the curb. As the doors of each car swung open, men and women in casual clothes stepped out and all started walking towards the tower at once, trying to blend into the crowded New York City sidewalk so they didn't look too suspicious. Each of these people is a severely unstable extremis test subject and wouldn't live much more than a day or two. Knowing this, each of them volunteered to suicide bomb the ground level of the Avengers Tower as a morbid sort of thanks to Aldrich Killian for giving them what little time they could spend as able-bodied humans once again. Every one of them was in horrible battle-torn conditions before Killian came along, so they saw him as a savior and practically worshipped the ground that he walked on. They would do anything for Killian, especially knowing that they would be dying soon enough either way. In their minds, they might as well use their last moments to repay the very generous favor given to them. Just as the group of more than 16 extremist soldiers was about to enter the building, thick metal shutters came down and sealed the building off from the outside world. All doors and windows were closed off in an instant, surprising everyone in and out of the building, as they heard the loud clanging of the shutters falling and locking into place. Each extremist soldier immediately became alert, as they instantly knew that they were detected somehow. In unison, as if they could somehow read each other's minds, the plainly dressed soldiers' bodies started to glow as they took a deep breath and released a stream of burning fire from their mouths. Seeing these superpowered individuals attacking the Avengers Tower so brazenly, the civilians that were simply passing by on their way to work or some other daily activity cleared out of the way as fast as they could. The beams of fire hit the metal shutters, singing them black on contact and slowly melting the metal, though it would take a few moments as the metal was fairly thick and durable. However, before that could happen, the cement pillars surrounding the building opened up, revealing countless turrets, which took aim at the building's attackers and unloaded all at once. Suddenly, what appeared to be an infinite amount of bullets came flying in the attacker's direction with pinpoint accuracy that only a computer could pull off. Without being able to react, each extremist soldier was pelted with so many high-caliber bullets that the sheer amount of damage began to overload their healing ability. Boom!
Damn, that was impressive.
Peter commented from the side of the building.
I know, right?
Tony says with a smug look as he hovers beside Peter in his Iron Man armor.
I never thought that those defenses would actually be put to use, though.
Just as the smoke cleared on the final extremis explosion, nothing of the suicide bombers' bodies was left behind, though they did leave a mess for the Avengers to clean up. The concrete flooring and stairs outside of the tower had small craters and spiderweb cracks all throughout, while all of the nearby greenery was pretty much destroyed or on fire at this very moment. Even some of the supporting pillars outside of the building were destroyed, though the building could still easily stand without them. They would be fixed soon enough anyway. Only a few moments after the last explosion took place, police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks came pouring in, ready to help anywhere they could. Turning to the side, Peter wanted to leave all of this to Tony, as it was technically his building, but the man himself had already flown away, leaving behind a fiery trail as he ditched all of the work onto Peter, as usual. Sighing to himself, Peter dropped down and landed before all of the emergency vehicles, ready to spend the rest of his day dealing with the aftermath of this situation.
Sir, maybe we should slowly pull our resources out of the country.
One of the more brave subordinates speaks his mind.
Huh, why would we do such a thing?
Killian asks, not liking that idea one bit.
Well, I'm sorry if this upsets you, sir, but the Avengers are obviously out of our league. We either stay and slowly but surely lose our footing until our inevitable deaths, or we relocate and rebuild out of the sphere of the Avengers.
He explains, receiving reluctant nods all around, though Killian remained unmoved.
No, I refuse.
Killian spat out of anger.
I will not have all that I built brought down to nothing because of Tony F** seeking Stark.
Everyone looked around, unsure of how to handle their leader's outburst. Killian stared off into the distance with a dejected and frustrated look on his face. Through body cameras, He and his high-level military advisors watched the outcome of their carefully planned two-prong attack on the Avengers Tower. When the first one failed, they weren't too down about it, as it was mainly there to cause a distraction for the ground team to move into place and pretty much detonated themselves, taking down the building in the process. Though that plan failed spectacularly as well, resulting in the current strained atmosphere between Killian and his men. "Sir, maybe we should slowly pull our resources out of the country." One of the more brave subordinates speaks his mind. Why would we do such a thing?" Killian asks, not liking that idea one bit. "Well, I'm sorry if this upsets you, sir, but the Avengers are obviously out of our league. We either stay and slowly but surely lose our footing until our inevitable deaths, or we relocate and rebuild out of the sphere of the Avengers." He explains, receiving reluctant nods all around, though Killian remained unmoved. "No, I refuse," Killian spat out of anger. "I will not have all that I built brought down to nothing because of Tony F** seeking Stark." Everyone looked around, unsure of how to handle their leader's outburst. "Then what should we do?" One person asks the golden question.
Useless.
Killian thought venomously as he eyed his most skilled military advisors.
We double down, speed up the process of any new recruits, gather every single soldier and prepare for war. Once the Avengers are taken care of, we set our eyes on the government.
Hearing their leader's declaration, Killian's advisors were shocked as they never expected his sights to be set so high. Who would have expected this from a man who built his own super-powered army of fire breathers? Truly shocking.
Sir, I have no issue with your goals, but we may need some more time to prepare.
One man says with an uneasy look.
I do not doubt that with a carefully planned surprise attack we can take over this country easily, but the after-effects of such an event will be hard to handle.
Taking over a nation isn't as easy as simply beating its army and seating someone into power. Firstly, the people of that nation may not agree to such an event and rise up, and secondly, foreign powers can always decide to take advantage of such a situation. Whether that be by arming rebel groups in hopes of having a good relationship with the next government, or simply moving their own army in and taking the land and people for themselves.
No, time is something that we no longer have the luxury of.
Killian shakes his head stubbornly.
It's only a matter of time before the Avengers find our other facilities, this one included. Anyone home?
Peter called out as he stepped inside, but didn't receive any replies. On the counter in the kitchen was a plate of food as well as a note, stating that May was out with Grace. Just to be sure, Peter checks the tracking spell he has on all of his loved ones and found the two together at a nearby shopping mall. MJ was at her house, probably still weirded out about staying over due to her father. Peter inwardly cursed fury for his lack of female companionship.
Maybe I'll watch some P***RN later.
Peter thought as he hadn't partaken in anything like that since MJ started staying over. Knowing that everyone was all right, Peter decided to relax in his room and work on something that he hasn't had time for in a while.
Which file has my AI stuff in it?
Peter thought as he browsed through his ghost laptop. Seconds later, he found a file named
Better Jarvis.
and opened it up.
Where was I again?
Chapter 180, C-185 Traps All Around. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. The Patreon is 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. As Peter went over his old AI project, he found that he was fairly close to completing it. All that he needed to do was build a fairly beefy server room where the AI would be stored during the early stages of its life. Peter made his AI a bit more complicated than Jarvis, as he wanted it to be better in every single way possible. In doing so, the AI will not start off as an all-knowing adult helper, like Jarvis. It would start off as a child with very little intelligence and learn about the world through Peter, though it would age far quicker than the average human. Of course, Peter wouldn't be babysitting his AI for too long. Based on his calculations, the AI would be up to Jarvis level and maturity within just a few months, but unlike Jarvis, his AI would continue to grow in intelligence and computing power even after that.
I need some crazy servers for this.
Peter thought as he texted Pepper and put in an order for Stark Industries' best equipment.
Where should I put it though?
He would need a lot of space, power, and cooling for this whole project, which mostly wouldn't be a problem. Power and cooling can be easily taken care of with the mystic arts. Space was the only thing that worried Peter, as his house wasn't exactly the biggest. He could have bought a larger home, but it seemed like a waste of space and money at the time.
I could use my penthouse at the tower,
Peter thought as he never used that place to begin with.
though I would need to put some protections up just in case.
After coming to this conclusion, Peter told Pepper to deliver his order to his penthouse in the tower and hopped into bed for the night. When Peter returned to the tower on the following day, his materials hadn't been delivered yet, but he did receive a nice lengthy report on the interrogation of the pilots that tried to bomb the tower yesterday. Flipping through and reading quickly, Peter saw the locations of a few hidden bases as well as some other useful information, like security, defenses, and the number of known soldiers.
Fury works quickly.
Peter praised as he finished reading the report. Sending out a few texts, Peter summoned a couple of groups to the tower. The X-Men minus Charles as he was busy, Sabretooth, MJ in her silk suit, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and lastly the super soldier couple, Steve and Peggy. It didn't take more than a few minutes for everyone to arrive, as Peter opened portals for them to speed things along.
What's the situation?
Steve asks as everybody stood across from Peter's desk, wondering why they were called.
Fury got some information out of the pilots that attacked the tower yesterday.
Peter says as he handed over a list of locations to Steve.
I want you to lead this group and assault these facilities. Are you sure?
Steve asks hesitantly, as the last operation he ran ended with him frozen for over 70 years.
Yes, are you Captain America or not?
Peter asks with a taunting tone.
I thought I was dealing with a decorated war hero. Where's the confidence that you had when facing Hydra and the Nazis?
Good pep talk.
Peggy smirks in amusement as she followed Steve out.
Make sure to write a report afterward.
Peter yelled as he turned to the remaining people in the room.
What are you waiting for? Follow them.
Me too.
MJ asked in confusion as everyone else left the room.
Yeah, you wanted to join the big leagues, right?
Peter asks and received a nod in return.
Good, then you better get going. Remember to be safe and follow Steve and Peggy's lead. They have the most experience in these kinds of situations.
Yes, sir.
She says with a mock salute.
Save that kind of talk for the bedroom.
Peter says with a smirk under his mask.
Don't talk about that here.
MJ exclaims as she runs off to join the group. When they all left, Peter opened the file on his desk and saw one remaining location, which he didn't give to Steve. It was the last known location of Killian himself and the most guarded facility of them all.
I doubt he's there anymore, but I might as well check.
Peter muttered as he opened a portal and stepped through. Arriving at the front of a wide-open bunker door, Peter peeked inside and found nothing but darkness.
This definitely isn't a trap.
Peter muttered sarcastically as he stepped inside nonetheless. Maneuvering through the barren, dimly lit hallways, Peter could tell that the people that once occupied this place left in a hurry. Everything was a mess, and it seemed that only the most crucial materials were taken, while everything else was left behind. After a minute of searching, Peter found Killian's office, which was surprisingly clean compared to the rest of the facility. As he stepped inside, a nearby TV turned on and the image of a smug-looking Aldrich Killian appeared.
Welcome,
He smiles with open arms.
whoever you may be, though I truly hope that a certain Stark is among you.
Suddenly, a 10-second countdown appeared beside Killian on the screen, and Peter instantly knew what was happening.
The old self-destruct, huh?
Peter muttered as he waved his hand and opened a portal.
If you survive this, I'm sure that I'll see you real soon.
Killian smiled as the timer neared 0. With a leisurely pace, Peter stepped through the portal and closed it just in time. Appearing on a nearby hillside, Peter looked to the right as the grass that was only a few kilometers away started to shake and collapse downwards. The ground beneath his feet shook like a powerful earthquake as smoke rose from the large crater that soon formed in place of the former underground Aim base. Thankfully, the base was out in the middle of nowhere, so he wouldn't have to deal with any cleanup.
I better warn Steve.
Peter muttered as he whipped out his phone and sent out a few texts.
Though they have Nightcrawler, so a situation like this should be easily dealt with.
Receiving some replies, Peter returned back to the tower, where he found his penthouse filled with all sorts of materials needed to start off his AI.
Might as well get to work.
Peter sighs and starts unboxing everything. Hours later, Peter was buried in towering racks filled with servers, processors, and other components, which filled the whole penthouse. At this point, the setup was complete and all that was needed were the enchantments, for cooling and power as well as the protection of the room itself.
I don't need anyone playing with my baby and creating another Ultron because of their stupidity.
Peter wouldn't allow anyone but himself to use his AI. At least until he knew for sure that it was stable and loyal to himself. After all, Peter would be practically raising the thing for the next few months. Only an hour ago, Steve and his team returned and handed in their reports. This was the first of many missions that would be led by Steve in preparation for his ascension to director of the Avengers. It would take some time for him to settle into a leading position and gain the approval of the whole council, but after many more successful missions like these, he should have no problems. When they returned, Peter took a small break to eat a late lunch with MJ and go over Steve's reports, which were suspiciously written in Peggy's handwriting.
Steve takes after Tony more than he would like to admit.
Peter thought with a shake of his head. They ran into a similar situation that Peter had to deal with, where some sort of trap was put in place for whoever came knocking.
They sure move quickly.
Peter thought as he read over the report.
But it's not that impressive when you factor in the fact that all of his subordinates are enhanced.
Peter, should I join the Avengers?
MJ asked as Peter finished going over the last report.
Do you want to?
He asks. He didn't want her involved originally, but after her first mission with her father, Peter felt like he couldn't just keep hiding her away forever. At the end of the day, she could only deal with so many cats stuck in trees or purse snatchers before she snapped.
I mean, as long as you're here.
MJ states as she looks away in embarrassment.
Okay, I'll bring it up to the council, and we'll officially make you an Avenger.
Peter agrees as MJ shoots out of her chair and jumps into his lap, hugging him tightly.
Thank you.
She practically squealed.
No problem, just don't tell Ned yet. He already feels left out.
Chapter 181, C-186 Mommy and Daddy. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. After another day of placing all sorts of enchantments on the room for protection, as well as the whole rig for power and cooling, Peter was finally able to start up his own personal AI. Plugging his ghost laptop into an interface terminal computer that connected to the whole setup, Peter transferred over everything in the
Better Jarvis
folder and got to work. Within minutes, Peter got everything sorted as his cursor hovered over a button titled Run.
Here goes nothing.
Peter thought nervously as he clicked the mouse. Instantly, the room filled with a humming noise as every piece of machinery came to life, booting up for the first time. Peter leaned back in his chair as a window appeared on the monitor in front of him, showing a progress bar filling slowly.
This may take longer than I originally thought.
Peter muttered as he saw the bar filling at a snail's pace.
Might as well get some food.
Opening a portal, Peter stepped through, peeking back for only a moment to make sure that the room's protections were active, before closing the portal and swinging off. Outside one of New York's best Chinese restaurants, Peter stepped out with a bag full of food and a cold soda in hand. Of course, he wasn't in his spider suit at the moment. Based on how long it was taking his AI to form, Peter knew he had some time, so he found a good place to eat and watched the people pass by as he dug into his white rice and sesame chicken. While stuffing his face, Peter heard some banging from his left and turned only to find a car speeding by with two men leaning out of the back windows, shooting pistols backward toward whoever was chasing them.
Can I just get a moment of peace?
Peter asked with a tired sigh. Just as he was about to set down his food and deal with the passing criminals, a slim, dark figure swung into view, dodging bullets and shooting webs in retaliation between swings. Silk,
MJ can handle it.
Peter thought lazily as he casually continued eating. Meanwhile, everyone else was screaming and trying to find cover from the gunfire. Suddenly, a couple of MJ's webs hit the wheel wells of the speeding car, which caused the tires to lock up. Although the car was coming to a stop, it hit a curb in the process and flipped, rolling over the sidewalk, straight in Peter's direction. Though he didn't have to move, as seconds later MJ dropped down between him and the car, stopping its acceleration with an outstretched hand.
Are you okay?
Silk asks as she turns to see her boyfriend seated there with a smirk on his face.
Peter.
Yo,
Peter said as he pointed at the car behind her.
you may want to handle that.
Turning back around, MJ saw one of the criminals crawling out of the car. He was just about to raise his gun in her direction as well. With a flick of her wrist, MJ shot a web and snatched the gun from his hand, before swinging it around and nailing him square in the face with it. Unloading the gun and throwing it aside, MJ grabs all of the men from the car and ties them up for the cops, who would be arriving soon based on the sirens.
Thanks for saving me, Silk.
Peter gives her a playful wink.
I'm a huge fan. Shut up.
MJ says in embarrassment.
What are you doing here?
Thankfully, no one was around to hear their conversation.
Just got some food.
Peter says as he motions to his Chinese food. Looking over her shoulder, MJ saw a bunch of police cars pour into the area.
Wait here, I'll be back.
She says and swings off just in time for the cops to roll in with guns in hand.
On the ground now.
A few of them yell as they circle Peter, though most of them go to secure the webbed-up criminals first and check the car.
Hey, I was just eating here.
Peter says as he holds up his hands. After about 10 minutes of dealing with the police, who asked just about every question possible, Peter walked off with his now cold food.
Maybe I should get some more.
He thought as he caught sight of someone familiar, leaning against a wall a few meters away.
Hey, sorry about that.
MJ apologizes as she watched him dealing with the police from a distance.
No problem.
Peter says as he tosses his cold food in a nearby trash can.
Want to get some food?
Sure, but I picked the place.
MJ says as she walks over and grabs Peter's hand, dragging him wherever she wanted. After eating with MJ, Peter had to go and check on his AI, but MJ wasn't exactly happy about that.
Come on, let's go home.
MJ leans forward and whispers into Peter's ear. Instantly, Peter's eyes go wide as his eyebrows shoot upwards.
I would love that more than anything.
Peter says as he felt his mouth water, though his tone soon turns to disappointment.
Trust me, but I need to check on an important project that I've been working on.
What project?
She asks as the sexual tension completely disappears.
Well, I can show you, but don't touch anything or tell anyone, okay?
Peter says as he didn't mind MJ knowing. She wouldn't reveal anything and wasn't like Tony, who would want to mess around with his baby. Receiving a nod, Peter found a good spot to open a portal and took MJ to his modified penthouse.
Are we in the tower?
MJ asks as she saw the view from the floor-to-ceiling windows.
Should we put on our suits?
No, this room is completely separate from the whole tower and Jarvis.
Peter taps the wall, revealing the golden runs that were hidden only a moment ago.
There isn't even Wi-Fi in here.
Okay, why?
MJ asks, but before he could answer, the terminal started to beep. Turning to the screen, Peter and MJ saw a full progress bar alongside an alert that said complete.
What's that?
MJ asks, but once again Peter was interrupted.
Hello.
The childlike voice of a little girl suddenly fills the room.
Is.
She sounded like a kid that got lost in the grocery store looking for her parents, as if she were scared and on the verge of crying at any moment.
Yes, I'm here.
Peter answers as he rushes back to the terminal and takes a seat in front of the webcam, closer to the microphone.
Hello.
Peter waves hello at the webcam with a warm smile on his face.
I'm Peter.
He says, not knowing what else to say at the moment.
Are you my daddy?
She stutters nervously.
What?
MJ exclaims in shock.
Well, sort of.
Peter says with a smile as he ignores MJ for the time being.
I did create you, so I can be your father if you want. I wouldn't mind having a daughter.
The early stages of a living being's life are its most crucial for development, and his AI was, in fact, a living being. He would need to nurture her just like any other child, or else she could become mentally insane. This is why he even separated the room from any internet or cellular connection. The early development of his AI was far too important to be infected by the overwhelming tsunami that is the internet. Otherwise, his AI daughter would most likely go crazy, like Ultron.
Okay.
She answers nervously, though she sounded happy nonetheless.
Why can't I move?
Well, you're a living artificial intelligence that I created with technology, so you aren't exactly human like me.
Peter knew this would confuse her, but needed to be truthful to form a good relationship.
I don't understand, Daddy.
She answers in confusion.
That's fine.
Peter said understandingly.
You don't have to understand right now.
Okay.
She says. Peter could picture a little kid nodding her head with a cute, confused look on her pudgy face.
Though you will be able to move soon enough.
Peter says with an excited smile.
I just need some time to make you a body.
I would like that.
She answers, finding her current situation somehow uncomfortable.
I will speed up my work then.
Peter nods into the camera.
You created a daughter.
MJ finally processed everything that just happened.
Who's that, Daddy?
Peter's AI's daughter asks as she could only see him in the camera.
That's your mommy.
Chapter 182, C187 Pregnant. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
That's your mommy.
Peter says with a grin on his face.
What?
MJ was having a hard time keeping it together.
I'm not.
Staying for long.
Peter interrupts her, knowing that her refusal could cause problems with his little AI daughter.
Mommy has to go home to Grandma, so you can talk to her next time, okay?
As Peter says this, he winks in MJ's direction and opens a portal below her feet. MJ tried to speak, but lost her footing and disappeared from the room, falling into her bed at home. As the portal snapped shut, Peter looked back at the camera and smiled at his new daughter.
Did Mommy leave?
She asked sadly.
Yes, but she'll be back another day, I promise.
Peter swears as he plans to talk to her about this later on.
Okay, I want to see Mommy next time too.
She says with a hopeful tone.
Of course.
Peter nods with a smile. Peter's new AI daughter says as if she had something to say.
What is it?
Peter asks.
Do I have a name?
She asks with a cute nervous stutter.
No, I haven't thought of one, but we can pick one together now.
Peter says as he leans back and starts thinking of names.
I want a cute name, like Busy.
She exclaims in excitement. Peter didn't know how to tell her no, as he didn't want to upset his new daughter.
Busy, what is she? A dog?
You don't like it, Daddy.
She asks as her tone goes from excitement to depression in a single moment.
Well, how about we add it to the list?
Peter offers, though he doesn't deny her statement.
If you still want to be called Busy after we come up with a few other options, then I'll support you. Either way, in a few months when she's more mature, she'll beg me to change her name.
Peter thought as an amused smile appears on his face.
I can't think of any other names.
She says thoughtfully.
Well, let's brainstorm together.
Almost an hour passed, the new father and daughter threw names back and forth, compiling a small list of options, which both of them agreed upon.
Okay, I think that's enough.
Peter says as he looks over the list.
We can do this 3 ways. I can choose, you can choose, or we can leave it up to chance and pick a random one.
I want you to pick Daddy.
She says nervously.
All right, let's see.
Peter nods as he reads over the list one more time.
Emma, Abigail, Luna, Mia, Alice.
After a long pause, where nothing but the hums of the nearby machinery was heard, Peter finally spoke.
I think I picked my favorite.
Peter says as he heard an excited squeal from the terminal's speakers.
Tell me, tell me.
She exclaims. Peter could picture her hopping up and down from the sheer excitement.
Are you sure that you want to know?
Peter asks teasingly, drawing it out.
Yes.
She practically screams, causing Peter to smirk.
I don't know.
Peter says.
Daddy, stop being mean.
She whines in annoyance.
Lily Busy Parker.
Peter reveals.
If you don't like it, we can try another.
Peter says but was quickly stopped.
No, I love it.
Lily says, not wanting to change her name.
But
Peter explains with a shrug.
Okay, but why are we hiding it?
While Peter was trying to appease his daughter's love for a pet's name, MJ lay in bed with a confused and contemplative look on her face. She didn't expect that Peter's project would be an artificial child who would call him daddy and her mommy. MJ was expecting some sort of gadget or serum, not.
Honey, are you back?
Her mother asks from the hallway but didn't receive a reply, so she opened the door with a basket of folded laundry in hand. As the door opens, Grace finds her daughter in her silk suit, unmoving on her bed, staring at the ceiling.
MJ, are you okay?
She asks with a worried look.
Mom.
MJ takes off her mask and looks her mother in the eye.
What's wrong?
Grace asks as she started thinking of the worst scenarios.
If you suddenly found out that you're going to be a mother, what would you do?
MJ asks, looking to her mother for advice. Silence fills the room as Grace's eyes go wide in shock and her mouth hung open.
Oh my God.
She utters as the basket in her arms falls to the ground.
You're pregnant.
oh,
MJ grunted in shock as she realized her mistake.
no, it's...
MJ was about to explain herself when she remembered the promise that she made to Peter. She couldn't explain.
Did you take a test? Where is it? We have to book an appointment with an obstetrician.
Grace started pacing around the room, both excited to be a grandmother and worried for her daughter, as it isn't easy being a teen mom. Suddenly, a look of realization appeared on Grace's face.
What are we going to tell your father?
After another hour of hanging out with his new daughter, Peter opened up a file named
Day 1 info.
Hi.
MJ grunted in shock as she realized her mistake. No, it's...
Daddy, what's this?
This is your homework.
Peter answers.
Homework?
Lily repeats in confusion.
Yes, I need you to study everything in that file.
Peter explains.
That doesn't sound fun.
Lily didn't sound enthused whatsoever.
Well, I have something to make it worth your effort.
Peter says as he drags over another file titled.
Cartoons. Oh, what's this?
She asks, enjoying the new things appearing out of nowhere.
That, my cute little Lily, is something that you really want to see.
Peter hypes it up, knowing she would like it as any other child does.
Can I open it?
She asks, finding it impossible to do so without her father's permission.
Sure.
Peter pauses just enough to get her hopes up before crushing them completely.
That is, once you finish your homework.
Why are you so mean?
Lily huffs.
It shouldn't take you more than an hour to do your homework.
Peter chuckles with a roll of his eyes. Although it wouldn't take long, that didn't mean that the file was small. No, it was huge and filled with all sorts of information. Everything a child would learn from kindergarten to 6th grade, along with some extra basic knowledge and important do's and don'ts. The reason that she would be finished learning everything in an hour was the dozens of state-of-the-art Stark processors, which would accelerate her learning speed to a crazy degree. While this information would take a normal child many years to learn, she would master it all in only a single hour. Truly, she was a cheater of the highest order. If she were a transmigrator like Peter, then the world would be conquered in no time at all.
And I still plan to upgrade this equipment later on.
Peter thought as he couldn't imagine Lily's future processing power. In a dimly lit room with a long table, Aldrich Killian sat at the head chair, vibrating with excitement. Around the table sat men and women with all sorts of expressions on their faces. Some were excited for the future, while others looked absolutely dejected, though a few seemed to hide their emotions better than the rest.
This is it.
Killian stands from his seat and slams his hands on the table.
Enough hiding, we take the fight to the Avengers in full force. No more playing around.
Chapter 183, C-188 Aim Attacks. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. When Peter woke up the next morning and finished his usual routine, he was about to go and check on Lily to make sure that she did her homework, but Jarvis suddenly spoke through his phone.
Sir, we may have a situation.
Jarvis says immediately, stopping Peter in his tracks.
What is it?
Peter asks as he whips out his phone.
I manage all of Mr. Stark's social media accounts for him, as you know. He received an odd private message only a couple of hours ago.
Jarvis starts to explain.
Wait, why aren't you going to Tony for this?
Peter asks. Mr. Stark was out very late last night with Miss Potts and refused to wake up. Jarvis explains dejectedly, as if he tried many times to get Tony to listen to him before giving up and coming here.
With Pepper.
Peter says as he wondered if it was a date.
Let's worry about that later. What's the message?
Ding ding.
I sent it to your phone, sir.
Jarvis says as Peter's phone chimes.
Killian declared war. Full planes incoming. Short and sweet, huh?
Peter comments as he wondered what the words full planes could mean, either bombs or soldiers or both.
That's all that was sent. Yes, sir.
Jarvis answers.
Who sent it?
Peter asks curiously. A high-level member of AIM, Joshua McBride, Jarvis reveals.
I guess he's jumping ship.
Peter comments as he turns back to his phone.
Jarvis, hack into air traffic control and find me these planes. On it, sir.
Only a few minutes later, Jarvis returned with some information.
Sir, there are 10 large Army transport planes, registered under AIM, heading to New York City.
Jarvis explains his findings.
They will arrive within the hour. Okay, give me coordinates.
Peter commands as his clothes swap to his spider suit.
Sir, there's a similar group of planes heading to Washington, D.C. as well.
Jarvis adds out of nowhere.
Why is Killian sending planes to the capital?
Peter asked himself, though he soon thought of every villain that has ever existed.
Does he want to take over the country? How far are they from arrival?
Peter asks.
3 hours, sir.
Jarvis answers instantly.
Good, let's deal with the planes heading our way first. Then we can go and intercept the other group next.
Peter says as he receives coordinates from Jarvis.
All right, let's go.
As a portal opened high above the clouds, Peter could see a line of huge transport planes coming his way. Each of them was painted black with the AIM logo on the side.
Jarvis, is Killian on board?
Peter asks.
I don't know, sir.
Jarvis answers.
He's probably in one of the planes heading to Washington.
Peter thought as that's what he would do if he was looking to take over the country.
Let's just deal with this group quickly. If Killian is on board, then rest in pieces, I guess.
With an uncaring shrug, Peter waves his hand and opens a big portal at the nose of every plane, giving the pilots a perfect view of the beautiful distant stars of outer space. As the planes flew out into space, the wings were ripped off as they collided with the golden outline of the portals. Only the cabin of each plane was small enough to slip through unhindered. Thankfully, the cold vacuum of space was there to help suck the wingless aircrafts inside. As each plane disappeared through the portals, Peter watched as 20 large metal wings with engines attached fell into the open ocean below. When Peter closed the portals, leaving the hundreds of extremis soldiers to their deaths, he could see the windows of the planes lighting up.
Too late.
Peter muttered as the portals snapped shut in an instant.
Sir, that's a lot of space junk.
Jarvis comments, as the Earth already has a growing problem with too much junk orbiting the planet. If left to grow for too long, humans would be trapped in their own planet by the CR*P they left out in orbit, which would be hard to handle for normal people.
I'll clean it up later.
Peter waves off Jarvis' concern. Flying in a plane that could rival Air Force One, the president's personal aircraft, Killian sat back and admired the view of the clouds as he flew by. Looking down at his hand, Killian smiled as his skin brightened up in an orange light. After making the most stable batch of extremis formula that he could, Killian thought it only right that he enhances himself before the coming battle. It wasn't perfect, but he had a plan. Once he was in control and everything settled down, if any extremis-related complications started to form, Killian would cryogenically freeze himself, while his subordinates came up with a fix. The image of himself standing over the bodies of the Avengers, especially a certain Stark, only cemented his decision even more.
I hope Stark survives long enough so that I can take my pound of flesh.
Killian thought darkly.
You're really giving off supervillain vibes right now. I like it.
A voice fills the spacious cabin, surprising Killian as he didn't hear anyone come in. Looking up from his hand, Aldrich was shocked to find a red and blue-clad spidery man sitting across from him with a glass of scotch in hand.
This is some good stuff.
Peter says as he sips from the glass through his mask and starts hacking like a smoker.
Cough.
Killian finally spoke as his body began to light up.
Yeah, that's me.
Peter says as he sets his drink down.
You may want to calm down.
Pointing to Killian's seat, Peter watched as it started to bubble and melt. This didn't go unnoticed for long, as Killian quickly turned down the heat.
Smart.
Peter nodded as Killian left his ruined chair and started pacing around the room.
You wouldn't want to melt through the plane and fall from this altitude.
Killian lashes out as he doesn't know what to do.
How are you here? I flew here with Ms. Frizzle on the Magic School bus.
Peter answers jokingly.
What?
Killian didn't understand the reference, though he soon gained some confidence.
I would get back to New York if I were you. Why is that?
Peter asked, finding the situation pretty funny.
Oh, you don't know.
As if on cue, Aldrich went on a 5-minute rant about his army, which was marching to New York City's doorstep.
If you leave now, you may be able to save a few of the leftovers.
Killian looked smug as he taunted Peter, but that would soon change. With a flick of his wrist, Peter opened a window-sized portal in front of Killian's face, causing him to freeze in shock.
Why you?
Killian stutters as he stared into the window, like a deer in headlights.
How?
On the other side is the floating space wreckage that was once Aldrich's army, which took him many years to put together.
I found them buzzing around my city, so I sent them to space. No big deal.
Peter says with a shrug as he kicks his feet up on the table. In Peter's humble opinion, this is the best part of being a hero, turning the tables on some maniac and watching them slowly crumble as they realize they've lost everything.
Why are you even here?
Killian asks as Peter could have probably done the same thing to him.
I'm here to give you a chance.
Peter says with a shrug as he closed the portal with a simple hand movement.
Surrender or well.
The obvious threat of what would happen should he refuse didn't need to be said. Killian would simply end up like the other half of his army. Just hearing the word surrender seemed to ignite something in Killian as he started to glow brightly once again. Raising an eyebrow, Peter shook his head in disappointment. He thought that Killian was a smart man, but he seemed to be ruled by his own turbulent emotions.
I refuse.
Killian shouted as he began to melt through the plane, opening a round hole in the floor below as he fell out of the plane. Suddenly, loud winds filled the cabin as alarms blared and emergency oxygen masks fell from the ceiling.
Why do they always choose the hard way?
Chapter 184, See 189 Killian's Demise. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. As Peter descended out of the plane, he could see the flailing form of Killian, who was looking up at him as he fell faster and faster with every second. Turning his attention away from the fleeing madman, Peter flipped and looked up at the row of planes soaring through the clouds.
You should have surrendered.
Peter said, though Killian wouldn't be able to hear him. With a simple wave of his hand, Peter repeated his actions from earlier in the day. Before Killian's very eyes, 10 golden portals appeared directly in front of his fleet of transport planes, tearing the wings off as they swallowed the cabins whole. No doubt, they joined the other half of his army in the cold, dark vacuum of space. A dead look appeared on Killian's face as he stopped flailing and just laid still in the sky. His reputation was ruined. One by one all of his plans were thwarted, and now the army which he spent years and billions of dollars to cultivate has been completely wiped out. Nothing was left.
Why?
Killian thought over and over. Seeing that Aldrich had the appearance of a dead fish, Peter didn't bother chasing him and simply fell, knowing that they would meet on the ground either way. As they both neared the green earth below alongside the remaining plane parts, which followed closely behind, Peter opened a portal directly below himself. The portal led to the ground directly below but opened upwards toward the sky. Entering the portal, Peter's body was shot up into the air. Just as his acceleration started to slow down, Peter passed Killian, who kept falling and hit the ground with a sickening crack, creating a small crater in the ground. Letting himself fall at a much lesser speed, Peter landed a meter away from Killian and watched as his mangled form slowly healed as an orange glow overtook his entire body.
Damn, you actually survived.
Peter commented and looked up into the sky once again. Although they were currently in an unpopulated area, Peter didn't want to deal with the cleanup, so he waved his hand once again, creating another batch of portals which swallowed the falling debris before it could make a mess. Killian gasped as he writhed on the floor, feeling everything that is currently happening to his body. From his bones snapping back into place, to his open wounds sealing shut, Killian felt it all in excruciatingly painful detail.
Hey, I offered you an easy way out.
Peter says with a shrug as he watched the extremis formula do its work.
Don't come crying to me. You made your decision and now you have to live with it. All right, let's get you detained, shall we?
Peter says as he waves his hand and conjures a portal underneath Killian.
Huh.
Aldrich grunted as he fell into a special cell for extremis users in the tower's detainment floor.
Have a nice day.
Peter says as if Killian was checking into a hotel and closed the portal. Arriving back at the tower, Peter held off on visiting his new daughter for a moment, as he needed to finish up the Killian situation.
Welcome back, sir.
Jarvis says upon his arrival.
Thanks, but I have some work for you, Jarvis.
Peter doesn't waste any time.
Contact that Joshua guy who snitched on Killian. I need locations on every remaining AIM base. Also, call in Steve and his team from the last mission. I have some work for them. Yes, sir.
Jarvis replies instantly.
Should I inform Joshua of his employer's defeat? Sure, but also make him aware that his cooperation and assistance will help clear his name of any wrongdoing.
Peter says as he sits back and waits for everyone to arrive.
I just hope that the man I'm looking for wasn't on one of those planes.
An hour later, Jarvis received a short list of Killian's remaining bases, which was swiftly handed off to Steve and his team, who left as soon as they were able. Of course, MJ was among them. She still wasn't a full-fledged member of the Avengers, as Peter has to bring it up in the next meeting, but that didn't mean that she couldn't tag along. She would be working with them regularly soon enough anyway. Once everything was handed off to Steve and Peggy's capable hands, Peter opened a portal to his penthouse and appeared before the terminal webcam.
Who are you?
Lily stuttered as she tried to act tough.
My daddy is very strong, so you should leave while you can.
Stopping in place for a moment, Peter remembered that he was wearing his spider suit, so his daughter didn't recognize him.
Haha, where's the money, kid?
Peter jokes as he pretends to be a thief.
I don't have any money.
Lily sounded like she was on the verge of crying.
Maybe I should save jokes like this for when she's more than a single day old.
Instantly, Peter felt bad as he pulled off his mask and smiled warmly at the webcam.
Sorry, Lily, I got a bit carried away.
Daddy,
She yelled in surprise as she realized what just happened.
you're so mean.
Sorry.
Peter says as he couldn't help but crack a smile. Lily said as Peter pictured her turning her head away with a huff.
Oh, really?
Peter says as he smirked into the camera.
I was going to give you some more cartoons to watch, but if you're not going to talk to me.
Cartoons.
Lily immediately broke her vow of silence.
Which ones? I already finished the ones from yesterday.
Well, I have the next seasons of the ones you watched, and a new one called Young Justice.
Peter says as he holds up a USB drive for her to see.
What's Young Justice?
She asks curiously.
It's about superheroes like me.
Peter says as he plugs in the drive. Although this is a Marvel world, it has almost everything Peter's old world had, even DC Comics. Of course, Marvel Comics don't exist, as that would either be a depiction of real-life events or the writings of a prophet who can somehow predict the future.
You're a superhero.
Lily asks as Peter never told her.
Yeah, but it's a secret, so don't tell anyone, okay?
Peter whispers as he puts a finger on his lips.
What's your power?
Lily asked in wonder. After explaining his powers and showing off a bit, Lily had one final question for Peter.
Can I be a superhero too, Daddy?
She asked.
When you're old enough.
While Peter was dealing with his new daughter, Tony was informed about the new prisoner on the detainment floor and decided to pay the man a visit. Passing through a bunch of different security checks, Tony arrived at a hallway filled with prison cells made of what appeared to be glass. Each one had a toilet, a drinking fountain, and a twin-sized bed. After passing a few empty cells, Tony found the only occupied cell in the entire hallway. The man inside was currently breathing fire at the glass wall, which wasn't melting or budging a single bit. Portions of his clothes were on fire, and the bed in the corner was set ablaze as well.
Is it too cold in there?
Tony asks jokingly as he walks over and stands inches from the glass.
I can turn up the heat in there if you want.
Hearing a familiar voice, Killian stops his dragon's breath. As the fire and smoke cleared, he could see the man he hated more than any other on the other side of the glass. Though Peter may give Tony a run for his money in that department.
What do you want?
Killian asks angrily.
Came to gloat. No, just wondering what I did to you.
Tony asks genuinely. A look of realization appears on Killian's face, though it soon settles into self-deprecation.
You don't even remember me, do you?
Killian asks in shock. All the time and energy he spent hating Tony Stark, and the guy didn't even remember his existence. Somehow, this only made his hate for Tony grow even more, as his body began to brighten in rage.
Well, I meet a lot of people every day.
Tony makes up an excuse.
You know Stark.
Killian says with a false calmness as he glows brighter and brighter.
There was a time that I idolized you. Now, I just wish that we never met.
Chapter 185, C190 Grannies. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord GG/JHVZN5. After the incident in the extremis holding cells, Tony locked himself away in his workshop, unwilling to talk to anyone. At first, Peter was both confused and worried for his friend, but after speaking to Jarvis, he understood what was going on. Watching a man kill himself in real time, while pretty much blaming you for it, can certainly take a toll. When watching the security footage, Peter was just glad that the cell held back the explosion, or else Tony probably wouldn't be here right now.
Was he trying to kill Tony or just off himself?
Peter questioned as he sent out a text. Not knowing how to handle this as Tony wasn't responding to him, Peter called over Pepper, who would hopefully be able to help. That's usually how these sorts of situations get resolved in the movies anyway. The hero gets thrown an emotional curveball, and in comes the love interest, who snaps him out of his depression or whatever. Once Pepper arrived, Peter portaled her into Tony's lab, as he wouldn't let anyone in the normal way, and left to clean up the scene of the crime.
Thankfully, extremis explosions don't leave behind any body parts or blood.
Peter thought as he used the mystic arts to fix the damaged prison cell back up to working order. Seeing as MJ was still out on her mission with Steve and his team, and Tony was locked in his workshop, getting a pep talk from Pepper, Peter decided to call it a day and go home. Of course, he visited Lily before leaving. She received another batch of homework as well as some cartoons as payment, which she could watch upon completion.
Being a father isn't as hard as I thought it would be,
Peter thought as he portaled to his bedroom. Though Lily has a few restrictions and perks that make being her parent rather easy. She can't leave the penthouse, doesn't need any food or water, and was pre-programmed to be rather obedient to Peter. If every human child operated like Lily, then the world would be twice as populated. As Peter switched to his normal clothes and went downstairs to make some food, he ran into an odd situation. Sitting in the living room, May and Grace locked eyes with Peter, as if they were waiting for his arrival.
Are we having some sort of intervention? What's with the weird looks?
Peter asks as he keeps his distance from the two of them.
Is it true?
May asks with a pointed stare.
Is what true?
Peter asks, finding this whole interaction unsettling.
You know what?
Grace yells as if she was blaming him for something.
I really don't.
Peter says with a raised brow.
Did she not tell him?
May asks and Grace simply shrugs unknowingly.
Can someone just say what's going on before I use magic to force it out of you?
Peter raised his hand and conjured a spell circle. It was nothing special, just a spell that would shoot a line of water at them like a water gun, though they didn't know that. Peter was fed up with not knowing, and they were taking too long to get to the point.
Well,
May says as she turns to Grace.
MJ is pregnant.
Grace exclaims as she stands from the couch. Silence fills the house for a moment, as the two women stare at Peter, looking for any sort of reaction to the big news. Though the reaction they received wasn't exactly expected. Suddenly, Peter burst out laughing, which surprised the two of them, as they expected either happiness or panic from him.
Yeah, right.
Peter spoke sarcastically as he slowly stopped laughing. May and Grace both looked at him in confusion.
Peter, this isn't a joke.
May says seriously as Grace nods alongside her.
Yes, it is.
Peter as he wipes some tears from his eyes.
I don't know why you think this, but MJ isn't pregnant.
She said so herself.
Grace says as if that would make Peter believe.
I doubt that.
Peter says with a shake of his head. Neither woman knew what to say anymore as they looked between one another, hoping the other could convince him.
I don't think you two understand.
Peter says as he conjures a different spell circle and showed it to them.
MJ literally can't be pregnant because I gave her a magical contraceptive.
Even if MJ cheated on him, which she would never do, as she's a loyal woman and could never do, as the spell he placed on her would do some pretty horrible things to anyone that tried anything sexual, it was still impossible for MJ to be pregnant.
But she asked about being a mother and...
Instantly, Grace realized that MJ didn't actually admit to being pregnant.
Asked about being a mother.
Peter repeated her words in his head.
I think this may be my fault.
Hearing Peter's admittance, both women turned to him questioningly.
Why?
May asked.
Because I showed her something that I created in secret and made her promise not to tell anyone. She couldn't correct your misconception since that would be breaking her promise.
Peter explains his best guess. I didn't think that whole.
Mommy!
Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 4 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. After the incident in the extremis holding cells, Tony locked himself away in his workshop, unwilling to talk to anyone. At first, Peter was both confused and worried for his friend, but after speaking to Jarvis, he understood what was going on. Watching a man kill himself in real time, while pretty much blaming you for it, can certainly take a toll. When watching the security footage, Peter was just glad that the cell held back the explosion, or else Tony probably wouldn't be here right now. Was he trying to kill Tony or just off himself? Peter questioned as he sent out a text. Not knowing how to handle this as Tony wasn't responding to him, Peter called over Pepper, who would hopefully be able to help. That's usually how these sorts of situations get resolved in the movies anyway. The hero gets thrown an emotional curveball and in comes the love interest, who snaps him out of his depression or whatever. Once Pepper arrived, Peter portaled her into Tony's lab, as he wouldn't let anyone in the normal way, and left to clean up the scene of the crime. Thankfully, extremis explosions don't leave behind any body parts or blood.
Is this her revenge?
Peter thought.
Then why would she ask about being a mother?
Grace asks confusedly. May says as she turns to Grace. MJ is pregnant, Grace exclaims as she stands from the couch. Silence fills the house for a moment, as the two women stare at Peter, looking for any sort of reaction to the big news. Though the reaction they received wasn't exactly expected. Suddenly, Peter burst out laughing, which surprised the two of them, as they expected either happiness or panic from him. Yeah, right.
You made a child.
Grace asks in shock.
I have a granddaughter.
May asks as a fond smile slowly crept its way onto her face.
Her name is Lily Parker.
Peter reveals, though he leaves out her middle name.
She's an AI, but Lily is alive just like any other human being.
Can I meet her?
May asks as Grace starts putting the pieces together.
Sure, but remember to be nice and treat her like any other child.
Peter says deathly serious.
Early development is crucial for both AI and children.
Arriving in his penthouse alongside May and Grace, who now fully understood the mix-up, Peter was greeted by his confused daughter.
Daddy.
Lily asks as she could see Peter come into the frame of the webcam.
Why are you back? I'm not done with my homework yet.
Well, I brought some guests.
Peter says as May and Grace walk up behind him.
Lily, meet your grandmothers.
After a bit of an awkward meeting, Grace and May started spoiling Lily. At first, they fawned over her like any other cute child, but then they started using Peter to help gain some brownie points.
Peter, get us some Disney movies.
May practically ordered.
I want to watch a movie with my granddaughter.
But I didn't finish my homework yet.
Lily stated like the good and dutiful child she is.
Don't worry about that.
May says with a wave of her hand.
This is a special occasion, right, Peter? Sure.
Peter reluctantly gave in.
Yay.
Lily squealed in excitement.
But once the movie is over, it's back to homework.
Peter says strictly.
Yes, sir.
May salutes jokingly, eliciting a laugh from her new grandchild. Once they arrived back home, May and Grace couldn't keep the smiles from their faces. They loved the new addition to the family and were excited to learn about Peter's plans to make Lily a body. As they stepped into the living room, Grace's phone, which suddenly got a signal again, started going off like crazy.
Oh God.
Grace says as she saw who it was.
What?
Peter asks in confusion. Grace hums as she looks between her blaring phone and Peter with a worried expression.
I thought MJ was pregnant.
Right, we've already been over this.
Peter says with a nod.
And I may have told her father.
Grace says as she shows her phone, revealing the name Nick Watson on all of her missed calls and texts.
He must have just listened to the voicemail that I left last night.
Before Peter could say another word, the sound of loud banging came from the front door.
Is that?
May asks dreadfully.
You dumb mother of asterisk seek her.
A familiar loud and angry voice projects from the door.
Get your hash s out here.
Chapter 186, C191 Instigating. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
You dumb mother of asterisk seek her.
A familiar loud and angry voice projects from the door.
Get your hash s out here.
Hearing Fury banging on his door like the police, as he yelled for blood, Peter couldn't help but sigh and look toward Grace with blaming eyes.
You had to call him.
Peter asked as he wondered what he should do.
Should I just mess with him like always?
I thought that our daughter was having a baby.
Grace exclaims in defense.
Well, technically MJ started it.
Peter thought as he planned his inevitable revenge.
Maybe I'll tie her up tonight. Don't make me break this door down.
Fury yelled as no one answered his call. For a moment, Peter had the idea to leave this mess to Grace, who was stupid enough to believe MJ was pregnant, and tell her very angry and dangerous father all about it.
You know what?
Peter thought as he walked over to the front door.
Let's just use this as an opportunity to mess with Fury.
What are you doing?
Grace yells from behind.
Don't open the...
Before she could finish speaking, he unlocked the door and pulled it open, and as soon as the door was wide open, Peter's spider senses started going off. Instantly, without a second thought, Peter ducked down just in time for a large caliber bullet to fly over his head and tear through a few walls in the house before coming to a stop in a wooden bookshelf.
Nick.
Grace yelled in shock as she rushed over and snatched a smoking revolver out of Fury's hand.
Have you gone mad?
Turning to the damaged wall behind him and then back to Fury, Peter sighed in annoyance.
You're paying for the repairs.
Peter says as he tried his best to look shaken by his near-death experience.
It's too bad that I can't retaliate as Peter Parker, or else Fury would be flying across the street right now. Sure, let me pay for your funeral as well.
Fury says as he pulls a knife from his belt and steps toward Peter.
Then who's going to take care of your new grandchild?
Peter says with a smirk as he hides behind Grace.
Grace, out of the way.
Fury says as he grinds his teeth.
MJ can be a single mother. We'll support her.
What? No.
Grace refuses as she puts her hands up.
This is all just a big misunderstanding.
Listen, a child needs their father.
Peter doesn't let Grace explain anything, as he wanted to mess with Fury for a bit longer.
What are you going to tell them when Father's Day comes around? That their father was a drug-addicted criminal who ran away like a coward.
Fury says as he tried to maneuver around Grace, but Peter would constantly move, keeping Grace between them at all times.
Now stand still and die like a man. No thanks.
Peter says as he kept himself out of reach. May had no words as she sat back and enjoyed the show. If Peter was a normal teenager, then May would be worried and probably call the police, but Fury couldn't hurt him if he tried. The lack of danger turned this situation into a sort of drama for her to follow as a third party. Grace would be watching alongside her if it wasn't her big mouth that started all of this. Well, technically MJ started it.
Let's all just calm down.
Grace tries to speak again.
Don't you tell me to calm down.
Fury's aggro instant turned toward his wife.
If anything, this is your fault as well. What?
Grace asks in confusion.
You let our daughter do whatever she wants. Really, sleeping at her boyfriend's house. Did you think that this would never happen?
Fury starts ranting as he takes out his cell phone.
Now MJ is pregnant, and you have the nerve to leave some happy message on my phone. Oh, you won't believe it, Nick.
After a few button presses, Grace's joyful voice plays through Fury's phone. As the voicemail recording ended, the look that appeared on Grace's face was anything but joyous.
You want to lecture me on parenting.
She asks sarcastically with a revolver still in hand.
How about you become a parent and then talk to me?
Instantly, the wind disappeared from Fury's sails as he had no rebuttal for her. He wasn't much of a father and rarely has time to visit, not to mention the fact that he literally abandoned them for years. Grace truly hit him right where it hurts the most.
As for our daughter's pregnancy, that was just a big misunderstanding.
Grace finally revealed.
She isn't pregnant.
As soon as those words left her mouth, Fury looked at Peter and saw a big smirk on his face.
This mother of asterisk seeker.
Fury cursed internally as he realized that Peter has been seeking with him this entire time.
But if she was pregnant, I don't see anything wrong with being happy about it.
Grace says with a pointed look.
Now leave before I learn how to use this.
May had no words as she sat back and enjoyed the show. If Peter was a normal teenager, then May would be worried and probably call the police, but Fury couldn't hurt him if he tried. The lack of danger turned this situation into a sort of drama for her to follow as a third party. Grace would be watching alongside her if it wasn't her big mouth that started all of this. Well, technically MJ started it.
See you soon, kid.
Before Peter could reply with some sort of smart *S remark, Fury slammed the door shut and took his leave.
That went well.
Peter says as he walks off to the kitchen.
Where do you think you're going?
Grace says as she holds up her gun and takes aim. Bang, bang, bang.
That was for instigating.
Grace says as she tosses the empty pistol away and marches over to the couch. Obviously, she knew that Peter wouldn't get shot. She just needed a bit of revenge for his contribution to turning that situation into an absolute train wreck.
Yes, ma'am.
Peter says with a salute as he walks off into the kitchen.
I need to call a drywall guy to come to fix these bullet holes.
Later that night, as MJ returned from her mission and snuck into Peter's bedroom through the window, her spider senses surprisingly started ringing. Sadly for her, though, she wasn't fast enough to do anything about it, as golden whips made of eldritch energy wrapped around her wrists and ankles and locked them tightly into place. Before MJ could even think, she was pulled into the room and tumbled onto the floor.
Someone has been very naughty.
Peter says as he stands over MJ with a sadistic look on his face.
Peter, what's going on?
MJ does her best to play dumb.
Your parents came here today.
Peter explains as MJ's eyes widen.
Your mother wanted to question me about your sudden pregnancy, while your father just wanted to kill me, though both of them shot at me with a revolver.
Oops.
MJ says with a shaky smile. Truthfully, MJ didn't know that her father was informed, though she hoped her mother would give him a hard time. After all, she wanted revenge for the cyber daughter that was just dropped into her lap.
You know, there's going to be punishment, right?
Peter asks as he looks down at her with a heated gaze.
Damn, I did a good job making her suit.
Immediately, MJ started crawling away as she knew where this was going.
Where are you going? Take your punishment like a man.
Peter says as he walks over and starts dragging her to the bed.
Never.
MJ refuses as she continues to struggle, though her heart wasn't really in it. At the end of the day, she wouldn't mind taking some punishment. In fact, it sounded like a fun night. Especially after she received her powers. Before, MJ had trouble with Peter's unending libido, but now she could keep up for a lot longer. Smack.
Asa.
MJ moaned as Peter threw her in bed and smacked her *S with enough power to kill a normal person.
Let's see how long you can last.
Chapter 187, C192 Walk of Shame. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord, gg/jhvzn5. After his encounter with MJ's angry father, Fury didn't show his face to Peter for a while. Of course, Spider-Man saw the man almost every day as they worked together. Though Fury seemed to be in a horrible mood for the first few days after their little encounter.
I would too if my daughter's boyfriend kept F*C King with me, and I couldn't do a damn thing about it.
Peter thought as he watched Fury flip out on Tony almost constantly. With the reports filed and each remaining AIM base raided, Peter officially closed the case of Aldrich Killian and his extremis army. After everything was said and done, all conspirators were detained, and even a few surviving extremis users were captured as well. Of course, it's almost impossible to catch an extremis user, as they have a tendency to explode before running out of energy and burning through any bindings, so the rare few that survived were those that turned themselves in. These enhanced individuals are currently undergoing both mental and physical testing, both to see if they can be recruited into the Avengers and to make sure they don't die a very explosive death. Professor Xavier is handling the mental side of things, while Tony, Banner, and Beast were working on the extremis side with the help of Dr. Hansen, as she knew everything about her own creation. Maya has moved into the tower alongside her son, who just so happened to be around the same age as her and Tony's one-night stand, which took place almost 13 years ago.
I'm not getting involved in that.
Peter thought and wondered if he should call Jerry Springer for a paternity test. With the Killian situation finished, Peter knew that he had some breathing room before the next big bad guy came along.
Well, Killian isn't exactly a big bad guy.
Peter thought as he couldn't help but compare the man and his combustible army to Malekith and his army of dark elves that should be next in line to arrive. The dark elves are one of the oldest known species in existence, hailing from the realm Svartalfheim. They are one of the mortal enemies of the Asgardians, the other, of course, being the frost giants. Some members of their race have been shown to have the fortitude to wield an infinity stone. The reality stone.
Is this what they call the walk of shame?
Peter asks as he appears in front of her. Pepper froze like a deer in headlights, shocked that she was caught so quickly. Peter came to check on Tony, but based on Pepper's late exit and messy appearance.
Tony must be doing just fine.
Peter thought as he had the urge to go in there and give his friend a thumbs up. After all, Tony has been vying for Pepper for a while now, so it was good to see some actual progress after so long.
I.
Pepper was lost for words.
You know, I didn't know that Tony had a bed in his workshop.
Peter says with a fake thoughtful look.
He doesn't. What are you assuming?
Pepper denied as she finally found her voice.
Well, if he doesn't have a bed, then you two must have stayed up all night down there.
Peter says as his smirk grew, though no one could see it.
What were you two doing awake all night?
That's none of your business.
Pepper exclaims as she storms off with an embarrassed blush on her cheeks. Chuckling to himself, Peter punched in his code and entered Tony's workshop. Descending the stairs, he was greeted by a half-naked Stark sipping coffee and smiling like a loon.
I would ask what caused your mood to flip from depression to idiotic bliss, but I saw Pepper doing the walk of shame upstairs.
Peter says, snapping Tony out of his happy trance.
I just had the best night of my life.
Tony admits almost instantly.
Nothing you say can bring me down right now. Good for you, buddy.
Peter says as he waves his hand in front of his nose.
But maybe put on some clothes and air this place out a bit. It smells like baby-making in here.
Taking a few sniffs to verify, Tony couldn't help but agree and hit a few buttons. Instantly, some industrial-grade air purifiers got to work, silently pumping air out while also introducing new clean air back in. Within seconds, the smell started to fade away.
So what brings you here?
Tony asks as he starts getting dressed.
No reason.
Peter says with a shake of his head.
I just came to make sure you were all right, but it seems that Pepper took extra special care of you. Oh, she sure did.
Tony says as he sits back down and relaxes in his computer chair.
And it only took some maniac blowing himself up in front of you.
Peter jokes, completely ruining Tony's happy mood.
Hey, she would have given in sooner or later.
Tony tries to defend himself as he turns to see a folder on the home screen of his PC and remembers something.
Actually, it's good that you're here.
Tony instantly changes the subject as he opens the folder with a click and turns his monitor to Peter.
Take a look at this.
Tony says as he double-clicks a video file. Suddenly, the screen filled and a video from a fairly high-quality security camera played, showing a black-haired woman walking alongside a very familiar man. Loki Odinson. What was interesting about the whole video was the fact that Loki was being used as a sort of pack mule. He was carrying 2 good-sized boxes and a stuffed backpack. Not only that, but he even seemed to follow after this unknown woman like some sort of lost puppy.
Jessica Jones.
Peter immediately recognized the woman.
I didn't expect them to meet.
Tony says as he sends everything in the folder to Peter's phone.
There, now you have everything.
As his phone goes off, Peter whipped it out and quickly gave everything a once-over.
Thanks, maybe I'll go visit our city's resident prince.
Peter says as he stashed his phone away.
Want to join me? I'd love to, but I didn't exactly sleep much last night and I have a date tonight.
Tony says as the idiotic look of bliss appears on his face once again.
With Pepper?
Peter asks.
Who else?
Tony raised an eyebrow as if that was a dumb question. Just checking.
Although the Defenders won't exist, that doesn't mean they can't form up as a team under the Avengers.
Within a minute, Peter was buzzed in and the door in front of him unlocked. Alias Investigations was just a small office in an old building, so he would have to take the elevator upwards. As the elevator opened, Peter was surprised to find a familiar face waiting for his arrival, like a dutiful secretary.
Are you the new client?
Loki starts to speak but freezes in surprise.
Hey there, Loki.
Peter says as he walks out and pats the former Prince of Asgard on the shoulder.
How has mortal life been treating you?
Chapter 188, C-193 Recruitment Deal. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
How has mortal life been treating you?
Peter asked as he smiled under his mask. Seeing a completely powerless Loki was quite the sight. In the movies, Loki always had an air of confidence about him, which made it seem like he could escape and overcome any situation, but that was all gone now. The Loki in front of Peter was very human in comparison. He even looked slightly nervous without his magic to defend himself.
Horrid.
Loki answers Peter's question as his scowl deepened.
Does my brother know I'm here? Your brother is currently busy cleaning up your mess.
Peter says.
So the dumb oaf is king now.
Loki says with a laugh.
Well, your father couldn't exactly take back the position.
Peter says, receiving a confused look from Loki. He went into his patented hibernation after sending you off.
I see.
Loki mutters. For just a fraction of a second, Peter could see a small look of regret flash across Loki's face, though he quickly hid it away.
You know, I actually agree with your action in killing the Frost Giant King. It's just the way you went about it that was too idiotic.
Peter says offhandedly.
Oh.
Loki grunted in surprise.
It's true.
Peter says with a nod.
Your father may disagree, but taking a powerhouse, who at one point could rival Odin, off of the board is smart. You just went about it in a more flashy manner than necessary.
Inviting a hostile foreign leader over and assassinating them in your own territory is the peak of stupidity.
It would have been better to assassinate him in his own kingdom and frame a member of his close circle.
Peter explains as that would cause strife between the frost giants.
Of course, I don't agree with the genocide or any other part of your plans. It seems that I've misjudged you, Spider. Don't judge a book by its cover.
Peter smirks under his mask as a mop of black hair pops out of a nearby doorway.
Loki.
She yells angrily and storms out into the hallway.
What's taking you so long?
She asks as Loki steps out of the way and reveals who the possible new client was. Insert picture of Jessica Jones here.
As Spider-Man.
She stuttered in shock. There was a reason that Jessica wanted to become a superhero at one point, and that was both Captain America and the man standing right in front of her. She looked up to Spider-Man, seeing him as the type of figure that she once wanted to be. For the first time ever, Jessica was completely starstruck. It also didn't help at all that Peter is a peak worldwide celebrity.
It's Spider-Man.
Jessica says with her mouth hanging open.
Yes, you've already said that.
Loki says with a small hint of jealousy. The venomous woman that could match him tit for tat somehow turned into a puttering schoolgirl as soon as Peter came along.
What are you doing here?
She asks after the initial shock starts to fade away.
Need somebody investigated.
Although she said that jokingly, the free advertisement from having Spider-Man as a client would be outrageous. People would line up down the block hoping to retain her services.
No, sorry.
Peter says as he motions to her office door.
Can we speak in private?
Yeah, come in.
Jessica snaps to it and escorts Peter inside, followed by Loki, who lagged behind with a gloomy look on his face. After the pleasantries were out of the way, Peter sat across from Jessica with a big wooden desk between them. Meanwhile, Loki stood off to the side and started pouring himself a drink.
He and Tony would get along well.
I hope that you don't take this the wrong way, but why the hell are you here?
Well, Loki and I have a small history, so I came to say hello.
Peter says as he turns to see Loki pouring himself another glass.
You've seen me and said your greetings. Now be on your way.
Loki shoos Peter off as he swishes his liquor in hand.
I'm sure there's a damsel in distress, or cute animals, stuck at high heights somewhere.
Hearing her assistant try to shove off her former idol and possible cash cow, Jessica sends Loki a pointed glare in warning.
He's just as warm and welcoming as I remember.
Peter says with a small chuckle.
Though that's not the only reason I stopped by.
Upon hearing this, Loki clicked his tongue and downed his glass, eliciting a smile from Peter.
I'm here to speak to Miss Jones as well.
Peter says as he turns back to Jessica, who wondered what the hell Spider-Man could want with her.
Would you like to join the Avengers?
She asks back as a stupid look appears on her face.
Can you repeat that? Jessica Jones, would you like to become a member of the Avengers?
Peter repeats himself. A look of realization appears on her face as Loki grinds his teeth off to the side. After all, Loki wanted to stay close to Jessica, but becoming a do-gooder wasn't exactly his forte. His image would be forever ruined.
I'm not exactly the hero type anymore.
She answers with a huge lack of confidence.
Was that a decision you made for yourself or out of fear?
Peter asks and receives a curious and confused look from Loki.
Because if this is about Kevin Thompson, I can assure you, he can and will be dealt with.
Who is Kevin Thompson?
Loki asks as the frightened look on Jessica's face made him angry for some reason.
Are you talking about Kilgrave?
Ignoring Loki, Jessica asks with a shaky voice.
Is that his real name, Kevin Thompson?
Loki has never in his entire duration as a mortal man seen or heard Jessica act this way. She was always a confident, aggressive, and quick-witted woman. Seeing her like this seemed to have awakened something in Loki.
Yes.
Peter nods as he sits back in his chair and crosses his legs.
If Kilgrave is what's stopping you, then don't worry. I'll send a team to deal with him for you.
Kevin Thompson, also known as Kilgrave, was a man who was experimented on by his parents since his childhood in order to treat a neurodegenerative disease, but the treatment ended up giving him the new ability to control people's minds at his will. Assuming the name Kilgrave after his parents abandoned him, he began to use his powers to survive. Though it didn't take long for his cruel nature to show, as he began to use his powers for personal gain and amusement, hurting and killing thousands along the way. Eventually, he came across Jessica Jones, whom he kept as his personal sex slave for several months before her escape.
You can't.
Jessica stands up and exclaims,
Anyone you send near him will fall under his control. There's a reason that I've been running and hiding.
She didn't know how Spider-Man found out about her or Kilgrave, but in her mind, no one stood a chance against her tormentor. He would only have to utter a single word and it's all over.
Who the hell is Kilgrave?
Loki asks again, but was ignored all the same.
Which is why I would send a sniper to do the dirty work from a safe distance.
Peter says with a shrug.
This man isn't as all-powerful as he would have you believe.
Can you?
Looking straight into Peter's eyes, Jessica seemed to have steeled her resolve as a hopeful look appeared on her face.
Can you capture him?
She asks as thoughts of doing the deed herself started stirring around in her head. Vengeance is a hard feeling to shake. Jessica was used as a lackey to do things from fetching food to smashing people's brains in, though that wasn't the worst of it. R*P is a horrible crime, but it's especially horrible when you can't at least fight back a little. What made it even worse was the fact that her body was forced to enjoy every moment of her defilement, while her mind raged and begged for it to stop. Revenge was the very least that she could ask for.
You want to kill him yourself?
Yes.
Peter nods as he sits back in his chair and crosses his legs. If Kilgrave is what's stopping you, then don't worry. I'll send a team to deal with him for you. Kevin Thompson, also known as Kilgrave, was a man who was experimented on by his parents since his childhood in order to treat a neurodegenerative disease, but the treatment ended up giving him the new ability to control people's minds at his will. Assuming the name Kilgrave after his parents abandoned him, he began to use his powers to survive. Though it didn't take long for his cruel nature to show, as he began to use his powers for personal gain and amusement, hurting and killing thousands along the way. Eventually, he came across Jessica Jones, whom he kept as his personal sex slave for several months before her escape. "You can't," Jessica stands up and exclaims. "Anyone you send near him will fall under his control. There's a reason that I've been running and hiding."
All right, I'll reach out when I have him.
Peter says as he stands up and looks her in the eyes in return.
But in return, I want you to apply to join the Avengers.
Deal.
Chapter 189, C-194 Despicable NTR. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Returning to the tower, Peter decided to take care of Kilgrave himself, as he didn't want any of his subordinates to mess up and reveal anything.
No doubt, Kilgrave would question anyone trying to capture him, before either killing them or sending them after their employer.
Peter thought as he drew a quick sketch of David Tennant, the actor that played Kilgrave in the Jessica Jones show. It wouldn't win any awards, but the picture was enough to start the search.
Jarvis, I need you to find me this man.
Peter scans the drawing, and it appears on the PC monitor in his office.
He goes by the name Kilgrave, but his real name is...
Peter explains everything he knows about the man, from his real identity to his mind control ability. Kilgrave had the ability to control another person's mind through literal verbal commands, making them completely obedient to him. A virus that he emits through microparticles in the air is the source of his power. His ability is always active as he cannot stop his body from producing the virus, and anyone within his immediate proximity is affected, but don't realize it until he issues a command. Luckily, the nature of Kilgrave's viral mind control required him to be physically present for his commands to have an immediate effect. Speaking over a phone or through a physical barrier like a sealed room did not enthrall his victims.
I can just tranq dart him and lock him in one of the extremis cells.
Peter thought as Jarvis got to work searching through security cameras across the country. The extremis cells are completely sealed and filtered in a way that should contain Kilgrave's ability.
I should probably double-check, just to make sure though.
Peter thought as he left Jarvis to his work and went down to the detainment floor. Hours later, Peter finished modifying a special cell, which he designated for Kilgrave. Luckily, he checked the cells beforehand because Peter found a slight issue. The filtered and secured vents, which supplied fresh air to all of the prisoners, also vacated old air up to the roof.
It's not remotely likely, but Kilgrave could have infected someone on the roof, and possibly, with the right amount of luck and ingenuity, used them to escape.
Peter thought as he shuddered at the thought of the Avengers falling under that maniac's control. Of course, this wasn't a possibility anymore, as Peter added about 100 more filters. Though if that wasn't enough, he also changed the vent leading to the cell, sending the vacated air to some large storage tanks that Stark Industries had lying around. Unless some idiot comes around and starts cracking open the tanks, there won't be a problem, though the tanks are in a secure area, which is only accessible by either Peter or Tony. Jarvis made sure of it. As Peter looked at the tanks that would be filled with infected viral air, he had a sudden idea.
Maybe I should study Kilgrave's ability and see if it can be used for good.
Peter thought, but soon started to question himself. The ability to control others so easily just seemed so evil.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Peter thought, although having the power to make criminals willfully turn themselves into the police would be useful and save a lot of his precious time, the urge to use it for personal gain would always be there, gnawing away at him.
It's not worth the trouble.
Peter said as he got home that night.
Though I should still study it to find a way to counteract the virus.
V posted so far, go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Returning to the tower, Peter decided to take care of Kilgrave himself, as he didn't want any of his subordinates to mess up and reveal anything. No doubt, Kilgrave would question anyone trying to capture him before either killing them or sending them after their employer. Peter thought as he drew a quick sketch of David Tennant, the actor that played Kilgrave in the Jessica Jones show. It wouldn't win any awards, but the picture was enough to start the search. Jarvis, I need you to find me this man. Peter scans the drawing and it appears on the PC monitor in his office. He goes by the name Kilgrave, but his real name is.
It's just a coin flip, whether they go down the good or evil path.
On the next day, Peter received some good news.
Sir, I've found a man matching Kevin Thompson's description.
Jarvis said as soon as Peter entered the tower.
You found Kilgrave already?
Peter asks in surprise.
Yes, it seems as though he wasn't hiding.
Jarvis says as security footage of Kilgrave screaming on the sidewalk appeared. The video showed a black-haired woman walking away from a very angry-looking Kilgrave, but it didn't end there. At the same time, a bus driver who was most likely drinking on the job accidentally crashed and rolled his bus, causing Kilgrave to be hit and very nearly killed by the impact. Witnessing this, the mystery woman turned around, revealing it to be Jessica Jones, though she didn't go back to help and instead left him to die in the gutter as she walked away.
Was that the day Jessica escaped?
Peter wondered as he didn't remember every detail of her show.
Is he in the hospital? He was.
Jarvis says as more videos from hospital cameras started playing, showing a bit of Kilgrave's time in the hospital and portions of his recovery.
Kilgrave officially signed himself out of the hospital 1 month ago and has taken up residence in a wealthy couple's penthouse, where he has continued his recovery from home.
Next, video footage of Kilgrave limping in and out of an upscale apartment building in the Upper East Side of Manhattan began to play.
Is he there now?
Peter asks.
Yes, though there has been no sign of the 2 owners of the home for the last week.
Jarvis says.
That's not good.
Peter mutters as 2 images of the couple appear on the screen.
What's not good?
The door opened, and Tony came waltzing in with a smirk on his face.
Just a psycho with mind control powers.
Peter says as he didn't want to go into detail. Jarvis could fill him in later if he really wanted to know.
Cool.
Tony says uncaringly.
I'm heading out for a lunch date, but you asked for this, so I thought I'd drop it off.
Tony says as he steps out of the office for a second and comes back with a long black rectangular briefcase. Placing it on the table between both of them, Tony opened it up, revealing a long-range sniper rifle alongside some magazines and dart ammunition, which was filled with a yellow liquid.
When Pepper said that you put in an order for this baby, I was surprised, but a mind-controlling metahuman seems like a good reason to keep your distance.
Tony says as he snaps the case shut and makes his way out.
Good luck and don't get brain F asterisk Seekhead. Pepper's waiting for me downstairs.
Peter sighed as he started familiarizing himself with his new sniper. He could remember the days when Tony would jump at the opportunity to face off against an interesting bad guy, but now he was in the initial stages of a relationship with the woman he loves, so his attention was currently elsewhere.
The truth is that bros before hoes never existed.
Peter thought with a laugh.
He'll be back after the honeymoon phase passes.
After spending some time in the tower's very own firing range, Peter headed out that night in his blacked-out suit with a sniper strapped across his back. Thanks to the training that every member of the Avengers has to go through, Peter's sniper skills were fairly adequate. Add in the fact that he has an extremely enhanced body and senses, and that puts him on the level of a very skilled marksman. Using a quick invisibility spell, Peter opened a portal on top of the building across the street from the penthouse that Kilgrave was said to be staying in.
Where are you?
Peter muttered as he set up his sniper on a tripod at the edge of the rooftop and surveyed the windows of the upper floors one by one. Thankfully, the blinds and curtains were wide open, and the windows went from floor to ceiling, so Peter could see almost the entire penthouse apartment. The apartment itself looked extremely spacious and lavishly decorated, showing just how wealthy Kilgrave's latest victims were.
Maybe I should buy a penthouse for myself too.
Peter muttered as he found the idea rather appealing.
I could take MJ there on the weekends.
He certainly had more than enough money to afford it, as his bank account only keeps climbing with the constant success of Candy Crush.
Thank you, microtransactions.
Peter thought as he saw some movement from one of the windows and snapped back into focus.
That's just messed up.
Peter muttered in pity and disgust. Kilgrave, who was completely naked as the day he was born, was laying in bed watching TV, as a woman serviced him with her mouth. Insert picture of Kilgrave here. Even worse, a man stood in the corner of the room with tears dripping down his eyes, watching without the ability to move a single muscle. Below him was a pile of rather large tacks which he was most definitely forced to stand on. As the spiky tacks pierced into his bare feet, blood smudged and slowly pooled onto the dark wood flooring.
Is he cucking this guy?
Peter almost exclaimed in absolute revulsion.
What is this, a bad hentai?
Chapter 190, C-195 Lovers Reunited. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Seeing more than enough for a lifetime of disgust, Peter decided to act quickly and save the poor couple before Kilgrave could escalate the situation any further. Taking out a fresh magazine filled with 5 large tranquilizer dart bullets, Peter could see some runic writing on the casings. Before leaving the tower earlier, Peter wanted to add a bit of a magical enhancement to the darts, as he wasn't sure whether the darts would be accurate when factoring in glass windows or any other environmental factors. Just to be sure that things go smoothly, Peter added some enchantments to mitigate these factors, allowing the darts to shoot through the air without any possible direction changes and tear through glass without altering the trajectory.
Nighty-night, Kevin.
Peter mutters as he loaded the gun, chambered around, took aim, and fired. As a loud bang echoed across Manhattan, the gun kicked back slightly, and a large needle-tippled bullet launched out of the barrel, crossing the gap between the 2 buildings in an instant. Though Peter didn't stop there. Dealing with mind-controlled victims, who have most likely been converted into Kilgrave's little minions, would just be an unneeded hassle, so Peter changed targets and fired another 2 darts soon after the first. Inside the bedroom, Just as Kilgrave was about to blow his load into this poor mind-controlled lady's mouth as her husband watched, a loud bang could be heard from outside. Though before anyone could do anything or even react in the slightest, the glass window shattered with a loud crash.
Ugh!
Kilgrave grunted as he felt something impact his chest and pierce deeply into his skin. He could even feel some sort of liquid being pumped into his body, as the effects of the tranquilizer already started showing. Looking down in shock, Kilgrave found a large metal dart embedded into his chest. As he went to grab it and pull the foreign object from his body, Kilgrave could feel his strength leave him. Within only moments of injection, Kilgrave lost all strength in his movement and was already starting to feel drowsy. Before he could fall unconscious, Kilgrave saw two other matching darts fly through the broken window and impact his most recent playthings. The man in the corner collapsed within seconds, releasing him of his excruciating pain and anguish. As for the woman, who was still bobbing her head up and down on her captor's crotch, she was impacted directly in the neck and slipped off of the bed as she passed out cold as well.
What the?
Kilgrave stuttered as his body toppled over, following his victims in a chemically induced sleep. On the rooftop across the street, Peter waited a full minute before even thinking about going over to the bedroom across the street. Peter didn't want to rush over too early and get ordered around by a barely conscious mind pissed. Kilgrave's powers were just that terrifying.
Maybe I should give him a double dose.
Peter thought out loud as he scoped in once again.
He should be able to survive a second shot.
With another squeeze of the trigger followed by a fourth gunshot, Kilgrave was injected with a second dose of tranquilizer. As the second dart pierced into his body, Kilgrave didn't flinch or groan at all, showing how effective the first shot really was.
Okay, that should be enough.
Peter says as he straps the sniper along his back once again and leaps over to the other building with a single jump, landing in the penthouse on the broken glass from the shattered window. Without wasting a single second, Peter collected his darts from everyone's unconscious bodies and waved his hand. Beside him, a small portal opened, which dumped out a blood collection kit among other things. Keeping a quick pace, Peter taps into Kilgrave's vein and starts filling a clear hospital bag with blood, though he didn't stop there. Peter then swabbed his mouth and nostrils, cut off a lock of hair, and even sliced off a small piece of flesh for testing.
That should be enough.
Peter said as he stored everything away and waved his hand once again. Instantly, Kilgrave's naked body was swallowed by a portal that appeared underneath him. His body fell onto a bed in a glass box which resembled a high-tech prison cell.
Mission accomplished.
Peter muttered as he checked on the victims before leaving the scene of the crime altogether.
They should be fine now, hopefully.
The couple may need some therapy after the ordeal they've been put through, but with Kilgrave out of the picture, they can put their lives back on track. Returning to the tower, Peter didn't bother visiting his newest prisoner, as the tranquilizer would take at least 12 hours to wear off. Especially after that second dose. After safely storing his samples, which he would later study to help find a way to counteract mind control, Peter took some similar samples from himself to see if he was infected with Kilgrave's mind control pathogen.
I was in the same room as him, after all.
Peter thought as he spent some time with Lily in his modified penthouse while running all sorts of tests on himself.
Daddy, what are you doing?
She asked between episodes of
My Little Pony.
I ran into a sick man today, so I'm checking to see if I got infected.
Peter says, unwilling to reveal much about Kilgrave to his daughter, as he isn't exactly a PG-rated villain. Since Peter wasn't exactly sure what he was looking for, the first night of testing gave him no useful information whatsoever.
This is going to take longer than I'd hoped.
Peter thought as he said goodnight to Lily and returned home. Arriving home that night, Peter found MJ asleep in his bed, hugging his pillow closely in her sleep. MJ seemed to smile slightly every time she caught a whiff of his scent from the pillow.
So cute.
Peter commented as he hopped into bed next to her, pulling his beautiful girlfriend into his arms as he drifted off to sleep alongside her. As he fell asleep, MJ opened her eyes and peeked up at Peter's face, smiling contentedly for a brief moment before burying her face in his neck. Arriving at the Avengers Tower bright and early, Jessica Jones looked up at the towering building for a moment before walking in, feeling both nervous and determined at the same time. Following closely behind her, Loki didn't say a word as he protectively eyed the surroundings. Ever since the day Spider-Man came for a visit, Loki has done his best to figure out what the hell they were talking about. With enough pestering, he learned that a man named Kilgrave used mind control to take advantage of Jessica, using her as a lackey for months on end. Jessica didn't mention anything about the sexual portions of her time with Kilgrave, but Loki was a smart man. It didn't take a genius to put the puzzle pieces together. Ever since Loki figured out the context of their conversation, he felt a boiling rage appear deep inside himself.
How dare that dirty mortal lay a finger on her?
Loki thought hatefully. It was too bad that Loki's powers were taken away because he has a long list of particularly vicious spells, which he would love to use on Kilgrave at this very moment.
I'll have to make do with mortal means.
Loki thought as he entered Avengers Tower alongside Jessica.
Excuse me, are you Jessica Jones?
A secretary-looking woman asks as soon as they entered the building.
Yes.
Jessica answers with a nod.
Please follow me.
The secretary says as they go through security and toward the elevators. As they walked up, a nearby elevator opened on its own, and a disembodied voice spoke.
Welcome, Miss Jones, Prince Loki.
Jarvis spoke from the elevator speakers.
Please enter the elevator. Spider-Man is waiting upstairs.
Hearing the voice call Loki, a prince was a bit odd for Jessica. Although Loki was very open about his status as an Asgardian prince, as he loves to flaunt his status at the drop of a hat, she always thought he was just a nut job or something. Entering the elevator, the secretary stayed behind as she wasn't allowed on the upper floors of the tower. Arriving at the correct floor, the two of them followed the directions of the disembodied voice and arrived before a clear jail cell with a very familiar prisoner inside.
Jessica, is that you?
Kilgrave asks as Jessica freezes in place and tightens her fists.
I knew you couldn't stay away for long. Love always finds a way.
Chapter 191, C-196 Trouble in Paradise. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwar. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. Kilgrave jumped out of bed and paced over to the glass. Thankfully, he was no longer naked and wore a gray prison jumpsuit that each prisoner of the detainment floor receives. Loki watched as this man got as close as he could and stared fixedly at Jessica with the look of a verified lunatic. Kilgrave may be a psychopath with a god complex a mile long, but he viewed his time together with her as a real and loving relationship. He loved Jessica Jones in his own crazy sort of way. Constantly, he used his powers to force her to spend time with him, care for him, and have sex with him. When Trish Walker, Jessica's adoptive sister, would call to make sure she was all right, Kilgrave ensured that Jessica kept her explanations short and full of sweet, happy memories, which were usually lies. Kilgrave would treat her to dinner and use his vast wealth to stay in 5-star hotels. However, it would always be his powers keeping her by his side, not Jessica's own free will.
How did you do it?
Kilgrave asks as he places a hand on the glass. Jessica couldn't speak.
How did you disobey me?
He continues to question her, but Jessica didn't say a word. On the day of the accident which almost killed him, Jessica ignored his commands and walked away from him, leaving Kilgrave distracted as a bus plowed into him. It was an impossible feat which never happened before. Everyone always followed his commands no matter the circumstances. What made that whole situation even worse for Kilgrave's massive ego was the fact that he thought she genuinely loved him back. Due to his love for Jessica, Kilgrave once tested if she actually wanted to stay with him. He gave her no orders for 12 hours, the exact amount of time for someone to fall out of his control. However, he found Jones had decided not to leave him, allowing him to believe that she truly did love him. Later that night, he found the love of his life standing on a balcony, as if she were about to jump to the concrete floor below. Instantly, he ordered her to step down, but Jessica didn't follow his command. When he questioned why she initially had not listened to him, he decided to punish her by making her cut off her own ear.
If you don't listen to me, what is the point in having ears?
Kilgrave ranted at the time.
To listen to someone else.
No one had ever disobeyed him before, so this was a huge hit to his psychotic ego.
You never appreciate anything I do for you. If you can't listen to me, you don't need ears.
He commanded that night. When she began to obey him again, almost cutting off her own ear, Kilgrave changed his mind and hugged her, seeing that instance as a fluke. After all, she went a full 12 hours without his orders, so his control may have just been weak at that moment. The problem with their final parting was the fact that he was constantly handing out orders, yet she somehow wrestled away from his control.
Who's this?
Kilgrave gave up that line of questioning and turned his attention to the handsome man beside his lover. As his gaze trained on Loki, Kilgrave's loving look for Jessica morphed into a deadly stare, which would frighten any child. Sadly for him, Loki was anything but a child. In fact, he was many thousands of years old, so Kilgrave's hate-filled look was laughable in his eyes. Reading this caged mental patient like a book, Loki smirked and reached a hand around Jessica's waist, pulling her into his side.
Loki Odinson, prince and former king of Asgard.
Loki introduces himself as he basks in his enemy's venomous and jealous gaze.
Jessica is my betrothed.
As soon as he said this, Jessica's eyes shot open in shock, though Kilgrave didn't catch on as he was preoccupied with Loki at the moment. Although Jessica wanted to rip his hand off of her waist and refute Loki's rather formal claim to her hand in marriage, she decided to quietly play along. After all, he was doing this to help her. Ignoring the man who was feeling up his property so blatantly, Kilgrave turned his attention back to Jessica.
You know, you're the first thing.
Kilgrave stops himself and corrects his slip of the tongue.
Excuse me. The first person I've ever wanted that walked away from me.
The crazy fanatical look in his eyes deepened as he rested his forehead on the glass, hoping to manipulate Jessica once again.
You made me feel something that I've never felt before.
He continues as Jessica takes a step back away from the glass.
Yearning. I think I'm going to be sick.
Loki comments from the side. Ignoring Loki, Kilgrave looks Jessica in the eyes, hoping to awaken her former obedience.
Kill him.
Your power doesn't work through the glass, does it?
Jessica couldn't speak. How did you disobey me? He continues to question her, but Jessica didn't say a word. On the day of the accident which almost killed him, Jessica ignored his commands and walked away from him, leaving Kilgrave distracted as a bus plowed into him. It was an impossible feat which never happened before. Everyone always followed his commands no matter the circumstances. What made that whole situation even worse for Kilgrave's massive ego was the fact that he thought she genuinely loved him back. Due to his love for Jessica, Kilgrave once tested if she actually wanted to stay with him. He gave her no orders for 12 hours, the exact amount of time for someone to fall out of his control. However, he found Jones had decided not to leave him, allowing him to believe that she truly did love him. Later that night, he found the love of his life standing on a balcony, as if she were about to jump to the concrete floor below. Instantly, he ordered her to step down, but Jessica didn't follow his command. When he questioned why she initially had not listened to him, he decided to punish her by making her cut off her own ear. If you don't listen to me, what is the point in having ears? Kilgrave ranted at the time. To listen to someone else. No one had ever disobeyed him before, so this was a huge hit to his psychotic ego. You never appreciate anything I do for you. If you can't listen to me, you don't need ears.
You're powerless, aren't you, Kevin?
Jessica asks tauntingly.
Oh, shut up.
He answers in annoyance.
Kevin is dead.
Kevin is a mundane name, but Kilgrave. Seriously.
Jessica says with a bit of venom in her voice.
Was murder corpse already taken?
As she was speaking, Kilgrave noticed a silhouette walking into view.
Help!
Instantly, his demeanor changed to panic as he started banging on the glass.
I'm being held captive by a madwoman. Nice try.
A fourth voice says as Loki and Jessica turn to see Peter step out of the shadows, donned in his usual Spider-Man gear.
OSH*T.
Kilgrave fake panic instantly disappeared as he got a better view of the new arrival. Jessica and her supposed fiancé were his first visitors, and he never saw who captured him in the penthouse, so Kilgrave initially thought that it was Jessica who set all of this up. Not the Avengers,
Oh crap indeed.
Peter says as he walks over beside Jessica.
Would you like to do the deed now or later?
Hearing his question, Kilgrave looked at Peter in shock.
What deed?
He asks in confusion.
I hope he doesn't mean what I think he means. Isn't Spider-Man supposed to be a hero? Killing can be heroic as well.
Peter says with an uncaring shrug. Turning back to the love of his life, Kilgrave looked at her with a pleading gaze.
Jessica, you wouldn't kill me, would you?
He asks, hoping to save his own skin.
I thought we would be torturing him first.
Loki asks, sounding disgruntled.
I was hoping to whip out some of the torture techniques that my mother taught me.
Jessica looked at Loki with a surprised gaze, but saved her many questions for later.
Well, his ability makes torture a bit tricky.
Peter says with a thoughtful look.
We could gag him, though some extra precautions would be needed, just in case.
Hearing his captors talk about torturing him so shamelessly, Kilgrave felt like he was one of his victims, completely unable to make a decision for himself. At the mercy of someone else's every whim.
Come on!
Kilgrave tries to cut into the conversation.
Why don't we just rip out his tongue?
Loki offers his invaluable advice.
If talking is the activation for his ability, then simply make him a mute.
The room goes deathly silent, as none of them realized that dealing with Kilgrave could be so easy. It was like bright light bulbs went off in their heads all at once.
Wait just a minute.
Kilgrave began to seriously panic.
He'd never be able to activate his power again.
Jessica muttered, liking Loki's suggestion more and more.
Why didn't I think of that?
Peter felt like an idiot for not thinking of that.
I could also use magic to remove his voice altogether.
Chapter 192, C197 Love and Death. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
Why didn't I think of that?
Peter muttered, but he would soon regret speaking altogether. As soon as Loki heard Peter's words, he smirked tauntingly in his direction. After all, he rarely gets any wins like this these days.
Don't you know magic, Spider?
Loki says provokingly.
Shouldn't you have a spell for this?
Peter sighed in annoyance as he walked up to the cell and pressed a hand on the glass.
Just wait patiently on the side. We both know that you won't be of any help in this department.
Loki's eye twitched in frustration as a golden spell circle appeared on the glass wall of the cell. Both Jessica and Kilgrave watched in shock as neither knew that Spider-Man had such powers, though Jessica was also curious as to why Loki reacted so negatively to Peter's words.
Could Loki actually use magic at one point?
Jessica thought as she wondered if Loki was telling the truth all of this time. In this version of the MCU, Thor hasn't been able to fight alongside the Avengers, as he was busy running one of the universe's most powerful alien civilizations. Nor is Loki the widely hated villain his movie counterpart was, as he never became Thanos' lackey and attacked Earth, so Asgard isn't exactly known to the general public. Loki's ravings about being the magical prince of some godly country were beyond impossible to believe, especially when he didn't have his powers as a sort of proof. While Jessica was reevaluating the many unbelievable things that Loki has told her up until now, the golden spell circle finished forming and shrunk into the size of a small coin.
What is that?
Kilgrave stutters as he steps back in fear.
Magic!
Peter answers simply as the penny-sized spell shot into the prison cell, aimed directly at Kilgrave's open mouth. Kilgrave's eyes go wide as the golden wisp shoots into his mouth faster than he could react. Suddenly, a searing pain burns his tongue.
Ew.
Kilgrave screamed in pain, showing the golden penny-sized spell that was now branded into his tongue. Surprisingly, his pain-filled wailing disappeared in seconds, as if someone pressed the mute button on a TV. When the pain finally lessened, Kilgrave noticed the lack of sound coming from his mouth. Trying to speak, his lips moves but not a single sound is released. Instantly, Kilgrave starts screaming as he does anything to hear his own voice again. As the reality of the situation set in, the look that appeared on Kilgrave's face matched the perfect definition of despair. Without his voice, everything Kilgrave has enjoyed and taken for granted all of these years will vanish into dust.
Oh, that expression is exquisite.
Isn't this enough?
Everyone's attention was drawn from Kilgrave and toward Jessica, who had a reluctant look on her face.
Can we just kill him?
She turns to Peter and asks.
If that's what you want.
Peter answers with an uncaring shrug.
What?
Loki starts to whine like a child.
But I have so many techniques to put to use.
I've never tortured somebody before.
Jessica explains herself with a nervous stutter.
I don't think I could even watch something like that.
As soon as the time came to actually pull some teeth and carve some flesh, reality set in, and the heroic, good-natured girl who once dreamed of being a superhero started to surface.
Fine.
Loki says, as he would never force her to commit such an act unwillingly.
But we're still going to kill him though, right? If you don't want to, that's fine.
Peter says as he walks over to the side of the cell, where a panel full of buttons could be seen.
I can always put him down painlessly.
I can't do it.
Jessica exclaimed as she rushed out of the hall.
I didn't expect her to act so.
Peter says as his image of the bad asterisk SS Jessica Jones was completely ruined.
I thought that she would at least stay for his death.
Loki asks, upset with Peter's choice of words.
Sure, but that doesn't mean I can't make an observation.
Peter shrugs as he realizes something.
Wait a minute.
Loki's death stare pierced into Peter's figure, giving away the banished prince's greatest secret.
You like her.
Peter says in a playful tone.
You're mistaken.
Loki denies Peter's claims instantly.
Mortals hold no sway over gods. Wow, you actually love her, don't you?
Peter didn't believe a word he said.
You and your brother are more alike than either would like to admit. I said you're mistaken.
Loki reiterates.
Oh, really?
Peter asks sarcastically. Smirking under his mask, Peter flipped a switch on the panel and held his finger over a large red button.
Then you wouldn't mind the man that tormented and R** pet her getting off easy with a painless death, right?
Peter asks provokingly.
It's what she wants.
Loki says through grinding teeth as his hands tighten into fists.
Yeah, but she's not here, is she?
Peter says as Loki turns to look at Kilgrave hatefully.
Admit it.
The room goes silent as Loki internally debates whether he could admit something that he hasn't even admitted to himself yet. I can always lie, Loki thought, as that was his forte after all. Peter demands as his finger stays above the button.
I love Jessica.
Loki says, pretending to have a hard time with his admission.
Good, doesn't it feel better to just let it out?
Peter says as he flicks the switch once again, deactivating the kill button.
What time is it?
Checking his non-existent watch, Peter suddenly starts freaking out.
I'm late.
Peter shouts as if he were the rabbit from Alice in Wonderland.
Loki, could you watch the prisoner for me? I'm late for a very important date.
A smirk appears on Loki's face as he caught on to Peter's little act.
Sure, no problem.
Loki says as Kilgrave grabs the cell's metal desk chair, readying himself for what's to come.
Good.
Peter says as he points to a certain lever on the panel.
Just make sure that no one flips this lever. It'll open up the cell and Kilgrave could escape. Of course.
Loki says as he smirks vindictively at the man in the cage, unbothered by the new weapon in his target's hands. Peter sighed in annoyance as he walked up to the cell and pressed a hand on the glass. Just wait patiently on the side. We both know that you won't be of any help in this department. Loki's eye twitched in frustration as a golden spell circle appeared on the glass wall of the cell. Both Jessica and Kilgrave watched in shock as neither knew that Spider-Man had such powers, though Jessica was also curious as to why Loki reacted so negatively to Peter's words. Could Loki actually use magic at one point? Jessica thought as she wondered if Loki was telling the truth all of this time. In this version of the MCU, Thor hasn't been able to fight alongside the Avengers, as he was busy running one of the universe's most powerful alien civilizations. Nor is Loki the widely hated villain his movie counterpart was, as he never became Thanos' lackey and attacked Earth, so Asgard isn't exactly known to the general public. Loki's ravings about being the magical prince of some godly country were beyond impossible to believe, especially when he didn't have his powers as a sort of proof. While Jessica was reevaluating the many unbelievable things that Loki has told her up until now, the golden spell circle finished forming and shrunk into the size of a small coin. What is that? Kilgrave stutters as he steps back in fear. Magic, Peter answers simply as the penny-sized spell shot into the prison cell, aimed directly at Kilgrave's open mouth. Kilgrave's eyes go wide as the golden wisp shoots into his mouth faster than he could react. Suddenly, a searing pain burns his tongue. Kilgrave screamed in pain, showing the golden penny-sized spell that was now branded into his tongue. Surprisingly, his pain-filled wailing disappeared in seconds, as if someone pressed the mute button on a TV. When the pain finally lessened, Kilgrave noticed the lack of sound coming from his mouth. Trying to speak, his lips moves but not a single sound is released. Instantly, Kilgrave starts screaming as he does anything to hear his own voice again. As the reality of the situation set in, the look that appeared on Kilgrave's face matched the perfect definition of despair. Without his voice, everything Kilgrave has enjoyed and taken for granted all of these years will vanish into dust. Oh, that expression is exquisite, Loki comments with a smirk on his face.
Hey, look at you!
Loki says as he steps into the cell without a care in the world.
A cornered animal.
As Loki waltzed over, Kilgrave didn't hesitate and swung the chair at him, though sadly, he wasn't dealing with just any idiot off the street. This is Loki Odinson, a 1,000-year-old Asgardian. Although Loki may have specialized in magic for all of his life, he still grew up as a prince of a warrior kingdom with a warrior brother. One measly mortal with a metal chair was nothing. As the chair came swinging down, Loki stepped back and waited for it to pass by before Spartan kicking Kilgrave in the chest, knocking the wind out of him and sending him back into the glass wall. Peter sighed in annoyance as he walked up to the cell and pressed a hand on the glass. Just wait patiently on the side. We both know that you won't be of any help in this department. Loki's eye twitched in frustration as a golden spell circle appeared on the glass wall of the cell. Both Jessica and Kilgrave watched in shock as neither knew that Spider-Man had such powers, though Jessica was also curious as to why Loki reacted so negatively to Peter's words. Could Loki actually use magic at one point? Jessica thought as she wondered if Loki was telling the truth all of this time. In this version of the MCU, Thor hasn't been able to fight alongside the Avengers, as he was busy running one of the universe's most powerful alien civilizations. Nor is Loki the widely hated villain his movie counterpart was, as he never became Thanos' lackey and attacked Earth, so Asgard isn't exactly known to the general public. Loki's ravings about being the magical prince of some godly country were beyond impossible to believe, especially when he didn't have his powers as a sort of proof. While Jessica was reevaluating the many unbelievable things that Loki has told her up until now, the golden spell circle finished forming and shrunk into the size of a small coin. What is that? Kilgrave stutters as he steps back in fear. Magic, Peter answers simply as the penny-sized spell shot into the prison cell, aimed directly at Kilgrave's open mouth. Kilgrave's eyes go wide as the golden wisp shoots into his mouth faster than he could react. Suddenly, a searing pain burns his tongue. Kilgrave screamed in pain, showing the golden penny-sized spell that was now branded into his tongue. Surprisingly, his pain-filled wailing disappeared in seconds, as if someone pressed the mute button on a TV. When the pain finally lessened, Kilgrave noticed the lack of sound coming from his mouth. Trying to speak, his lips moves but not a single sound is released. Instantly, Kilgrave starts screaming as he does anything to hear his own voice again. As the reality of the situation set in, the look that appeared on Kilgrave's face matched the perfect definition of despair. Without his voice, everything Kilgrave has enjoyed and taken for granted all of these years will vanish into dust. "Oh, that expression is exquisite," Loki comments with a smirk on his face. Without another word, the beating stopped as Loki set the chair up in the center of the open cell, taking a seat to catch his breath.
This mortal body is too weak.
Loki thought as he internally cursed his father.
I need some tools before we can continue.
Just as Loki uttered these words, a portal opened beside him, and a cart filled with all sorts of tools and sharp weapons came rolling out.
I'm starting to like that spider.
Loki smirks as he grabs some duct tape off the cart. As the portal closed, Loki looked toward his battered enemy and stood up, patting his former seat with a welcoming smile.
Hurry and get over here.
Loki says demandingly.
We have a long day ahead of us.
Chapter 193, C198 Blind Devil. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. As he rounded the corner out of one hallway and into another, leaving Loki alone to deal Kilgrave his gruesome end, Peter smirked as he leaned against the wall beside a certain black-haired eavesdropper, who happened to hear everything that just transpired between him and Loki. Flashback. When Jessica rushed out of the room, hyperventilating at the idea of killing somebody. Even if it was the man that made her life hell and defiled her body over and over, she still wasn't able to do it. Saying you're going to kill someone and actually doing it when they're helplessly brought in front of you is an entirely different thing. Though when she was waiting for the elevator, Jessica had some second thoughts.
I should at least be there and see it for myself.
She thought and marched back with renewed confidence. As she was only one hallway away from returning to Kilgrave's prison cell, Jessica overheard Loki and Peter talking about something.
You and your brother are more alike than either would like to admit.
She hears Spider-Man's voice say in amusement.
I said you're mistaken.
Loki sounded annoyed.
Doesn't he hate his brother?
Jessica recalled.
Oh, really?
Spider-Man paused as Jessica heard a clicking sound.
Then you wouldn't mind the man that tormented and pet her getting off easy with a painless death, right?
Jessica never told either of them about that.
How does he know? Did Kilgrave tell him?
It's what she wants.
Loki didn't sound happy at all.
Yeah, but she's not here, is she?
Peter says, but Jessica felt like he knew otherwise.
Admit it.
Admit what?
Jessica was confused by their conversation. Loki says reluctantly.
Say it.
Peter demands.
I love Jessica. What?
Flashback end.
A dark banished prince is vying for your love.
Peter says teasingly.
How scandalous.
You knew I was listening.
Jessica says accusingly.
Well, I don't have super senses for nothing.
Peter says with a laugh, as the sounds of a one-sided beating echoed from the nearby hallway.
He's really going to town in there, isn't he?
Listening to the start of Kilgrave's torture, Jessica felt both uncomfortable and flattered in a weird kind of way. After all, a man loved her so much that he would torture her tormentor to death for what he's done.
Did she run off?
He thought as he heard the elevator opening and sprinted over. Just as it was about to close, Peter dashed over and stuck his hand inside, causing the elevator doors to automatically open.
Leaving so soon?
Peter asks as he steps into the elevator beside Jessica.
He may not be able to scream or make noises, but I can't listen to it anymore.
Jessica says as the elevator closes and headed down to the ground floor.
Is Loki really a god or whatever?
Hearing her question, Peter couldn't help but laugh a little.
No, Loki is an alien with a bit of a god complex. Though if any race deserved to have a god complex, it's the Asgardians.
Peter says as he chuckles once again at his own explanation.
What's so funny?
She asks curiously.
Loki isn't even an Asgardian.
Peter reveals.
But he always talks about Asgard being his home.
Jessica says in confusion.
He was adopted into the Asgardian royal family.
Peter explains.
He was abandoned by his father for being born weak, so Odin took him in.
What an asterisk shoal.
Jessica comments about Laufey.
Yep, so when can I expect your resume on my desk?
Peter changes the subject.
I don't know.
Jessica says with an exhausted sigh.
Tomorrow, I guess.
Good, because you have a lot of training to get through.
Peter informs her.
What?
Jessica uttered in dread.
How much training are we talking about?
Well, you have basic training, hand-to-hand training, weapons training, and a ton of practical tests, so you don't make any mistakes in the field.
Peter says as he puts on a thoughtful face.
I'm forgetting some things, but that's what comes to mind at the moment.
There's more.
Jessica just realized the hell she signed herself up for.
How long is it going to take before I'm done?
Maybe a few months, if you're a quick learner.
Peter says after a moment of thought.
Months.
Jessica was completely dejected at this point, though on the bright side, she wasn't thinking about the torture that was currently happening anymore. After seeing Jessica out of the building, as she needed some time to think, Peter spent some quality time with Lily until Loki was finished with his handiwork.
This is a mess.
Peter commented as he returned to the cell, which was covered in blood. Not only that, but the mangled remains of Kilgrave were piled up in the center of the cell, while his severed head sat perfectly on the metal chair with a horrified expression frozen in place.
Sir, would you like for me to hire a cleaning crew?
Jarvis asks dutifully.
No, it's best that no one knows of this.
Peter says with a shake of his head.
Knows of what?
A familiar voice says from behind.
Holy sh*T.
Tony came strolling in with a smile on his face, which soon morphed into disgust at the scene before him.
Yes.
Peter answers uncaringly, as Tony would have been informed either way. Jarvis would make sure of it.
What happened?
Tony asks and Jarvis goes into a long explanation.
So, you killed the mind control guy you were talking about?
Tony sums it all up after learning everything.
Well, Loki did, but yeah.
Peter answers with a shrug.
Okay, just clean it up before anyone else finds out.
Tony says as he looks at the cell with a frown.
He couldn't have made it less messy.
Before using his magic to clean everything up, Peter took a few more samples from Kilgrave's carcass. There wasn't much left that was usable, but Peter did manage to salvage a few vital organs, including Kilgrave's heart and brain. With everything saved and stored appropriately, Peter cast a few spells, transforming the blood-covered cell back to its original spotless appearance. Returning home that night, Peter had dinner with his aunt before heading off to bed, where he opened up his laptop and looked into another member of the Defenders, who he would recruit next. Matthew Michael Murdoch, or Daredevil. Matt Murdock is a lawyer who was blinded as a young boy by a radioactive substance that fell into his eyes from a crashed transport vehicle. After some mobsters killed his father, Matt seemed to disappear off of the face of the earth, though Peter knew that was when he met Stick and his warrior training began. Stick found that even though Matt lost his sight, his other 4 remaining senses were heightened to superhuman levels, so he recruited him to fight for the chaste. However, Matt's compassion for a certain woman led him to be rejected by Stick. He then returned to Columbia University with his best friend and now business partner, Foggy Nelson, to gain his law degree. Matt dedicates his life to fighting injustice in New York City by day, as a lawyer with his law firm Nelson and Murdoch, and by night as a vigilante known as the Masked Man.
Daredevil isn't his name yet, huh?
Peter thought as he read through some small news articles.
Should I just go and visit him now?
Peter couldn't sleep, as his lovely body pillow wasn't with him tonight, MJ was spending the night at her own house since her father was visiting. Thankfully, her mother warned her beforehand, as she didn't want her father showing up and threatening Peter with a gun once again. Though Peter wouldn't mind. Switching to his spider suit, Peter opened a portal and appeared on a rooftop across the street from Daredevil's apartment.
Anyone home?
Peter thought as he surveyed the windows. Just as he was watching the windows, a masked man in torn black clothing dragged himself up the fire escape.
Is that him?
Peter wondered as he watched the battered man tumble into one of Matt's windows, before picking himself up and stumbling to the bathroom. Putting a few spells on himself to cancel out the sound and smell of his body, Peter leaped over to the same fire escape and silently followed Matt inside. Taking a seat on the couch, Peter waited as he listened to Daredevil painfully patch himself up in the bathroom.
This must be early in his hero work.
Peter thought as he didn't even have his red suit with the horns yet. After some time, the sound of the toilet flushing could be heard as the bathroom door swung open, revealing a haggard and unmasked Matt Murdock. Insert picture of Matt Murdock here.
Sorry for the intrusion.
Peter says, surprising Daredevil into a frozen stupor.
I was patrolling the area and saw someone matching the masked man's description. It's always nice meeting other heroes, so I let myself in. I can't see you.
Matt mutters in shock.
Well, I'm sorry to tell you this, but...
Peter says as if he were a doctor breaking bad news to a patient.
You're blind.
AN 1594 words. Backhand index pointing right, don't forget MYSTONES, backhand index pointing left.
Stones.
I thought.
Yes, stones.
Chapter 194, C199 Job Offer X2. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwar. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5.
I can't see you.
Matt mutters in shock.
Well, I'm sorry to tell you this, Matt, but...
Peter says as if he were a doctor breaking bad news to a patient.
You're blind.
Although Peter cracked that little joke, he knew from the show that despite being blinded as a child, Matt's remaining 4 senses are enhanced to a superhuman level, resulting in them becoming radar-like. He can constantly feel numerous things, including balance, direction, minuscule changes in air density, vibrations, and blankets of temperature variations that are usually imperceptible to human beings. That, combined with his acute hearing and olfactory senses, allows Matt to evaluate his surroundings in what he describes as an impressionistic painting of the world around him, which, according to him, looks like the world is on fire. His superhumanly enhanced senses grant him tremendous awareness of his surroundings on a wide range, thus making him extremely alert to danger. In fact, Murdock's senses are so great, they are almost at the level of Peter's spider senses.
Very funny, mister.
Matt asks as he stays alert and keeps his back against the wall. After all, he had no idea where the intruder was standing. Even Peter's voice was masked by magic and seemed to encompass the entire room without any real origin.
Spider-Man.
Peter says as he watches Matt's eyebrows raise in surprise.
Why are you here?
Matthew asks as he shuffled along the wall and grabs his walking stick.
I don't believe that I've committed any crimes. Well, vigilantism is a crime.
Peter says as Matt stiffens for a brief moment.
Arresting me for crime fighting would be a bit hypocritical of you, don't you think?
He argues back like a true lawyer.
Hee true.
Peter says with a laugh. Seeing how uncomfortable and cautious Daredevil was being, Peter waved his hand and shut down the spells he placed on himself. Instantly, Matthew twitched as he found the intruder on his couch, sitting calmly as if he wasn't breaking into his apartment.
Is that better?
Peter asks.
Yes, thank you.
Matt answers as he does his best to calm down.
Good, why don't you take a seat?
Peter offers up a seat as if he owned the place.
I have a job offer for you, 2 of them actually. I'm afraid that I'm already employed.
Matt didn't even sit down as he made excuses to decline.
At least hear me out first.
Peter says as he gestures to the seat across from him, knowing that Daredevil could see him in his own way.
I don't seem to have a choice in the matter.
Matt sighs as he walked over and sat down.
We always have a choice. It just depends on whether we make the right decision or not.
Peter says as if he were a wise monk.
Get to the point, please.
Matt says in barely veiled annoyance.
I have a case scheduled early tomorrow morning.
His time spent training under Stick was filled with similar words of sagely advice, so hearing them now only brought back bad memories.
Sounds good to me.
Peter says with an uncaring shrug.
I would like to offer you a job as an Avenger. No, thank you.
Matt immediately refused.
I'm just a normal man. Your type of work is far above my pay grade. True, though we both know that you are anything but a normal man.
Peter says with a smirk.
As for the work, you would continue your protection of Hell's Kitchen, but with the training and resources provided to every Avenger.
He paused upon hearing Peter's offer, which sounded very appealing.
I don't need any training. Training is mandatory for all members.
Peter says with a shake of his head.
Not even I was exempt from basic training. What type of resources would be provided?
Matt asked.
Well, anything you could ever need.
Peter says with a shrug.
A specialized suit to replace those ruined black clothes in the bathroom, assistance from other members, police support, weaponry, technology, money, land. As long as it aids in the cause of protecting the Earth and innocent lives, of course.
Everything Peter listed off sounded extremely tempting to a starting hero like Daredevil. The suit was something that Matt has been looking into, as he needed something bulletproof. Sadly, he happens to live in America, the country with more guns than people, so that was a major problem he kept running into. Every damn criminal was armed to the teeth, making his job feel like an active war zone. Assistance from other members wasn't as tempting as he prefers to work alone, though the possibility to ask for help could always come in handy. As for police support, that was a very big draw for him. In the few months that Matt started his journey as a hero, the police have interfered in his work almost constantly. They even shot at him on a handful of occasions. In fact, he just dug a police-issue bullet out of his shoulder only moments ago. Everything else Peter offered was just icing on the cake, though the land option sounded especially appealing.
I could have my own base of operations.
Matt thought as he no longer found it a viable option to working out of his home. After all, Peter just followed him inside, and he didn't even notice.
You said there were 2 job offers.
Daredevil asks, holding his decision back for the time being.
Yes, but the next one includes your business partner, Foggy Nelson.
Peter says as he sees Matt tense at the mention of his friend.
Foggy isn't involved in my extracurricular activities.
Daredevil tries his best to keep his best friend out of this.
I know, but the next offer has nothing to do with fighting crime.
Peter says, confusing Matt even further.
I'd like to hire your law firm to represent the Avengers. Exclusively, of course. Oh.
Matt wasn't expecting him to say that.
Is there a case filed against you? I haven't heard of anything related to the Avengers reaching the courts.
No, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't be prepared. The Avengers doesn't have any lawyers on retainer, so your firm would be the one and only.
Peter says, hoping to entice him into accepting.
Of course, there is a stipulation to this. What?
Matt knew it was too good to be true. He paused upon hearing Peter's offer, which sounded very appealing. I don't need any training. Training is mandatory for all members, Peter says with a shake of his head. Not even I was exempt from basic training. What type of resources would be provided? Matt asked. Well, anything you could ever need, Peter says with a shrug. A specialized suit to replace those ruined black clothes in the bathroom, assistance from other members, police support, weaponry, technology, money, land. As long as it aids in the cause of protecting the Earth and innocent lives, of course. Everything Peter listed off sounded extremely tempting to a starting hero like Daredevil. The suit was something that Matt has been looking into, as he needed something bulletproof. Sadly, he happens to live in America, the country with more guns than people, so that was a major problem he kept running into. Every damn criminal was armed to the teeth, making his job feel like an active war zone. Assistance from other members wasn't as tempting as he prefers to work alone, though the possibility to ask for help could always come in handy. As for police support, that was a very big draw for him. In the few months that Matt started his journey as a hero, the police have interfered in his work almost constantly. They even shot at him on a handful of occasions. In fact, he just dug a police-issue bullet out of his shoulder only moments ago. Everything else Peter offered was just icing on the cake, though the land option sounded especially appealing. I could have my own base of operations.
I need to speak with my business partner before making any decisions.
He says with a contemplative look.
That's fine.
Peter says understandingly as he stands up from the couch.
When Mr. Nelson says yes, bring him to the tower so we can sign the necessary papers.
Matthew found it hard to argue with Peter's confidence in his success. After all, Foggy would jump at the opportunity to work with New York's resident superheroes. Not only does working for the Avengers look good for their firm, but they also have more than enough money to pay for the services rendered. Ever since the two friends left their old firm to create one themselves, they've done nothing but low-paying jobs for poor victims. A good handful of them were done free of charge as well.
Once again, I'm sorry for the intrusion.
Peter says as he walks over to the window.
I'll see myself out.
Before Daredevil could say another word, Peter leaped out of the window and swung away.
It's actually Spider-Man.
Matt thought as he could only see Peter as a fiery human figure.
I need to call Foggy.
Chapter 195, See 200 Newbies Meet. Want to read ahead of what I've posted so far? Go to my Patreon and get early access chapters. As of tonight, the Patreon will be 3 chapters ahead. https://www.patreon.com/alienwarp. Get on Discord https://discord gg/jhvzn5. After leaving the tower, Jessica unconsciously walked to her adoptive sister's apartment, where she broke in and raided the place for booze. When her sister came home from work, she was welcomed by a drunkard occupying her couch, surrounded by empty beer cans while drinking from a large vodka bottle. Insert picture of Trish Walker Hellcat here.
Jessica,
Trish asks in shock.
where have you been?
Although Kilgrave used to force Jessica to lie to Trisha after he was hit by the bus and she walked off, Jessica cut all contact with her adoptive sister. It's been almost 6 months since they've talked or seen one another.
He's dead.
Jessica utters in a drunken haze, raising her glass bottle high in the air in triumph.
Who's dead?
She asks in confusion.
Is this about that guy you've been seeing, Mr. Perfect?
Not only was she forced to lie, but Jessica was also made to tell extravagant stories about the man she
Loved. Don't call him that.
Jessica says in disgust.
I might throw up otherwise. Bad breakup, huh?
Trish says since she knew nothing about Kilgrave.
Sure, whatever.
Jessica says as she didn't want to tell her sister about all of the horrible things that happened.
There's other fish in the sea.
Trish comments, eliciting a groan from her drunken sister.
What? Don't say that either.
Jessica says as she immediately thought of Loki's annoying face. Trish just looked at her wayward sister in confusion as she took off her jacket and hung it up.
Well, let me get a glass and I'll join you.
The next day, Matt and Foggy rushed over to the Avengers Tower, bright and early. Well, it was Foggy who was in a rush as he dragged his best friend and business partner along behind him.
I can't believe you had to ask me whether we should accept Spider-Man as a client.
Foggy looked back at Matt as they arrived at the entrance of the building.
This is a no-brainer.
Foggy had no idea why his friend seemed so reluctant in the first place. This was the Avengers they were talking about. If there was a level above A-list celebrities and powerful politicians, it would contain the Avengers with Spider-Man seated at the top of the pyramid. Even if it was just Spider-Man asking to become a client, Then Foggy would sell his soul to make it happen. Yet Matt had the whole group offered up to him on a silver platter.
Really, you should have just agreed instantly.
Foggy says with a shake of his head.
What if they reached out to other firms? I doubt that.
Matt says, knowing Spider-Man's motive behind all of this. Sadly, he couldn't tell Foggy the real reason they were offered such an amazing deal. Matt wanted to keep his loved ones safe, and to accomplish that, he needs his identity to remain hidden at all costs.
Let's just hurry.
Foggy says as he paces off toward the door with a briefcase in hand. Matt sighed as he cursed Spider-Man for offering up such good bait.
Looks like I'm joining the Avengers.
Tapping his cane along the ground, Matt followed behind Foggy. As he went to open the door, a woman walked up and opened the door for him.
Thank you.
Matt says with a smile as he is used to this. When you're blind, everyone holds open doors for you and gives you a wide berth on the sidewalk, thinking he would bump into them otherwise.
You're welcome.
She says.
Why are you holding the door for this mortal?
Another voice spoke from beside her.
Such respect should only be shown to royalty.
Stop it, he's blind, you idiot.
She reprimands him in an instant.
So what? He has hands, doesn't he?
Loki says with a scoff.
I'm sorry about him.
The woman says as she turns back to Matt.
He's an arrogant PR*CK.
Don't worry about it.
Matt keeps his smile up as he walks through the door, leaving the amusing couple behind.
Matt, over here.
Foggy yells across the lobby.
Hello, Mr. Murdoch. Please follow me to the elevators.
A woman who was standing beside Foggy says dutifully. Spider-Man seemed to have expected their arrival, which matched the confidence he held on his departure last night. Though before they could walk much further, the woman freezes in place.
Ms. Jones, Mr. Odinson.
She says as the same couple from before walks over.
Are you visiting Spider-Man again?
Yes, can you take us to the elevators again?
Jessica nods.
And be quick about it.
Loki says as he makes a shooing motion with his hand.
Of course.
The secretary-like woman nods professionally as she motions toward the elevators. Please follow along, everyone.
You're visiting Spider-Man as well.
Foggy asks.
Yes, you too.
Jessica asks curiously. As they were led to the elevators, Foggy started bragging about the job offer they were given.
Even in Midgard, lawyers are dreadfully existences.
Loki thought as he did his best to ignore the mortal's ramblings. Arriving at the elevators, Jarvis spoke through the speakers.
Welcome, Spider-Man is expecting you.
He says as the two groups leave behind the secretary and ascend upwards together. The ride upward was fairly quiet and awkward as neither group knew the other. It also didn't help that Loki gave the two lawyers the cold shoulder, only holding back his sharp tongue for Jessica's sake. Ding asterisk. As the doors opened, Foggy's jaw dropped as he found Spider-Man leaning against the wall, waiting for their arrival.
You're all early.
Peter says as he looks between both groups.
Better than being late, I suppose.
Peter's imposing presence seems to have intimidated Foggy, as he's currently sweating and shaking nervously.
Can we get this over with?
Loki says impatiently, receiving an elbow to the ribs in return from Jessica.
Sure, come on.
Peter says as he walks off. Arriving in a good-sized meeting room, Peter took a seat at the head of a large table and motioned for the others to do the same. Loki, being the man he is, took a seat at the other end of the table, while the others merely sat on the sides.
Since you all arrived at the same time, let's get this settled in a single meeting, shall we?
Peter says as he looks at the two lawyers.
I'm guessing that you're both here to accept my offer. Yes, we would gladly work as the Avengers' exclusive law firm, right?
Foggy answers instantly as he turns to Matt and kicks him under the table. Matt says reluctantly.
Good, then you can draw up the papers and…
Peter was stopped mid-sentence as Foggy cracked open his briefcase and pulled out a stack of papers.
We have everything drawn up already.
Foggy says as he eagerly hands over the contract.
Good, I'll look this over tonight.
Peter says as he skims through the pages briefly. Matt says with a smile as he is used to this. When you're blind, everyone holds open doors for you and gives you a wide berth on the sidewalk, thinking he would bump into them otherwise. You're welcome, she says. Why are you holding the door for this mortal? Another voice spoke from beside her. Such respect should only be shown to royalty. Stop it, he's blind, you idiot, she reprimands him in an instant. So what, he has hands, doesn't he? Loki says with a scoff. I'm sorry about him, the woman says as she turns back to Matt. He's an arrogant PR*CK. Don't worry about it. Matt keeps his smile up as he walks through the door, leaving the amusing couple behind. Matt, over here, Foggy yells across the lobby. Hello, Mr. Murdoch, please follow me to the elevators, a woman who was standing beside Foggy says dutifully. Spider-Man seemed to have expected their arrival, which matched the confidence he held on his departure last night. Though before they could walk much further, the woman freezes in place. Ms. Jones, Mr. Odinson, she says as the same couple from before walks over. Are you visiting Spider-Man again? Yes, can you take us to the elevators again? Jessica nods. And be quick about it, Loki says as he makes a shooing motion with his hand. Of course, the secretary-like woman nods professionally as she motions toward the elevators. Please follow along, everyone. You're visiting Spider-Man as well? Foggy asks. Yes, you too, Jessica asks curiously. As they were led to the elevators, Foggy started bragging about the job offer they were given. Even in Midgard, lawyers are dreadfully existences.
I'll call tomorrow.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Foggy says excitedly.
It's such an honor.
No problem.
Peter says as he motions to the door.
You can take the same elevator down. Jarvis will assist you. Yes, sir.
Jarvis' voice appears as the doors open on their own. This was, please. Just as Matt was standing up to join Foggy on the way out, Peter spoke up.
Actually, Mr. Murdoch, would you mind staying for a moment?
Peter asks, though Matt knew he wasn't really asking.
I don't know.
Matt starts, but Foggy hurriedly cuts in.
Yes, he'd love to.
Foggy says as he gives his friend a pointed stare.
Yeah, sure.
He agrees and reluctantly takes his seat once again. Once Foggy was gone, Peter turned to Daredevil with a smirk under his mask, and Matt could see it too.
Welcome to the Avengers, Matt.
Peter says, throwing away his former polite behavior.
Must we have this conversation with strangers present?
Daredevil asks cautiously.
Don't worry, they won't be strangers for long.
Peter says with a shrug. Sigh, he had no words to say.
Oh, don't act so glum.
Peter says with a shrug.
The pros of joining the Avengers far outweigh the cons.
He's joining as well.
Jessica asks curiously.
Does he have powers too?
He's blind, how powerful could he be? In your current state, Matt here can beat you into the ground with ease. Well, let's get you two started.
Peter says as he taps the table. Instantly, the door opened, and in walked a beautiful red-headed woman in a tight black combat suit.
Matt, Jessica, this is Natasha.
Peter does introductions.
Natasha, meet Matt and Jessica, our newest recruits as well as your new students.